In some areas, that's a concern.
Here in Marin County, California, you have pockets of people who are not vaccinating their children. There are certain schools and communities where that rate is as high as 50%. And what I fear is that we have an epidemic of measles, an outbreak, and that we have children that are very ill or that die.
The measles vaccine has been so effective, it doesn't seem like something we need to protect our children from. You have this sort of fundamental paradox of vaccines that they've become a victim of their own success.
Seth Mnookin examines the fear of vaccines in his book, The Panic Virus.
The current vaccine scares and controversies that we're still dealing with today stem from a 1998 paper that appeared in The Lancet, a very respected medical journal published out of the UK.
The paper, written by Dr. Andrew Wakefield, claimed there might be a connection between the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine and autism.
In his press conference, Andrew Wakefield stood up and said, parents should not give their children the MMR vaccine, period, until we are able to get to the bottom of this.
The MMR vaccination in combination, that I think that it should be suspended in favor of the single vaccines.
The notion that you would take a 12-person case study and make claims about a population as a whole is ridiculous. This paper was historically bad. And what the media in the UK did was they ran with that.
It's a dilemma.
You know, that's a sensational story.
Follow-up studies of hundreds of thousands of children could not find any evidence that the MMR vaccine causes autism. And investigations into Wakefield's original paper revealed he distorted the data and acted unethically.
He's lost his medical license. The Lancet paper has been retracted, but he had very effectively positioned himself as a martyr. And in some odd way, every piece of evidence that comes out against Wakefield sort of solidifies his standing in the community that still pays attention to him.
Another reason fears about vaccine safety persisted is that complicated science proved difficult for public health institutions to communicate. Case in point, their response when concerns were raised over a vaccine preservative called thimerosal, which contains ethyl mercury.
Children are getting mercury injected into their bodies with vaccines.
That's right, mercury, a known neurotoxin.
But ethyl mercury in thimerosal is not the same as the toxic methyl mercury, which is found in fish and accumulates in the body. Nevertheless, the Public Health Service and the American Academy of Pediatrics recommended thimerosal be removed, and their messaging backfired.
In 1999, health officials denied a link between vaccines and the autism epidemic, yet urged vaccine makers to take out the mercury just to be safe.
What the American Academy of Pediatrics said is, we are recommending this step so we can make safe vaccines even safer. As a parent, if you tell me something's safe, I don't think that's on a sliding scale. I assume that if you say it's safe, it is safe for my child. It's not safe, safer, safest. There are almost two languages here. There's the language of science, and then there's English. And in the language of science, you have these signifiers, like, to the best of our knowledge, as far as we know.
Based on the available scientific evidence.
Because you can't say anything with 100%, you can't prove a negative. And so when scientists speak in their language and the rest of us translate that into English, it sounds like they're saying something very different than they're saying.
Based on what we know right now, we don't think that there is an association.
But that's not saying with 100% certainty there isn't one.
That is saying that based on the evidence that we have right now, we don't think that there is one.
Either because the reporter doesn't understand what's actually going on, or because they're looking to generate a story, they then take that and make it seem as if the scientist is saying, I think there's a possibility that vaccines do cause autism, when in fact that's not it at all.
News organizations should exercise judgment about what goes out over their air.
Brendan Nyan is a professor at Dartmouth College who studies how misinformation spreads and the role of the media.
What's particularly important is to think about the overall scientific consensus. Where is the weight of the evidence, and is our reporting reflecting that or not? That's what's often gone astray in the vaccine debate.
It's time for everyone to redirect the questions toward finding the cause of autism. It is not, however, vaccinations.
Controversial subject, Nancy.
Not controversial subject.
Well, but controversial for parents who still believe.
It is not controversial, Matt. It's time for kids to get their vaccines.
Everyday people can't be fact checkers for every story about vaccines. And when journalists don't give people the weight of the scientific evidence, they're letting them down.
She got her vaccinations. She ran a low-grade fever. She had a little rash. And then she stopped talking.
A false sense of balance was also created when scientific evidence was equated with people's personal experiences.
Reporting fell into this, on the one hand, on the other hand, fallacy. This notion that if you have two sides that are disagreeing, that means that you should present both of them with equal weight.
We vaccinated our baby and something happened. That's it.
Jenny McCarthy has had more to do with popularizing the notion that vaccines are dangerous than any other single person in the United States.
We begin, of course, with Jenny McCarthy, the actress and entertainment personality. Her son, Evan, has autism.
She's very smart. She's telegenic.
Look it's plain and simple. It's bullshit.
No, it's...
Yes, it is.
Excuse me. When I look at clips of her, it's a completely unfair fight.
My science is named Evan, and he's at home. That's my science.
Jenny McCarthy has said many times, and oftentimes very loudly, that, her child is her scientific fact. Any scientist or any science reporter who's familiar with how science works would say that, no, any one person is an anecdote. And the plural of anecdote is not data. It's just a story.
But stories are powerful. While vaccination rates are high nationwide, there are some religious and ethnic enclaves and communities where well-educated upper-middle-class people live where vaccine hesitancy runs strong.
I was interviewing an epidemiologist, and he said, oh yeah, we completely know we're gonna have communities that have issues with vaccine uptake. We take a map and stick a pin wherever there's a Whole Foods and draw a circle around it, and that's where we're gonna have problems. He was obviously being facetious.
Exasperated health officials are trying to come up with new ways to communicate with the public. Brendan Nyan conducted a study and watched how hesitant parents reacted when they were shown information from the CDC website stating there's no evidence the MMR vaccine causes autism.
The good news was it did cause parents to be less likely to believe in the myth that the MMR vaccine causes autism. The bad news is, however, that it made them less likely to say they would vaccinate a child, which is precisely the opposite of what we would hope to see. What we found is that telling people the correct information wasn't actually effective.
That may mean we've reached the point where public health officials and the media can't even talk about vaccine safety without it backfiring. But fears generated by the latest measles outbreak may help people understand more clearly the value of vaccines and what's at stake.
What does it take? How many times do you have to tell people or talk about it? We all have a role in helping each other to protect each other. A vaccine-preventable disease should not have killed my son.
I'm over here taking notes for my discussion with my students and our discussion later. This is really interesting. All right, I just wonder how that'll do
At
up
Chevron,
there.
we're working to help
All
reduce
right,
the carbon
let me,
intensity of the fuels that keep things moving. That's why we're producing renewable diesel that
all right, let's see how I get that up again. Rolling on Cadillac, though. Me and you, your mama and your cousins too. God damn it, where did everything go? Yikes.
And also Nadia Dutchin. She's Executive Director of the American Humanist Association. Welcome.
Hello.
All right.
Hello. Thank you so much.
Yeah, great to see you guys. So you guys have put together a letter saying that people should not go to the National Prayer Breakfast, and that is a tradition I've seen in American politics my whole life, where it's Democrats and Republicans go and they, kumbaya and praying together, and it's supposed to be benign and non-political and just bringing people together. Annie Laurie, let me start with you. Is that true, or is that a cover for what they're actually doing?
It really is a cover. It's very inappropriate, first of all, because it looks like it's a governmental event. It's called the National Prayer Breakfast. It's kind of a gotcha issue where if politicians and presidents don't show up, they don't look pious enough. But what is the worst thing about it is put on by this very untransparent group called the Fellowship or the Family that has ties over the years to dictators, profoundly anti-LGBTQ public officials, started as an anti-New Deal thing, became a very Cold War group, and it wants to say it's bipartisan. It wants to use Democrats as cover for its agenda, which is to really network and promote Christian nationalism.
Y'all feeling the familiar vibe of what we doing on this YouTube?
What kind of Christian nationalism that they push behind the scenes?
These are the folks who are, a part of the religious right, and they're behind book bans and bans on reproductive care and direct attacks on transgender young people's health care, dignity, and safety. This breakfast is not at all benign, as Annie Laurie said. It's quite insidious, and the idea that this is something that our elected officials who are supposed to be serving all of us, this is something that they should attend. It's absolutely the last thing and the last place that they should be.
Yeah. So Annie Laurie, I know we broke a couple of stories at TYT about this National Prayer Breakfast, and
yes,
and there's a ton of stuff. There's the Marie Butina, the Russian spy that was invited and was working our politicians, etc. They radicalized Mike Lindell. They're the guys who did that. I mean, how nonpartisan can you be if you radicalize Mike Lindell, right? But I'll tell you, the one that concerned me the most is their activism against the LGBTQ community throughout the world. And so how can Democrats go to something that doesn't? So for folks who don't know, give us some sense of what they do behind the scenes that is outrageous.
Well, they put on this event. It is primarily, the primary financial sponsor these days is Franklin Graham, the Reverend Franklin Graham. And he openly admits it's for influence peddling, getting an entree into Congress. They have this very pious gathering where often and frequently the president shows up, and Biden showed up last year. But then after the prayer breakfast, they have all these closed-door meetings. And that is what I think some good people, liberal people in Congress who don't really realize what's going on are getting hoodwinked. They show up for the public appearance, but then all of the nefarious stuff goes on afterward behind the scenes. And when you talk about the anti-LGBTQ, for example, the groups that were pushing the death penalty for being gay in Uganda were associated with the Fellowship and the Family. We had Papa Doc welcomed. We've had Suharto from Indonesia, all kinds of dictators. And in my opinion, what's the most dangerous is that what they're really going to be promoting is Christian nationalism dictatorship here in the United States.
Yeah, I'm very worried about that for sure. So now, Nadia, Salon's done some great reporting on this organization. Certainly, Jeff Charlotte has, but after we did our reporting, we asked a number of Democrats if they were going to still attend, and a number of them said no. So Ro Khanna, Ted Lieu backed away. And then Ann Kirkpatrick, and then surprisingly, I was actually very surprised that we had this kind of effect there combined. Nancy Pelosi and Tim Kaine backed out. So that's
right.
really
last
great.
Year.
Yeah, last year. So that's
right.
really great progress. But Nadia, there's this quote from one of the members that was the organizers of their events where they said, quote, we had more influence as long as we can keep a couple of Democrats in the fold. And so how important is it to get those Democratic holdouts like President Biden to realize that this is a right-wing group and not a tent?
Right. It's extremely important that President Biden and other people who may very well attend on their own, it's very important for them not to go. This group has, as Andy Laurie said, it has ties to dictators and is extremely anti-LGBTQ. All of our elected officials, especially those who care to be accountable to their constituents, especially those who are not Christian nationalists, should absolutely reject the invitation to go and should not show up at all. I mean, they're there to represent all of the people. And at this breakfast, we don't see our Jewish and Muslim friends. We most certainly do not see our secular community represented there. They are not representing the American people, and this is patently undemocratic.
All right, y'all, I got to do a little vaccines click through. We're going to evaluate whether this is any good for stream. I actually think some of this will be, I'm not sure about this. Vaccines work by mimicking disease agents and stimulating the immune system to build up defenses against them. Here you'll see animation showing how the different parts of the immune system respond to vaccination and how that response protects the body from a specific disease in the future. After viewing the animations, test your knowledge with the activity. The immune system protects the body from pathogens, which are agents that can cause disease. A vaccine is like a pathogen imposter. It looks like a certain bacteria or virus to the immune system, but doesn't make the body sick. Pathogens are covered with molecules called antigens that can trigger a specific immune response. Vaccination exposes the body to antigens that are similar to the antigens found on a pathogen. By posing as a specific pathogen, the vaccine primes the immune system to respond with speed and strength if the body encounters a pathogen in the future. Capture and by antigen presenting cells, APCs, antigen presenting cells roam the body looking for invaders. When an APC finds the vaccine antigen, it ingests the invader, breaks it apart, and displays a piece of the antigen on its surface. T helper cell activation, antigen presenting cells displaying the antigen travel to areas where immune cells cluster, such as lymph nodes. Naive T cells specific to the antigen recognize it as foreign and become activated. T helper cells, one type of active T cells, alert nearby cells to the invader. B cell activation, naive B cells react to the vaccine antigen. When it enters the body, B cells can recognize antigen displayed by APCs as well as antigens traveling freely in the body. Active B cells can undergo cell division, producing more active B cells that are specific to the vaccine antigen. Some of these will mature into plasma B cells and others will develop into memory B cells. B cells mature into plasma B cells after activation by the vaccine antigen and receipt of signals from activated T helper cells. Some B cells transform into plasma B cells, the immune system's antibody factories. The plasma B cells produce antibodies specific to the vaccine antigen. Plasma B cells secrete antibodies. Y-shaped proteins called antibodies are released at high levels every second. The number of antibody types in the human body is in the hundreds of millions, allowing for interaction and binding with a huge range of antigens. Antibodies bind to specific antigens. Each antibody tightly attaches to one specific target antigen, similar to a lock and key. This action may prevent the antigen from entering a cell or mark the antigen for destruction. Killer T cell response. If the vaccine contains attenuated viruses, if the vaccine contains attenuated viruses, the viruses enter cells. Killer T cells find and destroy the invaded cells. Naive killer T cells require an antigen-presenting cell to display an antigen piece before they are activated. That's how you respond to the vaccine. Use next to find out how the body responds to the same pathogen now that it has been vaccinated. Vaccination programs the immune system to remember a particular disease agent by allowing it to practice on a weakened or killed version of the pathogen. This is called a primary response to a pathogen. If the pathogen invades the body again in full strength, the immune system is ready to respond with a swift and specific defense. This is called the secondary response to a pathogen. Secondary responses happen faster and at a greater magnitude than primary responses, resulting in the creation of more antibodies to fight the pathogen and more memory cells to fight it in the future. Infection. A pathogen enters the body. Antigen-presenting cells ingest it, displaying portions of the antigen on their surface. Activation of memory cells. Memory T cells created during the vaccination process encounter the APCs and recognize the antigen they are displaying. Memory T helper cells, similar to their counterparts in the vaccination process, will release signals to alert other immune cells and encourage a response. Presence of the pathogen will also reactivate memory B cells, long-living cells that react specifically to a particular antigen. Memory B cells become active plasma cells. Memory B cells respond to the presence of an antigen by activating and differentiating into plasma B cells. The plasma B cells produce and secrete antibodies specific to the antigen that activated them. However, in the secondary response, the plasma cells produce more antibodies at a faster rate than in the primary response. Antibodies attack the pathogen. The antibodies bind to the surface of the pathogen. This can have a number of different effects depending on the pathogen and the types of antibodies produced against it. It may prevent the pathogen from entering a cell or mark it for removal or destruction by other cells of the immune system. Killer T cells respond. If the vaccination process induced a killer T cell response, then memory cells of that type will persist and be activated by exposure to the antigen. Inducing a killer T cell response during vaccination is helpful because when reactivated, memory killer T cells will quickly seek out infected cells and destroy them, preventing the spread of the infection. Vaccines work by mimicking disease agents and stimulating the immune system to build up defenses against them. Test your knowledge of how vaccines work with this activity. Assign each component of the immune system response to its proper place. What? Vaccination introduces an antigen into the body that mimics a particular pathogen. The vaccine is either a weak or killed disease cell. Which cell is responsible for engulfing the antigen and displaying pieces of it to other immune cells? The antigen presenting cell. Certain immune cells remain inactive unless an antigen presenting cell displays an antigen piece directly to them. Which cell requires antigen display and after activation sends signals to other immune cells? I think it would be a naive B cell. And it's a memory B cell. Are you serious? Plasma B cell? Certain immune cells remain inactive unless an antigen presenting how is the next step not? Oh, it's a T helper cell. All right. Well, that's that. Oh, and then it bifurcates. All right. So let's say it'll be this one. And the memory T helper cell. T helper cell? Yeah. All right. Which immune cell can recognize an antigen floating freely in the body and mature it into an antibody producing cell? All right. That's the B cell. All right. Following activation, what type of cell will some naive B cells mature into? That would be plasma B cell. What are the protein molecules that plasma B cells produce? The protein molecules that plasma B cells produce. Antibodies? What will the antibodies bind to? A memory B cell? No. Antibodies bind to antigens. I have a PhD in biology, obviously. I know this shit. Besides naive B cells, what other types of cell receive signal from T helper cells that encourage maturation in the active cells? That's the memory cells. Whoa. The memory T, not the memory B. Nope. What other type of cell receives a signal from a T helper cell that encourage maturation in the active cells? Memory Ts? No. Naive killer Ts? Oh, that's where the bifurcation goes. Okay. Okay, so you have, if the vaccine introduces a pathogen, and I go back. Oh, you won't let me go back. All right, if the vaccine introduces a pathogen that invades the body's cells, this immune cell can find and destroy infected cells? Which type of immune cell can locate, attack, and kill those cells that are infected or are presenting an antigen? If the vaccine introduces a pathogen that invades the body's cells, this immune cell can find and destroy infected cells. Which type of immune cell can locate, attack, and kill those cells that are infected or are presenting an antigen? An active killer T cell? Which memory cell will lead to production of antibodies to fight the invader? That should also be memory killer T cells? Nope, memory B cells. Which memory cell will release signals to alert other cells if the invader is found later? So these go for other cells. This is for later? No, helpers are for later. And which memory cell attacking and kill cells presenting the real antigen? Killer T cells. All right, we're gonna do that again. All right, vaccines work by mimicking disease agents and stimulating the immune system to build up defenses against them. Here you'll see animation showing how the different parts of the immune system respond to vaccination and how that response protects the body from a specific disease in the future. After viewing the animations, test your knowledge with the activity. All right, the immune system protects the body from pathogens, which are agents that can cause disease, such as viruses and bacteria. A vaccine is like a pathogen imposter. It looks like a certain bacteria or virus to the immune system, but doesn't make the body sick. Pathogens are covered with molecules called antigens that can trigger a specific immune response. I didn't pay attention. Pathogens are covered with molecules called antigens that can trigger a specific immune response. Vaccination exposes the body to antigens that are similar to the antigens found on a pathogen. By posing as a specific pathogen, the vaccine primes the immune system to respond with speed and strength if the body encounters the pathogen in the future. All right, Melody, I appreciate you so much for hanging out with me. And other people that were here. I'm sure they'll be in and out. I have a meeting to get ready for. I have a meeting at 2:45. So what I'm going to do is play some TV until then, and then I'll have my meeting and I'll be back. Let me see here. Go to 3. Get this all set up real quick.
You're going to have to stand up. I will stand up with you. I will do whatever I can. I will try to provide some legal counsel by way of paying for some lawyers to help, whatever I can do, but you cannot let them do this. If they continue to do this, it's going to permeate throughout this whole country. The man is going to run for president. What do you think he's going to do? Leave it all in Florida? You think he's going to leave it in Florida? Listen, Dr. King had a very simple strategy. Dr. King had to show the world how egregious the activity was happening in the South. So he had to provide contrast. People who were college students, high school students, had to become inmates in order to get things to change. It is a sobering sentiment, I know. But I promise you, there are some things worth getting arrested for, and children are definitely at the top of the list. All right, Sharon, thoughts here.
Dr. Ritchie, I have chills. As you know, I'm the daughter of a teacher and a principal, but I have chills because I agree with everything you said. I am sharing the screen today with a man who loves learning so much. He's a doctor. He can't stop learning and wants to share with others. I have chills. If only people would vet the politicians the way this governor wants to vet books. Instead of being against
Oh, it did. Okay, fantastic. Hey, Jay.
Hey, how's it going? Sorry, my Zoom just decided this was the best time to update. How are you guys doing today? Good to meet you, Kyle.
Good to meet you. How's it going?
Good.
So we were just talking about class. Kyle's a PSEO student, which is a high school student taking college classes.
Fantastic.
Yeah, he was saying that it's different than high school. College classes are different. And so we are also talking about the fold scope. So Jay, I haven't updated you on this, but they're part of our lab kit. They take the place of microscopes. And the lab personnel at Normandale did not order them in time for classes to start, or in time for the start of classes. So a lot of the students did not get one.
Sure.
And so now he is emailing them out to people. And Kyle, you just said that you got yours yesterday. Is that right?
Yeah, yesterday or the day before, I think it was, yeah.
Okay, cool. That's great. I was wondering about that. I don't know if you saw it, but I extended the due date on that lab again. So it's due February 3rd, which is a Friday, the end of week 4. So that's next week, Friday. My one caution about that is that lab 4 is also due on February 3rd, and that is using the fold scope as well, and that generally takes 3 hours. All right, so you will want to make sure you're planning enough time for labs next week. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. So any other comments or thoughts about class? Questions?
Have you been able to get up on everything? Sorry,
yeah, most everything has been most everything's been working.
D2L
like I have
Teams.
access. Yeah, D2L well. Teams, Macmillan, or yeah, the textbook and all that has been going well. It's just carving out the time to sit down and do that is all. Yeah.
Yes.
So I can tell you time management, right, Hattie? That's the number one thing with the college class. The number one difference is that you're more work out of the classroom and totally self-guided. But normally you're here because somebody certainly thinks you're gonna be capable of doing that. I just want to mention that I'm in Teams, so feel free to reach out directly in Teams. I think you can set up. We wanted to kind of have these face-to-face meetings, but feel free to just reach out right through Teams or via email, and then that's fine. So make sure you stay in touch if you're struggling either with the topic or with the time management. Main thing is to not fall behind and not be afraid to reach out if you need help at some point.
Thank you.
Awesome. So, Kyle, do you have any fun facts about yourself that you want to tell us?
Fun facts. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I work at a Chipotle.
Ooh,
nice.
That's a fact. Nice.
That's a fun fact I got. I work opening on weekends, so from like 6 to 3, I'm there on weekends.
Oh wow! And so, do you get to eat as much Chipotle as you want?
I mean, you have to keep it reasonable, but yeah, all the food is free for employees, and when you're managing, you have to make sure you know the taste of the food, make sure everything is tasting good, and yeah.
And have you gotten sick of it? Because I love Chipotle. I have to stop myself from going there all the time. So, do you get sick of eating it?
I can't eat the same thing like every week. I gotta switch it up.
Oh, yeah.
And you said you're part of the management there?
Yeah, I am I'm an SM right over there for right now. Yeah.
So you've been working there for a while.
Yeah, well, I'm not I won't say official manager.
Sure.
Because I'm still 17, but my general manager has just trusted me with a lot of responsibility when it comes to being there on the weekend.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Pretty impressive.
I'm sorry if I missed it, but are you junior or senior?
I am a junior.
Junior. Oh, awesome, man. You're doing all the right things. That's that's great. What other activities are you doing?
I'm in a club here at the high school here in Shakopee. It's called LEAD, Leaders in Education and Diversity. Well, my title is a secretary, but we've kind of done away with titles because it kind of confused people with roles and what they were supposed to do. So, yeah.
What do you guys do?
Right after this meeting at 3 to 4, we're going to have we just kind of host volunteering events and talk about our cultures, other people's cultures, kind of get our group to get out in the community and to see what good can be done. We run a bunch of events here at the high school too. We have a culture fest, talent show is coming up soon. Yeah.
Very cool.
Very impressive, Kyle. So what made you want to choose to start with biology first? Are you interested in studying biology in the future?
Well, I'm not really a fan of AP because you have to pay and the course load is heavier than regular, but you're not promised the credit. As opposed to a PSEO where it's free to you. And the course load is a little bit heavier, but whatever you put into it, you'll usually get out. So
that makes sense.
I'm trying to just push myself there and kind of better chance of getting that credit.
Hmm. Yeah, I've heard that some schools are not accepting AP classes anymore. So, yeah.
Meaning when you go to enroll as a freshman, they won't necessarily give you credit for your AP course, but if you take an actual college course, then they're pretty much gonna transfer, gonna accept that when you start. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Are you doing this with any other courses?
That's a hope, at least. Through Normandale, no. I just currently have bio at Normandale.
Okay.
Awesome. Well, any other questions?
For Dr. Bundy, I just wanted to know kind of like why the setup that you have is so professional, like the microphone and headset and the camera there.
I'm a podcaster, so I have a YouTube channel and a Twitch, and really for to be honest, I'm a musician, and so it was really weird. For most of my life, I've just had a home studio for playing drums and mixing and doing music stuff, and then when I started having conversations with people online, I was like, well, I already have a studio, so I guess I could do podcasting. But yeah, it's it's fun. Yeah, I stream, and I mostly stream every day. So a little bit of gaming, a little bit of science, but a lot of conversations about like religion and politics. So that's the stuff my community's into. Yeah.
Cool. Is that something that you let your students in about, or?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind.
Probably after they get done with the class.
Yeah, it's probably a little easier when you get done with the course, but that's but I'm not hard to find. So yeah, right. I don't mind. There's no I don't have a rule against it or anything. To be honest,
would it just be like Jason Bundy?
Pocket Locker 86. To be honest, I wanted to stream my class last semester. I didn't think Normandale would let us get away with it, but I tried to at MSU, and then we didn't because I got in a debate with somebody, and they started like doxing people. We're like, yeah, this is probably not a safe person. But yeah, I hope in the future to stream my class. And so part of that process was realizing, well, if you stream your class, your students are probably going to watch you at some point. So, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's fun. That's my hobby here. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me. Thanks for asking.
And it was
Pocket Locker 86. It's all one word.
Pocket Locker 86.
Pocket Locker. So pocket.
Okay. Pocket Locker.
Locker. Yep, all one word, and then the number 86.
Cool. I'll check it out. Yeah, I'm really into learning. I'm definitely a lover of knowledge.
Do you watch streams typically on YouTube or on Twitch?
What's going on out there? So, I have Twitch. When I have free time, I'll go in there every once in a while. I have a few friends who stream. I have a brother who streams. So really, just to support my people, I'll be on there sometimes.
Yeah, that's what it is. Most of the streamers I watch and interact with, they're all small. And so I always tell people we use YouTube more like a bar, like where we're all trying to show up and just link up with our friends and see what's going on. But yeah. I know you've got a 3 o'clock, right, Kyle? Or 2 o'clock.
Yeah, 3 o'clock. I have a.
Oh, that's later for you.
The meeting goes.
Yeah, I keep forgetting of the time. I'm in Michigan, so there's a bit of a time zone difference.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but we do have another
No, I
student.
still got, yeah.
So.
Yeah. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle, thank you for meeting with us. It was great to meet you. If
Yeah.
you have questions, you can meet up with Jay or myself or email or however you want to get in touch. Do that, okay?
Alrighty.
All right. Have a great week.
All right. See you later, Kyle.
Yep, y'all have a good one. Thanks so much.
All right.
Fun. Sorry I missed the students earlier. Very impressive though. That's I tried to get college courses too when I was in high school, and that's what I did. I went to like a branch campus of Penn State and took night classes. So you sent me one of those microscopes though, right?
Yes. Well, I don't. They was supposed to be in your kit, but I don't know what's going on. I'm really.
Well, it looked like there was a microscope in there. I didn't open it, but
there. It looks like this.
Yeah, let me go grab mine.
Oh, so it's just a packet like this, Jay.
Oh, this was something in a little box.
Those are slides that go into this.
Oh, okay.
And then you have to put it together so it looks like this. It's just like 2D actually. And then you put the slides in the back and you look through here and you point it at a light when you look through. And they're pretty cool. I like them. It takes a little bit of time.
Getting used to?
Yeah. So some students love them and some students hate me
for making them to use it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but I keep doing it because, it's kind of biology, but.
So I wanted to mention something. I love that vaccines video. It was really almost chilling to watch it from 2015, right? Because they're talking about the, what they were dealing with then, and I think it's gotten so much worse. The content of the students' conversation has been delightful. So the main thing is just cleaning it up in terms of getting people to sort of, each student should start a thread for their response to the prompt, and then they should reply to each other within that thread, right? So, rather than creating reply threads, yeah. So I'll mention that to them, and I'm not familiar enough with Teams to know how that'll work out. Whether it'll be, I'll probably ask them to repost them, and then once they do, I'll delete them or figure out how to clean it up. But that's fine. Really, actually, like Teams. I think I haven't really used it much for everything, but I'm realizing it's got a lot going on built into it.
It does, yeah. And getting them to, I posted a little video of me going through it and asking them to put everything into one thread, but they either don't watch it or they don't understand what I'm talking about. So yeah, and I don't have the time to go through that with them. So that would be great if you could.
Yeah. I think it's the type of thing they just haven't slowed down to think about.
Right.
And they're just trying to get their credit in by putting their responses up there. And then also I'm doing the click through. Just briefly wanted to mention that, and I think that's great. That is fantastic.
Okay. Yeah. Just there's a lot out there. So hey Robert.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. I don't know. I don't have much questions for you today. I've kind of just been doing the reading and understanding it stuff. The only thing I had a question is what I emailed you about with the paper.
Oh, remind me.
I was just asking for an extension until Saturday.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I wanted to talk to you about that. You know that there's a grace period, right? Until Saturday at 9 p.m. Just automatically put in there.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
I think I extended it till Sunday. But
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
if you can get things done before Saturday at 9 p.m., you're fine. The D12 stays open until that time, and anything
Okay.
that's needed, I grade at full with full points.
Okay.
And then once it's closed, but I did, like I said, I did open it, I think, until Sunday. So
Oh, okay.
yeah,
I'll probably have it done by Sunday and Saturday the latest.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the only thing I really had about.
Okay. Well, we wanted to say hi. So Jay and I are teaching this class, and so since it's asynchronous, we don't get to see you much. So we thought we would require you to meet us so that we can talk to everyone. So a couple of things. We wanted to know if you have any questions, comments, thoughts, issues with class so far, and we can talk through those, and then just kind of introduce ourselves and just kind of talk for a few minutes and say hi. So
Yeah.
where
Everything's been going pretty good so far. I don't really have any question about the labs. I have lab 1 and 2. I need to submit lab 2 still, but I haven't started lab 3. So I'll let you know if I have any questions about that. But yeah, everything's been working fine, like all the homework and stuff. So no questions there.
Awesome. Thank you for letting me know.
No issues with Teams or D2L or any of the technology things. Did you get your microscope?
Yeah, the fold scope.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got it the first day actually, because I picked it up on Monday and they were like, oh, it's already in with your thing. But I did come back to make sure. I was like, hey, did I miss this? And they were like, no, you didn't. So yeah, I got that all figured out.
All right, great. Because it's been quite the little adventure with those fold scopes in class. So cool.
Oh, the paper actually, do we post it in Microsoft Teams as well?
No, that I would like you to submit on D2L. So at the bottom of the assignment page, there's a link that goes right to the Dropbox.
Okay. Let me see if I can find that. Oh yeah, I see it.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you go by Robert or do you have
yeah, just Robert.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lots of nicknames for Robert, so I didn't. Cool. All right. So so tell us something about you, Robert, so we get to know each other.
Well, I'm a PSCO student, and this is my second bio course here, and I'm planning on transferring to either the U. This is my senior year, so actually next year.
Okay.
And I plan to major in biochemistry, so I'm taking a lot of bio and chem classes here.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
What other bio class did you take?
So I took environmental bio as my first bio, and I'm going to be honest, I really hated it. It was like, as my first intro bio here, it was not fun, but you know, at the end of the day, it's whatever, you know, I got to get through it, but yeah.
Yeah. I'll tell you a secret too. It is not my favorite class either. I've taught it before, and it is not my favorite.
I don't hate like the environment, like bio aspect, but I'm kind of more interested in like actually the unit we're about to do, chapter 3, with all like the like micro stuff, like
well, it's so macromolecules and parts of that's the big thing, is just talking. It's a little, you would like that because it's a little chemistry, talking about how all those molecules hook together, or bond together. So yeah, super cool. And genetics, you'll like that obviously, because that's all DNA is all biochem as well. Genes and everything. Cool. That's exciting.
Yeah.
So what do you want to do when you grow up, Robert?
I know I should really have that solidified as an answer as my senior year, but as of right now, what I plan, I'm either looking for pre-med or research, but I don't know for sure yet. And then I know I have down as my major biochemistry, but I'm also like considering like chemical engineering or something if I want to transfer. So yeah.
And you
Something
are,
in there.
yeah, you're too young to know exactly what
Yeah,
that is.
yeah.
No worries
That's
there.
fine. Yeah, totally
Yeah.
fine.
Mhm.
Do you have any other activities or clubs that you're in?
No. As soon as I did PSEO, I kind of just dropped all my high school stuff. I was in jazz band and stuff, and I really liked it there, but it was hard to continue all that while going full-time PSEO. So it's like, whatever.
You can do that at Normandale. They have a really good jazz ensemble. If that's
It's been quite a few years, so I don't have
Oh,
like forgotten
okay.
everything. So yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yes, I didn't know if that was.
Yeah, I'm a drummer. I was in jazz band too. What do you play?
Oh, really? I did trombone for
Nice.
4 years, so I really liked it. But if I were to learn another instrument, I'd definitely do something new, like piano or something.
Sure.
Mhm.
So you're really focused on academics though, and you're thinking something
right, as of
pretty
right now.
scholarly. Yeah, that's great. So is this a way for you to just kind of get a head start, get some college courses out of your way, get some experience
Yeah,
with college
yeah.
classes?
For sure, yeah. I got all my high school credits done last semester, so right now I'm just taking my ones I know I for sure have to. Like I'm taking a stats, even though I hate stats. I have to take a
Oh,
stats
wow.
course. So yeah, I'm just getting that done
You
with.
can't be a biologist without stats, Robert.
Yeah. Stats is not my favorite, but yeah, I gotta get through it.
Yeah.
And so then are you also applying to other schools this year?
Yeah. So I have all my applications done and stuff. Those were due about like 10 days ago. So I'm just
Sure,
kind of waiting
okay.
back on some.
Cool. Where'd you apply?
I did the U of St. Thomas and Carleton, and then there was a school in New Jersey I applied to because my cousins live there.
Yeah, I'm
So it's
from New
like,
Jersey. Which one?
oh, Monmouth.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Yeah. I have my aunt lives in, do you know Seabright? Like that area or no?
No, I haven't heard of that town, but I've heard of the
Okay.
school.
Yeah, she lives like right by it, so it's like, oh well.
Yeah, my
I have a place
mom.
to stay right by there, so I might as well apply there.
My mom just bought a house in New Jersey
Oh,
because
nice.
that's where she grew up, and she had moved out to Ohio for work, and she, built a house in New Jersey to live with my grandparents. She wants to take care of her parents, in their later years. But that's cool. So then, otherwise, you applied to schools there in Minnesota.
Yeah. So my only out-of-state one is the one in Jersey.
Yeah, it's awesome. That's an exciting time.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, good luck, and I'm sure you're
Thank
anxious
you.
to hear back.
Yeah, for sure.
What other courses are you taking?
I'm taking Chem 2 right now and the stats. So those are my 3 classes right now in this class.
Ah, okay.
So yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Just kind of focusing on these 2, and the stats is my side class that I just need to get done with. Yeah.
Excellent.
It's good to get a head start on stats.
Yeah.
You probably know by now if you loved statistics. I think there's like a certain type of person who's drawn to that, but
Yeah.
it is a necessary evil, right? And
Yeah.
so it's like the sooner you can get sort of comfortable with at least the basics, the better.
Yeah.
The other thing I'll say about it is it's one of those things where if you're really interested in science and research, it becomes an integral part of your job. The same way something like data visualization does. And I actually give a presentation on data visualization, and I kind of start by joking around that, most of the scientists in the audience didn't realize when they wanted to be a scientist that they wanted to be a professional data visualizer. But that's exactly what there's all this fine print you don't realize you're signing up for, right?
Yeah.
And stats is part of that picture, that every single project has to have the statistics done. So once you kind of realize that, you're like, oh man, all right, so figuring out is better than not figuring it out. And then the other weird thing is you become worth your weight in gold in sort of 2 areas. One, as a collaborator, right? A person who really says, I can wrap my head around the stats, or I'll take care of that. They're always going to make sure you're on every product. We got to make sure Robert's here because Do you want to do the stats? Exactly. That's why Robert's going to be one of the authors.
Yeah.
And then it becomes the same thing if you end up in faculty, right? To where there's always going to be a stats class or two that undergrads need to take. It's going to be a hardcore requirement for grad students. And so if, you don't mind stepping up and teaching that, it's again something that'll make you a really valuable colleague around the department. So it's the same thing in my side with like coding and data visualizing, stuff like that. There's always something sort of there's content that we have to teach students, but there's also the skill sets, right? And so you kind of key in on what are some of the skills you're capable of sharing with people. But yeah, that's exciting stuff, man.
Yeah. It's just very vocabulary heavy right now, so got to get all through that. I don't mind the data visualization stuff, but just I need to learn all the vocabulary first, and that's always the worst part.
Sure. And what kind of software are you guys using in your class? Are you using Excel or R or anything?
Stats Crunch. I don't know if you know what that is. It's
no, not familiar.
Yeah, it's just through our Pearson like online thing that we have. So.
Oh, cool.
The publisher.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right. Well, so we set these up.
15 minutes.
Because the next student's not ready, Robert. So we're gonna have to say goodbye.
Yeah, no problem.
It was great getting to know you. So thanks for signing up.
Yeah,
you too.
And base with us.
Also, don't hesitate to reach out through Teams if you want to talk directly.
Okay. All right. Thank you guys so much.
All right.
Take care, Robert.
You too.
Bye. All right. I'm gonna let the Juan in. He's waiting for us.
Sure.
So, all right. Yeah, he should be popping in. There we go. Hey, Juan. Thanks for waiting. You're muted, by the way, but thanks for waiting. We I think I set these too close together. Hello.
Oh, no worries.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you both?
Good. I love that sweater.
I was just thinking the same thing. So we just wanted to say hi and meet everyone since this isn't, asynchronous and we don't get to see you every week. So so first, I guess, do you have any questions about class, how it's going? I know we've talked over email a little bit. So that's good. Your fold scope is on the way. I made sure today. So hopefully you'll get it this week. So I extended the due date till next week, February 3rd. All right. But my caution to that is lab 4 is also due next week. It's also using the fold scope and it's with slides, and some students love it and some students hate it. So so it depends how much you like using the fold scope. But it does take a lot of time. So you just want to make sure that you I would set aside 3 hours to do lab 4. So just letting you know that right now. All right.
The coursework is going good. I'm finding time to do it each week, write in my journal when to do the homework and stuff. You mentioned in the announcements that the lab people aren't really communicating with you. Have they communicated since then, the announcements?
Well, I did. I emailed them 4 times. Where was Juan's fold scope? So I got an email this morning that said they sent it to you today. So hopefully you'll get it by Friday. Fingers crossed. So it's and with the post office, I know sometimes it takes a little bit longer, but I'm hoping you will get it by Friday. If you need more time for labs 2 and 4, one or the other, just let me know and I can extend the due date for you. Okay. You've had the most trouble with that fold scope, getting the fold scope. So
has anybody else had that issue?
It is so weird. I really don't know. First, I did not know that there weren't any, that there was a mix up. And then I didn't know that only some people got it. And so then I don't know. It's really weird. So, and then some people, they only sent them out to some people and some people still didn't get them. So this week I'm still asking them to send more out, like with you. So, so it's been really annoying from my point of view because of, I don't like starting off class with with this sort of thing. So I like to be very well organized and have everyone have all the materials they need, because I know it's kind of anxiety inducing to start out a semester. So this it increases my anxiety. Yes. So you and a couple other people are have been having the issue where you did not get the first round of Foldscopes when they sent them out. So again, do it. If you need time, just email me and I'll extend your due dates. So no worries there.
Thank you.
Yeah. How about everything else? Teams, D2L, Achieve, Macmillan stuff.
Teams first took a little bit to figure out, but then I watched along your video on how to write the post, and then I was like, oh, okay, that's how it works out.
Okay, good. That's
and then the assignments, I think I'm doing good, just planning out when to do them each week and just figuring out what time to do them.
Yep. Yes, we were talking about that before, Jay and I and another student, that time management is part of the learning curve of being a college student, trying to figure out when to do things and how to do things and estimating how long they'll take you. And yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so the rest of this, we just want to talk to you and see things about you. So tell us something about yourself. Anything?
In my free time, I know you mentioned you love reading, but I like to do baking.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
This sounds delicious.
Yes.
What's your favorite thing to bake?
My favorite thing to bake is called Tres Leches cake, which is a cake that has 3 milks in it: evaporated milk, sweetened condensed milk, and just whole milk. And it's really delicious. And
oh my God, that sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Oh
each time there's a gathering, I'm asked to make it. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll make it.
So that's what you're known for now.
Yeah, the baker.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. I don't bake enough. I really wish I could. Because I got hooked on the baking shows, right? Like the Great British Baking Show and all that. I could watch that stuff for a day. But I've started cooking, and then I was like, you know what? That's the natural progression. You got to start baking. How did you? Who gave you the bug for baking? How did you start?
Quarantine. I was just bored, figuring out what to do. I didn't just want to be doing nothing. I'm like, oh, and I like desserts. I love desserts. So I'm like, oh, I should bake something. And then from there, went spiraling on, and I found recipes from TikTok. It's just yum.
What was your most the hardest thing you baked or put together? Was there anything?
The hardest one, or that took the longest, was the poppy seed almond cake. That took over 2 hours. I found that recipe on YouTube. Poppy seed almond cake.
Oh, well, it sounds delicious because I like both of those things. Did it turn out?
Yeah, it did.
Cool.
Just need to get the ingredients and all that, and just follow the recipe.
Is that hard? Sometimes do you need to find ingredients that maybe are hard at certain grocery stores?
Yeah, it is. For those hard ingredients to find in stores, I just look on Amazon or Google Shopping. That's where I usually get the stuff that is it's not easy to find.
Yeah, I never thought of Google Shopping, you said?
Yeah, when you do a Google search, there's a shopping tab near the search bar.
Oh, yeah. Oh, cool. I'll check that out. Very cool.
Are you involved in any other online communities or anything?
No, I'm not. Usually just online classes, if that counts.
Yeah, just classes. Okay. I'm always wondering because I know a lot of students are on social media and different things like that, and so just kind of always curious about what type of activities and stuff do you do. Do you have other activities and clubs you're in school?
No, not activities or clubs in school. I wasn't really one to do activities or clubs in high school and stuff like that.
Sure.
You're out of high school now?
Yes.
Yeah, you're going to. You go to Normandale full time?
Yes.
Cool. Very cool. What do you want to be when you grow up, Juan?
Elementary teacher.
Really?
That's awesome.
Cool. That's exciting. So then do you plan to transfer?
Yes, I do.
And are you gonna stay in Minnesota or what are you thinking right now?
I plan to stay in Minnesota, and then transfer to either a technical college or another college that is on the price range.
Yeah. So yeah, absolutely. And you know that Min-State, right? Normandale's part of the Min-State system.
Curriculum, yeah.
Yeah, they're 4-year schools you can transfer to pretty easily. If you want help or want some direction, I can help you figure that stuff out. And so there's an education like person on campus too. I don't know if you know that yet.
I haven't seen much on that.
Okay.
Do you know who their name is?
Yeah, not off the top of my head. I should probably do that. But let me do some Googling here on the new homepage, and I can see if I can find it for you.
When did you decide you wanted to be a teacher?
A few years back when I did volunteering at an elementary school, I just really like helping the kids and being like nurturing to them, because I know I've seen some videos online of teachers yelling at the kids, and it's like really harsh to see stuff like that.
Yeah, I was just talking about this actually, how I think my opinion anyway, that public schools should be kind of like equalizing, because you don't know what certain students are dealing with at home. But if they're all treated a certain way and have a certain standard that they're all treated in the classroom, it goes a long way in society down the road, right? Yeah. So it's awesome. It's a great ambition.
Yeah. So here, I'm giving you some websites at Normandale that have to do with, you see them in chat? There's 2 of them now.
Oh, yeah.
So one is just the elementary ed, like degree program that can help you with like figuring stuff out. And the other one is the sped up program, which I think comes along. Oh, this is for special ed degree. But anyway, you can look at those. And so, yeah, if you, let's see, there should be like, wrong one. Let's go back over here. Yeah, at the bottom of that first the elementary ed degree, there's a list of the faculty, so you can talk with any of those.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, so if you want some contacts at Normandale having to do with education, elementary ed specifically, and they can help you. Maybe if you have questions.
How are you? Oh no, not about that, but like, how are you both figuring out the new layout of the Normandale website? Like,
this is Jay's first experience.
Yeah, I'm new, so it's just the first time.
It's driving me bananas.
But yeah, I'm asking for lots of help. Is how.
No,
and that's okay.
Yeah. How about you?
It took a little to figure out, but I just Google searched what I wanted to look up. So student services, Normandale Community College, and that's how I found this stuff.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing too. Or even going to the Normandale website, and the search is right at the top there.
Oh yeah.
So I just searched that, but the pictures are so big and so scrolling. It's like, yes, which is great. I love to look at the beautiful people at Normandale, but it's not what I go to the webpage for. I'm a little, I don't know. So so it's taking some getting used to, and I don't like that they took D2L off the right at the top there.
I had to make a bookmark for that.
Yeah, right. So did I.
Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah, I made the bookmarks. Yeah.
And the faculty and staff page as well, like that they moved around. So I still like every time takes me a second to like remember where it is. So I haven't bookmarked that. I think I'm just gonna bookmark that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I would definitely recommend emailing those education people while you're here and just letting them know you're interested in teaching and you'd like to have a chat if they can, and that'll help them put a face to a name. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they'll give you some good good advice, I think.
Oh, and then it could also give connections and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And they can help you transfer and do all of that to help you figure all that stuff out.
Or figure out which schools have good programs for what you're interested in. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that would be a good place to start. Cool. If you ever need help with that or class, obviously, you can always talk, email, set up appointments, go on Teams. You can
on
chat
Teams directly. You can message us on Teams.
And you've been good at emailing, so that's good. Yeah. Otherwise, that's kind of all. We just wanted to say hi and, meet and stuff. So I don't know. Do you have any other questions or anything about class?
This isn't really a serious question, but like, how often do people email you and they don't mention like the section of the class and stuff like that?
All the time.
Oh no.
That's what I bet. Jay, every time I've been talking to my classes, I'm like, you need to tell me what section you're in. And so I have 4 sections of survey of biology.
Wow.
2 of them, you're in one section, and then the 2 asynchronous are together on D2L, and then I have a synchronous class where we meet face to face. And so they're pretty much the same, but there are slight differences. And so when people are asking me, or if they're asking me, something about a grade or a lab where I need to go into D2L, then I have to look up what class they're in, and which is fine, except that it happens multiple times a day. So I'm spending a lot of time looking up names, trying to figure out where they are, then trying to find what I need on D2L. So it's just so helpful when they email me and they just tell me what section, or even asynchronous or synchronous, just something about that gives me a place to start.
I understand.
Yeah. So I've been emphasizing with both of my classes, tell me what section you're in.
No, that's the only way. You got to keep emphasizing it and reminding them, because it gets frustrating.
Yeah, and it just takes
I was the same way with formats, when people send you stuff in the wrong format. You're like, I just can't.
That's the other thing I do too. I'm like, yes, you need to do that. That's why I'm like, just save everything as a PDF. We'll take care of it.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
Well, it's good because these
That's
are
always just been looking.
these are the things that jobs are going to be sticklers about, right? So it's good to get them in the habit now of paying attention to those things.
Yeah, those things. Yeah. So, well, yes, you have narrowed in on my frustration. Trying to figure out where everybody belongs, so I can give them the correct information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't have any other questions.
Okay. But excellent. So like I said, you have been doing great. So just keep on asking, emailing, setting up appointments, however you want to meet and get that information, or talk to us. That's great. Yeah, that's pretty much all I have, Jay. I don't know.
Nope, just let us know if you need anything, please.
Yeah.
I will.
All right, take care.
All right, Juan.
Bye.
Bye. All right, Jay. Chloe's waiting for us, so I'm going to let her in, and then we'll have a break so we can, can kind of talk a little bit. Yeah.
Hi, Chloe.
There she is. Hey, Chloe. You are muted, by the way. There you go.
Perfect.
So, so I'm Hattie, and
I'm Jay.
Jay, yeah. So we're your instructors. We just wanted to touch base with everyone and make sure that you are feeling comfortable in class, and just talk a little bit for a few minutes. So, I guess our first question is how are things going in class? Are you getting into the software programs? Is it making sense? Are you running into any problems or issues or comments or thoughts? So kind of, what are you thinking about class right now?
I think it's good. I like how it's kind of self-paced, so I can do it, and then I have some time to do other classes too.
Okay, great. Awesome.
Have you been able to get into D2L and Teams and all of that okay?
Yep.
Great. Are you full-time student at Normandale, or?
No, so I'm PSCO and I go to Minnetonka High School.
Okay.
So I'm doing part-time at Normandale.
Okay, you're junior, senior?
Junior.
Great, great.
So did you do this last semester?
No, I did English and math last semester.
As a PSCO student?
Yes.
Yeah.
And now I'm doing biology and history.
Oh, cool.
Definitely getting the gen ads out of the way. What other activities do you do?
So I'm a swimmer, full time, like, you know, I do mornings and afternoons almost every day.
Wow.
Yeah. Otherwise I am also really good at art, like drawing, and I like to read.
Fabulous. I always ask, what book are you reading right now?
I'm reading Game of Thrones.
Oh, nice. Are you enjoying the books more than the show, or what?
Okay, I haven't watched the show because I think that's like what you do after you read a book.
Ah, I got it. Got it.
So
got
I'm
it.
reading the books and then I'm on the first one still because they're super long, but then I'll watch the show after.
I understand.
And he still hasn't finished the last one, right?
Yeah, there's like a whole nother book coming out or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, like he's been taking, I forget who the author is, but he's been taking a long time to like finish this series.
Yeah.
And the next book, and people are like all up in arms about it.
Wow.
So, yeah. Cool. Let's do something else. So what do you want to do when you grow up, Chloe?
I want to go in the med field. I'm thinking about either doing like research. I really like hands-on, so maybe like a surgeon of some sort. So yeah, I really like biology. I'm taking human anatomy at my high school right now, and I really like it. So definitely in the med field.
And so you have steady hands to be a
Yeah.
surgeon.
Not like neurosurgeon maybe, but like, you know, steady enough.
Yeah. Orthopedic surgeon. You're an
Yeah.
athlete, so then you know all that stuff. Yeah. I don't like blood, so that pretty much ended my medical career at a very early age. Never part of my my thought process. Cool. Jay, do you have any other questions?
Yeah. When did you? What led you to be interested in medicine?
I don't know. I kind of was always interested in like how the human body works. And then like I guess like during middle school, I just started watching Grey's Anatomy, and I was like, I really want to do that. Like that looks really fun. And even though it's not like all the same thing as a TV show,
obviously.
but like, yeah, I don't know. I love biology. Like I love science, and I just kind of clicked when I was like, oh, human anatomy this year. I love it. Like, and like dissections in the past, I was always the one who's like, I'll take the scalpel. Like, so.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, great. So you want to get in there. That's good.
Yeah.
That's great. What about swimming? Are you on the team for your school?
Yeah. So the high school girls team ended like the season, so it's like only during the fall. But I'm doing club now, so that's just like to keep in shape for high school. Yeah.
I understand. And then your senior year's coming up, right? So are big meets and stuff you're looking forward to, and
I hope so.
Yeah.
like I'm like not like a slow swimmer, but it's just like there are people, since we are in like a big school, that there's so many more people who are faster.
Sure.
But I wouldn't say like I'm probably average.
And how do they do the scoring of a meet with like another school, right? Because you have a bunch of different events. I've never like, because when we watch it on TV, right, it's always individualized, or it's like so and so, so and so, so and so. But I imagine when you're in high school, right, it's a team thing.
Yeah, so it's like we have, I think, 10 events in total. There's like 2 or 3 heats, so it's like 8 swimmers per heat, and then we have JV and varsity events, or like the heats apparently. So you just kind of swim, and then like first person touch the wall gets like 8 points, second person gets 6, and then like I think 7th and 8th don't get any points if that math adds up.
Okay.
But yeah, so it's like the scoring is all on like first, second, third. We also have diving too. So
Right. Huh.
Wow. And then they sum them all up, and that's how it is. All right.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Do you don't dive though?
No, I just swim.
What kind of swimming?
I do, well, during high school, I do just like either like breaststroke or IM, which is all of the strokes. And they're not like distance because high school meets go really quick. Like they're like maybe 2 or 3 hours, not even. But like club, it's like kind of more individual, so you can do really any event. And I'm starting to become more of a distance swimmer. I like distance.
Oh, really? So do you think you'll do it in college?
I definitely think D3, but I don't think I would do it committed. Like I just want to focus on school more. So I'd be like, yeah, maybe I'll do like have like the club thing or something.
Yeah. Cool.
So that's something you're going to be looking for then at the schools, right? To make sure they have a swim program or a club swimming program. Yeah.
A pool, so I can swim.
A pool. Yeah, no, I went to, I used to work at Seton Hall basketball camp, which is where I went to. My dad worked there growing up, and that was one of the big attractions of the school was they had the Olympic-sized swimming pool so that you could have the serious meets there. And so for schools that have them, like that's a big asset to the school that they even have the right size facilities and everything.
Ooh, so that brings up a question. Is the pool you swim in Olympic size? Is there a difference?
No. So like during the winter we have, it's called short course season, so that's 25 yards. The Olympic size pool is 50 meters, and that's
50 meters.
Yeah, that's like at the U of M, or like Rochester. So like we're, I don't know, those are just the pools that we swim in for. And there's Bloomington, which we practice for the summer. But yeah, summer is like long course season because it's 50 meters. But short course is right now 25 yards.
That makes sense. Do you know where you want to apply?
I want to do, I'm going to the U of M just because it's in state.
Okay.
I do like, I do want to go towards like SDSU, like South Dakota. I'm going to do like a tour there on like the 11th of February, see how I like it. So I'm looking at like more Midwest just for like pre-med undergraduate kind of stuff. Maybe I'll branch out during further years with future, but
sure.
Yeah, like Iowa State too, I'll probably apply.
And those, so Jay, I don't know if you know this, but we have what do they call it? Reciprocal. So like you can go to Wisconsin and South Dakota, I think, maybe Iowa, and it's cheaper. It's almost like paying the same as in-state tuition.
Really? No, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, that's why I'm going, because it's like a little cheaper. Because if I'm going to be a doctor, it's going to be like forever. So.
Yes, absolutely, very smart. That's a tragic consideration, but smart on you for thinking ahead. Yeah. Yeah. Are there any? How do you feel about the topics of this class? Are you glad to be looking at these things? I know we had a unit on vaccines. Are you hoping to, are you excited about studying some of this medical stuff? Or a lot of it might be review at this point, maybe from high school if you've been on sort of a biology track?
I am interested in the topics now because last year I did chemistry, and then like freshman year we did a little bit of physical science, which was like physics, and then we did some chemistry. So I haven't done a lot of biology yet.
Oh, okay, great.
So it's still pretty new, but like some things I remember from like 7th grade. I'm like, yeah, I remember like the mitochondria and the cell, like cells and all that stuff. But it is good to like have a refresher in the textbook. Yeah, I am for like the vaccines unit. I'm like, that's kind of why I was like, research would be really fun because you can like, find vaccines or do things like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you're thinking about U of M. I was going to say that there'll be a lot of opportunities for research there. And even right away, I was kind of surprised there that a lot of students are in labs as freshmen or sort of right away. And we do have some programs that take high school students. So I'll try to make sure Hattie knows about those, because we had a couple people in our lab that were, I think, doing this type of program.
Yeah, I don't know a lot. I've heard of one or two, but I don't know a lot of programs that take high school students. So that would be really,
Yeah,
really
we didn't either. They just assigned them to us. We were like, oh, I guess this is a thing. We'll look into that.
But that's a good point, though, Chloe, for going to college. Like, you can get into labs, you find professors, just even walk up to their, it's really kind of intimidating, but if you go to their labs or their offices and just say hi and I'm interested, that actually has more of an impact than an email because we get so many emails.
Sure.
And so, yeah, so I wouldn't be afraid to do that. And they may say no, but if you want to do research, right? And if you're interested, I can walk through the U of M website too with you and kind of talk about it. If that's
Yeah,
something
I'll see what I'll ask which programs we got those students through. So
okay.
I'll let you guys know.
Very cool. Well, that is all I have. Do you have any other questions, Chloe, or comments, thoughts?
No, I'm good.
Good. Are you off to swim practice now?
No, I have weights after school, weightlifting, and then I'll go swimming.
And go swimming.
How do you like that part of it? Do you like weightlifting or?
Well, okay, so the weightlifting program is actually optional. Like, you sign up for it. You don't even have to be a swimmer. You can just do it if you're like basketball or whatever.
Oh, I see.
But I was like, because in high school we got it for like part of the team, but like I was like, I really liked it. I felt stronger, so I'm like, I want to do it separately. So yeah, so me and my other friends who are also swimmers, we go from weights to practice.
Oh, very cool. Yeah. Awesome.
Getting it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, do it. That's great.
Yeah.
Well, let us know if you need anything. You can set up another Zoom appointment or something if you like, but you can always just message us through Teams or whatever. So.
Amen.
Okay.
Yeah. It's great meeting you. Thanks for meeting with us, Chloe.
Of course.
Yeah. All right. Have a good afternoon.
Have a good one.
Have a good practice.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Yeah.
Well,
No, that's good.
Yeah, I haven't never done this before, and I really like it.
Yeah, it was kind of a revelation to me. I struggle with this in our community because, like I said, I'm always trying to escalate people's level of participation, and some people really struggle to come on camera or to speak up. And I'm thinking if I set up the opportunity to meet with them personally, offline, like when we're not streaming, then I think it might help them a little bit. I wanted to show you what I used. So have you heard of Gather before?
I think you were telling me one of the times we met because you use that a lot, right?
Oh yeah, I'm always in Gather. I'll show you what it looks like. Can you see my screen?
I can.
So
I see all of your screens, it looks like.
Yeah, so this is our it's like a virtual office. And so right now I don't have the audio going through, but
recruit a different culture of police.
You should be able to hear it now.
For humanity to be at the forefront of the decision making.
So that's just like me like sharing a screen, right? Like if you go into an office and they've got C-SPAN or whatever in or ESPN on the office. So that's kind of what I'm doing there, is just playing stuff for people to watch. There's not many people here other than my one friend, YouTube Punk, but a lot of times people are in here throughout the day, and then we have these. When I teach, Rob, my other teaching mentor at Michigan State, he's big on these Pomodoro timers. So we have these set up. You can put in your name, and then it's like a timer. So you would set this for like 25 minutes, and the idea is that you work for 25 minutes, and then it goes off, and then you would have a break time, and you'd like schedule a 5-minute break, and then you kind of do those sessions where you like alternate kind of work and break sessions so that you kind of stay more productive. So it's something that he was always big on our students using, especially for like their writing and their blogging and stuff. So I just added them to the cubicles at the offices here, so that when so that if people use them, they have the timers available to them, like a productivity tool. And then these focus areas are private areas for one person. So if I'm over here, like nobody can disturb me, because Gather is supposed to be like Zoom, basically, like you have cameras and screen sharing and all that, but it's like trying to like gamify it, and so it works where you have to be in proximity to people. So for the most part, like I can only talk to somebody if their avatar is close to mine, because it's like you have to run into people. Right. But there's also private areas. So like if you're in here or you walk over to somebody's cubicle, that whole highlighted area is like everybody can hear each other. It's like a breakout room. Yeah. And so this is then like where I hang out a lot because
I'm saying there's a whole lot of other folks that shouldn't be alive. All right. We have an exclusive, an indisputable exclusive, no other.
All right. So I have these set up because they're like big breakout rooms where everybody can be together. And so what'll happen is, like I'll be coding and different people will be writing. Some people will just be hanging out doing nonsense. And since a lot of us are YouTubers, like if one of our friends is streaming or something, we'll all be kind of in here watching and participating in their chat. And then I have it set up like there's, so these are just different private rooms. Oh, they also have these whiteboards that are great. These are like interactive whiteboards. People can sign. All sorts of stuff on. But they are useful for like educational settings. And then for us, like we spend a lot of time. Do you remember the show Cheers?
Yep.
Yeah. So that's kind of like the vibe of our community. Like I said, we use YouTube more like a bar, right? So over time, interacting in our community, everybody gets to know everybody. So that's like our theme, like where everybody knows your name. So these are like the speakeasies. It's a speakeasy where basically like it has a stage. That's what these spotlight tiles are. They broadcast to everybody in the room. So if like, say my friend James wants to do a show from the speakeasy, he can come down here and like broadcast. So he can like broadcast to YouTube from this room.
Oh, really?
And then if like people want to join him for like a panel discussion or something, they can just come up on the stage. And then it's like so it's sort of like going to like a bar or a restaurant where there's like a performer on stage, but then you and your friends can be like off at a private table having your own conversation. And so like, let's say me and you were like watching it together, like we could be on camera, but the only people that would see and hear us would be the people that are at our private table, right? But we could all see and hear the performer, just like you would at a restaurant or like a jazz club or something like that. And then these bar areas we create, they're just like bigger private areas, right? That's so that like if all of us want to be together, we just have one big private area to hang out in.
Yeah.
And then Gather's really big on games. So they build in all these games. So this is a big, huge game room. But they build in like a lot of activity type games. A lot of them are people like they're like fishbowl or like code names. They remind me of like games you'd play at like a church camp, right? They're fun, but they're strategically the type of games that are good for activities. They're not video games. They're like meant for like clubs and like team building type stuff. And then they have like actual games like poker and Tetris, and all these games are great because they're really free, and they come built in and they're super fun. So this is like our game room, and then we've built a lot of custom spaces. So like the main area I hang out a lot is my Pinochle lounge, because I learned to play Pinochle growing up with my dad.
Oh yeah.
And so I have like a whole, hang on, Nitty's probably gonna start talking to me. Let me send them a message. Just give me 1 sec. Let's message Nitty. Oh, he dipped out. Never mind. That's what happened. I was like, where'd he go? All right, he left. All right. So, yeah, so if I pop this up, I can go ahead and play Pinochle. So the thing is, this isn't actually built into Gather, right? But what it is Gather allows you to embed websites and images or videos, right? And so a lot of times we've just like customized this to like make it what we want. And so since Pinochle is like a kind of a hard game to learn, like I've set this up to where there's like Pinochle tutorials and stuff that I've built into this that you can learn. And then my dad actually will come in and he plays Pinochle with me in here all the time, and he's trying to get all his he gets excited about it, so he's trying to get all his old friends in here to play Pinochle. And the reason I mention that to you is because it's a really strategic example, because it is a game that has quite a learning curve. And so it was sort of like an educational challenge for me. Like, can I actually set up a virtual Pinochle school? Can it be fun? Will people take it on and learn it? And it's really like working out, right? But it sort of shows that Gather can be used for all types of of stuff. So that's just like, but yeah, I'm in here a lot. But the thing I'll show you is my so we have like, our thing is called the Cult of the Flying Man, but we set up a school. It's called the Flying Man University, and I taught from here last semester. So I set up this whole Gather, and like when you load in, this is basically like a lounge, and so like these are just more private tables where you can hang out or study. These pool tables are interactive. We actually actually added these pool tables, and then they're like notes, and oh, hang on a sec, that's not what we want. I don't know why this note isn't there. We go. So yeah, you can pull this up, and you can actually like this is like a free 8-ball app that's really popular on Google Play Store. So if we were studying together, we wanted to take a study break, I could be like, oh, Hattie, download this Google Play pool thing real quick, and we can shoot some pool and relax. But it's sort of our way of building in stuff that's unique, right? That's like not out of the box, because we want to play our own games. We don't want to be limited to Gather games. But yeah, there's more of those Pomodoro timers here. So this is just like the study lounge area, and then I actually use this classroom. So, oh, hang on 1 sec. I think I changed the. Hang on a sec. I think it changed my password here. that's not the right password. This password isn't secret. You can show it. Hang on a sec. Nope, show it. I'm not entering it. There we go. It keeps going away. All right, there we go. All right, so this is a password, and I password protect this so that when I'm teaching, like only my students would have access to this. So this is like an area where, because that was one of the things me and Rob like really wanted. We wanted to make sure the students could go into an area where no one else can interact with them. So a password protect these classrooms for only the students that are using them. And then what I did was, Gather has a template for classrooms, and this is more or less what it looks like. Since I use like a digital evolution software, Vita Ed, I put the little laptops on all our students' desks because they're working from laptops, so we added that. And then I added spotlight tiles, you know, the ones with those air horns. I put those underneath their seat. There's no spotlight indicator, but there is spotlight tiles underneath their chairs. And the reason is because that makes this classroom work like Zoom. If I didn't have it like that, it would work like the lounge, where if I'm over here, I can lecture them as like a stage, but they wouldn't be able to, I wouldn't see and hear them, and they wouldn't be able to talk back to me. So we couldn't have like a natural like Zoom conversation. So by putting spotlight tiles underneath all their chairs, as long as they're over a chair, like we have a normal conversation, right? And then I can kind of, you know, lecture or introduce or whatever I need to do here. And then when I send them to their activities, they go over to these areas, and these are just breakout rooms, right? They're just like all those other private areas. And so, you know, they have their little whiteboards that they can use for collaborating and sharing files and all types of stuff. And then they have timers. And then what I do is I have this little private area here by my desk. So this is where they can come up if they have a question. They can just, it's like just walking over to the teacher's desk to ask a question. And then normally what I do is when they first go to any of their group activities, I'll walk around the room and I check in with them. Hey, how you guys all doing over here? Hey, how's everybody doing, right? Like floating. And then afterwards, I can just check in from these little tiles. So each of these tiles is basically like corresponds to and this is part of the template Gather setup for this functionality in their classroom. So yeah, I found this on YouTube. Like I got excited about using Gather, and there was a video somebody made about using Gather as a classroom. So I just followed it and decorated mine and went for it. But yeah, I just wanted to show you a little bit of other stuff. We have a whole little Gather universe set up, and that's why I'm always in Gather. But I did use it for teaching last semester, and my students really liked it because we were doing a remote lab, and it's just different. It's a little bit fun, and the thing I like about Gather is I have some parents in my community, and their kids will be kind of like, oh, what's that? When do I get to play? When is it my turn? And so I'm like, that's definitely different because there really aren't any video conferencing technologies that kids are jealous that mommy's playing a game that they're not playing. So yeah, we're having fun with it. Just wanted to show it to you while we had some time here.
No, that sounds awesome. The problem with I wouldn't be able to use it.
Oh yeah, I know you can't use it, but I just wanted to show it to you. Cool. Yeah,
it sounds great. So it would be worth
there's like a whole process you have to go through with technologies. It's unfortunate. I think I think Microsoft Teams is fine, and it even has video conferencing capabilities and stuff like that. But that's something. But I hope to use it, in the future if I'm doing synchronous courses again. I just wanted to show you it, and it definitely did work out. Like in terms of, because my students, they're used to doing Zoom classes and stuff, right? So they, you know, they adopted to it like the first day. They're like, oh, this is cool. Yeah, we've got it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it seems more interactive, so that would be something nice to be able to do with students to get them involved more.
Yeah. And the thing I've been thinking of is if I did more asynchronous stuff on my own, I might get ask for a technology like that, because maybe it would then give them like a space to meet up, right? They could use it if they wanted to meet up with their group to work on a project or actually have a meeting. They could have something like that set up where it's like, hey, look, you guys have at it if you want to meet up. But yeah, I just wanted to show it to you. I figured you've been sharing a lot of I'm getting a lot of your materials and enjoying that stuff. So yeah.
No, that's really cool. Yeah.
So do
go ahead.
I was just gonna ask if we have any more meetings today.
We have one at 3:10, so, and one at 3:30.
Oh, so two more, and they're right after each other. Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, so 3:10. Yep.
All right.
That's great. Yep.
Other situation.
I needed to get the weapon away from him. I needed to take this weapon, disarm him, or else everybody would have died. When I got the courage, I lunged at him with both my hands, grabbed the weapon, and we had a struggle. We struggled into the lobby, trying to get this gun away from each other. He was hitting me across the face, bashing the back of my head. Finally, at one point, I was able to pull the gun away from him, shove him aside, create some distance, point the gun at him, intimidate him, shout at him and say, "Get the hell out of here. I'll shoot. Get away. Go." I really thought I would have to shoot him if he came at me. This is when he turned around and walked out the door, jogged back to his van.
Just incredibly, incredibly brave from him. But I'll say I'm tired of people having to be brave. I'm tired of average American citizens, average people having to, stand up to people with guns and confront them and be put in these situations where they have to be brave and they have to put their lives on the line because we are the only country where this happens. This shouldn't be happening on a regular basis. A couple politicians also, made some statements about the shooting.
All right, I'm back. You said we should have another one coming in a minute or so, right?
Yep. According to the sign up, Brittany is joining us at 3:10, and then Jada at 3:30. So that should work well, I think. Yeah. Jada. Yeah.
And yeah, in the next couple of days, I'll be getting caught up on the team stuff. I just needed to go through some of those materials. But yeah, I'm gonna reply to them, and then it'll be like following right up because they have this week's stuff coming in. So
Yeah.
So
Well, they don't. Yeah, they don't have anything for week 3, but starting week 4, they'll have another discussion. Yeah.
Right, I noticed that they don't have anything from their books for this week, right? So that's fine. Actually, it'll give me time to catch up on everything and hopefully get some of that stuff cleaned up. I'll just ask them to repost it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was wondering. Do we have any sort of thing where there are like administrative privileges or something to assign in those groups? Because sometimes that would like give me the ability to move messages or delete them and stuff like that.
You should be you should have that.
You should have. You probably put that in there. Okay, I didn't know. I just wanted to. I was just thinking of that. Okay.
All right. Let me just. I need to. Oops. What did I do now? Okay. There we go. Yeah. So I was going to check to make sure you should have administrative.
Awesome. Thanks. Yeah, that's perfect.
Let me. The students do not, but you and I should be able to change. And yep. Yes, I have you as an owner. So.
Oh, perfect.
So we should be able to, be able to do the same things. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, and so in D2L, you're also listed as an instructor, so you can see everything. if you go up to where your name is and you can upload a picture, but if you click on the picture where your picture would be at the very top of D2L, you can view as a student. And so then you can see what they see.
Okay. D2L up here. Maybe you're talking about under courses though?
No. Yeah. So once you go into the course.
Yeah.
And then at the top you see your name. The
instructor profile. Yes. Instructor profile.
No, up above that.
Above that.
It's next to settings or administrative tools. Well, let me share my screen. What am I doing?
I see it. I found it. View as student. Yeah, I see it.
So right here, you can view as a student. So
yes.
Then you can see what they can see. So you like under content, I have all 16 weeks of modules. They can only see weeks 1 through 4.
I see.
So when you said, you have to scroll all the way, you have to scroll all the way down.
I have to scroll all the way down, but they don't. That makes a lot of sense. Also, yeah, it's just also it has them listed inversely. So that was also, that's all. I needed to scroll down further.
Yeah. And so I do that so the new one pops on top, so they won't have to scroll all the way down.
That makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. Yeah. It's also just weird because they want to use D2L for the course management system, but then you've got teams, and so then you're sort of arbitrarily splitting stuff between the two.
Yep. Yeah. I don't understand it because D2L also has a discussion board in it. So I don't understand at all.
Yeah.
And so they have like I don't get the administration sometimes. They have 2 places to post everything. So it's like, so either, I don't know. So some people like posting in one spot, other people's like posting in another spot. So if you're on the same committee, like not everything is posted in one spot. Drives me bananas. Yeah,
my thing has always been, and I think it's something with the contract with D2L, because for me, it's just, I don't care what they use, but I always feel like if they can just use something like Teams all the way up and down, because at least it represents a real world tool. At least there's a really good chance when they leave I know they don't care. That's not what they're thinking about. But from my perspective, it's like if they're going to do something, at least put them with something where they're get a job or something. They'll be like, oh, I've seen this before. Nobody's going to use D2L in the workplace. So it's just a mess. But they're all hooked on. They all use the same course management system. So they've got some sort of sales magic going on.
Exactly. And then they also so all of the high schools in Minnesota use Google Docs, but I can't get into any Google Doc. Well, I have my own,
personal one,
but from Normandale, where we don't use Google Docs. But as you've seen, half of our students or more are PSEO, so high school students, they've never used Teams or Microsoft Word or Office, any of that. So they all know how to use Google Docs. And so I can't get into that through work. So, it's...
Yeah, because they're like they're probably not allowed to or something. It's weird. Yeah, it's a strange business.
Yeah. So that is always, it's worse in fall with brand new students who don't understand that especially high school students, that there's more than one way to do things.
Right.
That Office is the same thing as Google Docs. And I just got an email today that she couldn't open the Word document, so she had her mom buy Word. I'm like, oh my God, you have access to it. Yes, you have you have all of that. I'm like, so you've listened to nothing I've said. Fantastic.
No. That's what I was noticing too with the putting things in the instructions. It feels like you have to do it multiple times. I think that's just students not used to it yet. But also, it was good to hear that they watched your video tutorial.
Yes, that
That made
is.
me think I probably need to make more of those.
Yeah, so I put it all in writing and I tell them they have to read, but then I try to put things in videos as well. So you'll notice today I posted a video this morning, which is just me going through, like I have a list of, like emails I've gotten or problems I've seen students having. And so then I just kind of walk through them. And then I put that in my expectation is that you're going to watch these so that you get this information. So every week I plan on doing just a little video of,
That's the one thing that's interesting about the asynchronous is there isn't even. It's hard. You just have to rely on them to start the communication and initiate the process. It's I think it's potentially a good thing, right? Because even for me, like I work remotely, so I had to deal with onboarding remotely and onboarding all different types of times remotely. But it's gonna be like this for them too, right? And it's just a shift. But yeah, it's like a really big shift because what do you do if you have a high schooler that's not used to checking their email and then not used to the time requirements and doesn't know how to get in the email. I mean, it's crazy.
Yep. That is the high schoolers. Yeah, they don't do any of that. And so even things like our semester started on the 9th. I had a bunch of high schoolers that said, well, my first semester didn't end until the 13th, so I couldn't come to class. And I'm like, yeah, that's not my problem.
Right.
You have to figure that out.
Sure.
I mean, that's what I say. I try to help them a little bit, but like right, if you're going to do this, you need to figure out how that's going to work. And don't tell me afterwards.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. And so it's a big learning curve for them to figure out all of that while still being in high school.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I think,
So I think we missed the 410, right?
Yep.
They may have forgotten.
Probably. Yep. So I'll just, let's see. Yeah, I did not get an email or anything because sometimes I'll get emails where they try to join a different Zoom or can't find it. But I don't see any of that. So I assume they probably just forgot, which may happen. So we have another one at 3:30. Jada, we'll see if she shows up. Then there are some on Thursday, starting at noon our time, so 1 your time, and then 1:30.
There's one tomorrow, right?
Yes, I have some tomorrow at 4 my time, 5 your time. So if you're interested in joining those, feel free, or if you have time.
So I normally have a meeting tomorrow at 4 your time, but I tried to push it back to 4:30 your time. Would that be? Is there just one or two at that time?
There's 2, so
that should be okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. If you want to meet up, yeah, that works. So far nobody's signed up for Friday, so
okay.
Tomorrow I may post something that says if you haven't, made an appointment.
Sure. Yeah, just a reminder that there's still time available Friday.
Yeah.
Let me see. The Thursday I said I have starting at 1 my time, noon your time. Is that's what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And we have someone right at 1 your time.
Okay.
And if you want to see the sign up, you can see it in week 3. Or if you click on the link, actually I'll move that tomorrow. right.
That's all right. I'm getting some sort of Outlook error right now. That's weird. I'm not worried about it.
Some sort of what?
It's like an Outlook error. Like would it be the link where it says the link to the appointment link?
Oh, yes. You have to be. Let's see.
Oh, yeah. I may need to be logged in with the Min State email or something.
Yeah. Well,
You know, I'm
maybe.
definitely logged in my Gmail account.
Let's see.
But no, it's all right. If I know the times, it's fine.
Okay. Yeah. So starting at 1.
Yeah. I'll be there. I have that on my schedule.
All right. Let's see. I can.
So I'm sure you've heard about these Joe Biden documents showing up everywhere.
Yeah.
So one of the fun things we did in Gather was, because we have a bunch of Gather spaces, like we have the university, we have the office, we have a church, there's a little beach for them, and they kept finding Trump's documents. We made like an Easter egg hunt where one of the guys that helps me maintain Gather, we put these little box icons of like nuclear documents all over, or Trump's documents all over Gather. And then when you activate, there'd just be like some fun gag about Trump's documents.
Oh, yeah.
And then we did the same thing now with Biden's documents. Like there is a dozen of them hit all over the place. But it was kind of a fun gag for us, but it's really functional because it gives everyone a reason to, like, the thing is you got to log in all the spaces, enter your passwords, and then you've got to explore all the rooms. So it's like an Easter egg hunt.
Yep.
And so we realized that, they're actually they're really a good function to help people get in and get familiar with everything going on. But yeah, so that's one of the things we do. But yeah, I always do.
Oh, God.
I was gonna say, I always do a stream and I say, these damn classified documents are everywhere. Somebody left them all over here, and now the FBI is subpoenaed us, and you've got to get in here and find the documents, or else they're going to shut down our gather. And then I give away like channel points for people finding them. We give them channel points that they can redeem for like sound effects and stuff on the stream. So
Oh, very cool.
yeah.
Well, you can add pens. I just got it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is today. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, but yeah, that's an interesting thing, even because I had somebody bring up a science analogy where, imagine, scientists sort of leaving with biohazard bags and stuff like that, and he was saying like, some of it could be, some top secret virus or something that's really dangerous, but some of it could just be, yeast that somebody wants to try making beer out of. But when the story is you're walking out with these bags marked hazardous waste or whatever, like you're creating this culture. And I'm like, there's just no way this should be happening. Nobody should be doing this at all.
Right. Exactly. Right. No. Yeah. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Should not. All right. So Jada is here.
Sure. Great.
Let her in. Yeah, I completely agree.
Hey.
I think you're still. Oh, there we go. Hey, Jada.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Yeah, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Cool.
I'm Jay.
Yeah. And I'm Hattie. Thanks
Nice
for
to meet
joining us. So we just wanted to, meet with everyone to say hi and get to talk to you for a little bit. So first we were wondering if you got into the class okay, if you had any questions or issues or thoughts, concerns about class, anything you want to talk about or need help with?
Not really. Yeah, I am finding it interesting what we're learning, and I'm excited to get to to macro level, with more like ecology and stuff like that.
Excellent. That'll be towards the end of the semester. So sorry.
That's okay.
We'll get there. Yep. Cool. That's great. Yeah, that's fun. Awesome. Okay, so you got into all the software teams, D2L, Macmillan Chief stuff, the ebook. All right. Perfect. Did you get a full scope? Are you having any issues with that?
I'm not.
Okay, good.
Fantastic.
Awesome. That's good. Yeah.
Are you in class or at work?
Me? I'm at the college right now.
Oh, common area. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. What are you studying?
I'm still a freshman. I'm thinking about something with the zoology or something with animals, because that's I usually find that I work well with them. Just keeping my options open.
Absolutely. You're thinking about transferring?
Possibly.
Very cool. Are you a full-time student?
What?
Are you a full-time student right now?
I am.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic. Cool. Excellent. Well, so what is something we should know about you? What's something interesting or fun or crazy or not interesting about you?
Well, right now I'm learning about I'm sort of teaching myself art on the sidelines. I had recently just uploaded some work I did from a tutorial onto Instagram.
Nice.
I don't want to make it like a big deal, but no, I just want to share some things. Since I've always used Instagram to mostly look at arts and comics, it's like giving back. I don't know. I haven't really told my parents yet, but like my mom, she's of the mind that it's okay if it doesn't envelop you. She has her feelings on TikTok.
Yeah.
Sure. What kind of software are you using? I'm a tech nerd.
On iPad.
An iPad.
Yeah.
Wonderful. And are you in comics, you were saying? Like, is that the what type of? You said like comics, and you said you look at art and stuff online. So what type of style are you doing?
Oh, well, I'm sort of doing right now. I'm doing these art tutorials from a woman named Art with Flow. She has like these YouTube videos. You can look it up. Her
Nice.
title is like, you can draw this, you can draw that. It's like abstract illustrations and stuff, but yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So what have you drawn? Like, what are some of the things?
As of now, I've drawn well, I can show on Instagram that I have made this little illustration that was based off one of her prompts. I'm not sure if you can.
Oh, nice.
Wow, that's cool. You drew that?
Yeah, I did. Following her tutorial, of course.
Yeah.
And you did that on your iPad?
Yes.
Do you have like a stencil?
A stencil, like you mean the pen?
Yeah, little pen. Yeah.
Yeah.
I forget what they call that. Stylus.
Yeah.
Stylus. Yeah.
Yeah, I find that like creating art was like a good way to like set goals, like I'm going to do a full body this, or I'm going to draw that with shadows. It's a good way to stay focused.
Absolutely. So there was a grad student in my department. I just graduated a couple years ago, finishing my PhD, and what she would do is she would upload to her social media these illustrations she would make about her research, right? And it was almost like her way of showing people like different topics she was either interested in or working on at the time. And
infographics?
Yeah, they were like kind of like her own infographics, because she was doing both things. She was doing research, and then on the side she was artistic, and man, they were really good. And I remember just being jealous, like, I wish I could make my research look all cool. But yeah, it's definitely, I'm really into that. I think not enough people are encouraged to be creative and, you know, scientific as well. And I think you'd be pleasantly surprised that a lot of science people are also quite creative and find ways to use it.
Yeah, I might use it. I might even share with the class, but no promises. But I do like taking some art prompts. I drew one of my friend's dragons once. I drew a picture for my mother for someone that she had lost.
Mm-hmm. Wow,
that's fantastic.
That's really cool, Jada.
You can share it as a way of introducing yourself to your group on Teams if you'd like.
I might.
Yeah. What other activities are you in?
Well, I'm also into video games. I'm playing
Nice.
Valhalla, which is it's basically a role-playing game, like with a story, but it's like where you role-play being a Viking and what that actually means, you know, like pillaging and plundering and stuff like that.
All the fun stuff.
I think that I'm into Vikings. Norse, like half my video games are a little bit about them.
Very cool. Wow.
Are you a console gamer or PC gamer?
Console.
PlayStation
PS4.
or PS4? Yeah, I have a PS4 too. Yeah, that's fun.
Very cool.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just thinking. Yeah, that's cool. I don't play very many video games though, so that sounds really awesome.
I play GTA a lot, so I and fighting games. So yeah, I like to think that's where my violent side. I'm not a violent person, you know. I just enjoy a little video game violence from time to time. That's awesome. What other classes are you taking?
I just got out of communication, which communication, it does remind me of a class I used to take as a little kid that would help with with social cues and stuff like that. It's intro to communication, when we're learning about like what it takes to better communicate with others and how your channels, such as your text, can have a different meaning to your exact words as it would face to face. Yeah, and I think that I just like that class because it does kind of remind me of when I was like a little kid struggling with like certain social cues, and it's weirdly nostalgic for me being taught like social etiquette. But yeah, I do like it. I've even met some friends. I've even met some friendly people.
That's great. That's great. I don't think we do enough of that. I think it's, we used to always say it's the thing that's most conspicuously missing from our education systems. A lot of us go through, all 12 years of, K through 12, and there's nothing on social skills, nothing on just how to introduce yourself to someone, or how to have an interview, or any of those
Nothing
things.
on proper social media use.
Nothing on that, and I think that's like really, we're paying the price for that, right? Like, and I tell people that too. Like, I'm a YouTuber, right? And so I've noticed that there's different levels of anonymity, and even something as simple as like the comments or the live chat of a video, someone's behavior is very different if their avatar or whatever is a picture that's really them, and their YouTube name is their first and last name. Those people are far less likely to like be trolls or behave poorly than people who just have some sort of image as their icon and use an anonymous name or just some handle. And I think it's just because of what you said, it's like a natural thing, right? Where if someone's really using their face and their real name, they feel more exposed. And so it's that type of thing that would help people to be aware of, right? and just talking about that.
Especially since my teacher said that in place of credit scores, like they're going to be checking like your post on media, which I've heard. I had an intro to technology, and he said that you shouldn't say something that you think you might regret.
Yeah, that's good advice. Yep.
It is, and it's a concern. I think that we're going to have to deal with that, because I don't like the idea of students or people being disqualified from jobs because you're going back through their social media, and essentially we're punishing someone for what they were like as a teenager, right? Or something they said. It's tough. Yeah.
Yep, I agree.
It's tough. But yeah, I'm glad you're taking that class. It sounds like it's actually really important. What kind of animals do you like?
I like small mammal. I find myself attracted towards both large mammalian carnivores such as bears and tigers, and also like smaller mammals such as raccoons. Raccoons are actually my favorite animal.
Wow.
Really? That's cool.
Trash pandas, we call them.
Well, it's more memorable than like my favorite animal's wolf or something.
Yeah. So one thing I will tell you is zoology is definitely a really cool way to go if you're into animals, because actually that's what my PhD was. When I finished, it was integrative biology, but when I started, it was zoology. And so one of the things I really appreciated about that was that that's where the animal people went, right? The people are there, they work with bears, or they work with dolphins, or they work with birds or bees. And, they've been able to make a career out of it, right? Just doing research on fascinating questions and teaching and writing papers. And so you really see that path is there, right? So I would definitely encourage you to keep at it, right? Because it's definitely possible. And I think it's a lot easier than people realize, because as researchers, it's like really hard to find people with their own interest in a subject. So you find a lot of people either don't know what they're doing, and so they're just applying to stuff because they're looking for something, or you find people who are like utilizing it. So you find people who come in your lab, you're like, cool, I run this biology lab. Do you want to do biology? They're like, no, not really. I want to go to med school, but I need some research experience. And so you're like, okay, sure. But if you actually like tell people like, hey, I really, I've always gotten along working well with animals, and I'm actually really interested in doing research with animals and being a zoologist. I'm like, really? Like, right this way? So yeah, don't be afraid to, share your interests with people and look for research experiences. You can definitely do it especially if you start early. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
And actually, at Augsburg, the biology, I don't know who's doing this, but one of the researchers in the biology department is studying raccoons and how they're adapting to urban environments, and some of the changes that have happened. So they had a whole research project there using students looking at and tracking raccoons on campus.
Are they studying what about the raccoons are they studying? Are they studying like what behaviors? Like territorial?
Yeah, so I'm not sure. I just remember hearing about it. I'll have to look it up, Jada, and if I find it, I'll make a note.
Yeah,
If I find it, I'll
it's
forward
someone
it.
at Normandale? We could maybe get the
No, it's Augsburg, which is
Oh.
it's a 4-year school, private 4-year school in Minneapolis. So just down the street.
Sure, yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah. So I'll make a note of this and see if I can figure out who it is.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
Send it on, Jada, if I find them.
So tell me something interesting about raccoons, because do you feel like they're misunderstood, right? People maybe don't understand
people
why they're
yeah, I think raccoons are they're definitely seen as pests, but and like trash eaters, but I find that to be kind of unfair. That's like raccoons generally will, like any animal, to gravitate towards what they think is going to be better for them, and if that happens to be like something they can find in a trash, they're going to do it. It's just, I guess it was like biological bad luck that they had, like they were born with masks and ringed tails.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I think they look really cool, actually.
I mean, they look cool, but it's like there's also like that very coincidental like identification we have with bandits.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Do you know what type of like groups they live in, or like the size of their groups?
I gotta look back into that. I think that raccoons are sometimes in what is known as a gaze, which is like a group of them. I think they might be mostly solitary, at least when it comes to a female and her young.
Really?
Yes.
And do you know where they stay? Do they live in like human structures? Because I see them once in a while, but I only see them kind of pop up, grab some stuff maybe, and run somewhere.
Well,
Right?
they are opportunistic. I think of them as like they will find some place that they think is going to be a stable home for them, and if that's an unmoving tractor or someone's home, then they'll go.
Oh, yeah. And then I guess they figure out like, hey, you guys nobody's ever over here. So we can stay here. I actually think I don't know if cool is the right word, because it's some sense, I think we got to be aware of how we're destroying the habitats of the animals. At the same time, I find their ability to adapt and, live amongst us, even, without awareness, right? Like, so they're animals that we deliberately live with, livestock, pets. They're animals we are where we live with, even though we don't want them, mice, spiders, and stuff like that. And then something like raccoons, I think they're kind of in this other space where they adapt to us. They're sort of out of our consciousness, right? Because they're not in our home. We don't have to feed them.
Yeah.
But they're sort of figured out how to live alongside humans. So I wouldn't want to encourage more of their habitat destruction, but I do think their adaptive ability says a lot about them, right? Yeah.
That's very cool.
But yeah, I think that's interesting. What other animals interest you?
I'm also into tigers. They're they've always been a very fascinating. They're the largest big cat out there. Their roars are so fierce that they're often used to replace lion sounds in movies, and and their designs on their stripes is very striking. In fact, I kind of fell in love with them when I watched a movie called Life of Pi as a little kid.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
Big cats. So have you been following this whole Tiger King fiasco? It looks like we're finally putting some real restrictions in place, right? And protecting big cats.
Yeah, people should not be allowed to they definitely should not be allowed to keep a large carnivore. Like you have dogs who have you have something called like a husky. You don't need a tiger. You don't need to endanger yourself, the animal, or anyone around you. I guess it's not the most libertarian thing to say, but yeah, you shouldn't be able to keep certain exotic animals, especially if the numbers are dwindling. I actually, for a class I had last semester, I wrote down I wrote an entire piece about like the threats to nature and to humanity that the exotic pet trade poses to people, like how they become invasive species.
That's fantastic. So I don't know how we're doing on time for this, but I do want to mention before we go that that's definitely something else you can pursue through zoology, right? A lot of it is doing research, sort of understanding the animals' natural habitats, their ecology, their life cycles, but a lot of it is also understanding and doing something about the threats to them, be it their environment or how human activity, threatens their populations. And so I find that it was not unusual to ask a zoology student like what they're about. And it was one of the weird ways in which it was very applied. Like there were a lot of people there. I'm like, no, I'm not trying to become a faculty member. I'm not trying to, be a researcher full time, trying to get my PhD and go save the tigers. Like, what are you talking about? And so it really is something that can attract you if you're interested in the activism as well. Definitely.
Yeah. So did you watch The Tiger King, Jada?
Not yet. I don't really have much of an impression of it since I just watched. I do know that it's like sensationalist.
Yes, very much so.
Yes. But I think it's part of the reason we have the new protections. It's weird, like that it actually seems to have made a difference, and people were uncomfortable enough with what was going on that they actually said we need to do something about this.
Yeah, it's important for people to do something about this. That Lion King remake that came out. One of the things that, like, I had a horrific thought that in the future, if these animals keep going extinct, that we will have to make documentaries with that CGI, like these fake documentaries.
Yeah. Of these animals, yeah. Yep. Yeah.
That's scary. Yeah.
Very
kind of a chilling thought.
Yeah. All right, Jada, this was awesome. Thank you so much for being with us. It was great to know you a little bit. If you have any questions, comments, thoughts, anything like that, you can always meet with us. So either just, setting up an appointment or emailing, which I believe you have emailed me a few times.
Yeah.
And in chat and Teams. Jay will be in Teams.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, yeah. So, yeah, just let us know if anything comes up that you want to talk about. This is cool.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Bye. We'll see you soon.
Yep. See you soon. Bye.
Bye. All right, that was fun. I'm really glad they took up the chance to do this. It's a good idea. Yep. Definitely. Yep. We could have gone the whole semester and not find out as much as your student.
Right?
Yeah. And then it feels distance on both sides. This is better.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Very good. So so thanks for the suggestion that we do this.
Oh, of course.
Very happy with how this is working. Cool. Okay. Well, so
I'll see you tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
All right. See you then.
Yep.
Have a good one.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm Ruben Gallego. I'm running to be the Senator of Arizona. Because you deserve somebody fighting for you and fighting with you every day to make sure you have the same chance al sueño americano.
So that's his official announcement that he will be running, but we don't know if he'll be running against Kyrsten Sinema because she has not officially announced whether or not she's going to run for re-election in 2024. I seem to remember a couple years ago she did an internship at a winery. Maybe she'll go back and do that full time. But so from Politico, Gallego's announcement comes after months of his teasing the idea of a Senate run and amid Democratic frustration with Sinema's opposition to key aspects of their agenda. The Arizona senator switched her party affiliation last month from Democrat to Independent, though she is counted as part of the Democratic Party's 51-seat Senate majority. So Gallego is potentially going to be the best candidate to go up against Sinema. And back in December of 2022, Public Policy Polling released a survey of Arizonians showing that headed into the 2024 election, Senator Sinema is broadly unpopular, surprise, surprise there. And she actually trails Representative Gallego significantly in a three-way race. So more on that from public polling. A U.S. Senate race with Kari Lake as the Republican candidate would be a toss-up whether Sinema ran as an independent candidate or not. In a three-way contest, Lake would get 41% to 40% for Gallego, with Sinema at just 13%. In a head-to-head race, Gallego edges Lake 48 to 47, which is pretty close. Although Sinema would not have a serious path to victory as an independent candidate, she could have a spoiler effect since she gets 14% from Biden voters, but only 9% from Trump voters. So she'd be pulling more votes away from Gallegos than she would be from Kari Lake. But meanwhile, Sinema is still struggling with voters across all party lines. So let's take a look at this. Sinema standing among independents, Republicans improves post-party switch, but it's not great. If you look at that, most high disapproval ratings, low approval ratings. Independents, it's a little bit different. With Republicans, she's improved, but still broadly unpopular. So I also have this that shows the America's most unpopular and popular senators. Mitch McConnell's sitting up there at number 1. Right behind him, Joe Manchin. Kristen Sinema's in a 5th place on this, so pretty deeply unpopular. And political polls posted this to Twitter, which says 2024 Arizona Senate general election. Lake at 36%, Gallego 32%, Sinema at 14%. So I've got one more thing I'm going to show you, which is the approval ratings outshines 2024's other vulnerable senators. As you can see, Kristen Sinema's line goes very down, just straight down, and you love to see it, folks. So Kirsten Sinema is a bane on the Democrats in the Senate. She needs to go, like I said, why doesn't she just go full-time at the winery she interned in? I don't know. I don't know if she'll run or not. Dan, what do you think?
I mean, that's a good take. She can make more money and get the camera time that she apparently so desperately wants, whether it's at Davos or whether it's, making gestures at votes or whatever she's doing by just being a CNN pundit. Like she's just really just running out the clock on her political career. She just wants to stand up as this, I don't know, like I remember her speech at Davos the other week where she's like, I stood up against the filibuster to make sure that we didn't have these, election deniers and these people who would overcorrect on the Democratic Party try to fight and destroy democracy. So I see myself as one of the few people standing in the way of this chaos. When in reality, and you can look at this with Joe Manchin too, so it's not just an attack on Kirsten Sinema. The act of making it harder for people to get a minimum wage increase, for people to get extensions on other different programs that would help them during this weird middle post-pandemic recovery that we're currently experiencing right now. The fact that the Democrats didn't fight enough for that, and Kirsten Sinema and Joe Manchin, willingly or not, were the people standing in front of that, is something that is definitely going to ignite, people broadly. I think it's going to be regardless of Democrats or Republicans, because regular people.
I'm Ben Mycelis from the Midas Touch Network. The individuals who are responsible for the death of Brian Sicknick are set to be sentenced this Friday, and the family of Brian Sicknick is certainly not holding back their message to these terrorists in the sentencing process. And one of the things that the family member said in their sentencing memorandum submitted to the federal judge is the following, quote, "The two defendants, I will not use their name as it humanizes them. Humans have names. Dogs have names. Pet rocks are given names. The two defendants are not worthy of having names or being addressed as such. Came to Washington, D.C. that day looking for a fight. They brought with them chemical sprays, plural. They were not there to be peaceful. What they did was not an accident. It was not a lapse of judgment. Make no mistake that what they did is who they are. And these two individuals who are set to be sentenced on Friday, one is Julian Qatar, the other is George Tanios, both from West Virginia. They rented a car. They arrived at the insurrection. George Tanios brought with him in his backpack chemical spray, the bear spray, also the bear repellent, pepper spray, and mace. And that is what was ultimately used by Julian Qatar against Brian Sicknick, and also he attempted to use it on Capitol Police Officer Caroline Edwards as well. If we go to the plea agreement that was ultimately entered by these two terrorists, it describes their horrific conduct of what took place, and specifically it talks about how on January 5th of 2021, Tanios, he was preparing for his trip to Washington, D.C., purchased 2 canisters of the bear spray, 2 additional canisters of pepper spray. Co-defendant Tanios was in contact by cellular phone with the other defendant, Julian Qatar, before the purchase, so they coordinated getting this. On January 6th, the two of them attended the rally that was led by Donald Trump, where he told everybody we're going to the Capitol building. The defendants carried with them the canisters of pepper spray and the bear repellent. At 2:09 p.m., Tanios was walking on restricted grounds from the South Grassy area of the United States Capitol grounds toward the Lower West Terrace. The defendant was walking behind Tanios. After separating briefly, they reunited at approximately 2:14 p.m., and then Julian Qatar says, "Give me that bear shit," and then reaches into Tanios's backpack and retrieve the canister of bear spray. And then he goes and he's standing across from Brian Sicknick and Caroline Edwards and also Metropolitan police officers. And then it talks about eventually how they deployed the spray towards these officers.
Where I responded to Dr. David Falk's misogynistic and false attack on the scholarship and the character of Professor Francesca Stavrakopoulou on his YouTube channel, Ancient Egypt and the Bible. And he very clearly does not feel he has done anything wrong, but has posted a non-apology of sorts. So pause to read this. No, in addition to the fact that I'm sorry if you were offended is not actually an apology, nobody's misunderstanding Dr. Falk. Nobody has accused Dr. Falk of claiming all women are incapable scholars. That's not what people mean when they say his rhetoric was misogynistic. To insist that misogyny must mean the hatred of or the rejection of the competencies of all women is a misogynistic conceptualization of misogyny that is based on an etymological fallacy. It's a conceptualization primarily deployed by men because it allows them to pull back the threshold of misogyny and excuse what they're doing as not misogyny. And it reifies the very systemic power asymmetries that most women observe misogyny to include, as well as their assumption, their reification, their defense, their deployment. Now, Dr. Falk had to reject Professor Stavrakopoulos' scholarship because he's an apologist. His channel is an apologetic channel. He is defending a worldview and a perspective on the Bible that is overwhelmingly rejected within the academic study of the Bible, as well as by Professor Stavrakopoulou. So he had to reject her scholarship, and he starts off by rejecting it as fringe, naming two conclusions, not that accurately, that are espoused by Professor Stavrakopoulou. And once he realized he didn't really understand her scholarship well enough to say anything more than that, he, as Candid Amos astutely observed on Twitter, decided, let's just pivot to dismissing all of her scholarship outright as the product of her attractiveness, that this only has currency because she's attractive. And in this non-apology, he tried to suggest that his main target was the audience for Professor Stavrakopoulou's scholarship, not Professor Stavrakopoulou herself, but he also did accuse her of playing to that audience who is interested in her work only because of her attractiveness. Now, Dr. Falk has absolutely no data whatsoever to support that conclusion. That's just an assumption that he makes because he's internalized those misogynistic assumptions about successful women, and because he knows that it will play with his own audience, which is made up primarily of folks who are interested in apologetics regarding the Bible. Now, I could talk about the awards that Professor Stavrakopoulou's scholarship has won, or the departments that she has headed up that have been ranked the best theology departments in the UK, and I could talk about other accomplishments, and I could talk about how Dr. Falk has had to seek out predatory publishers that lack peer review in order to get his work published. But really, if you want to know if this is misogynistic or not, listen to women. And if you can't hear two conclusions that is overwhelmingly rejected within the academic study of the Bible, as well as by Professor Stavrakopoulou. So he had to reject her scholarship, and he starts off by rejecting it as fringe, naming two conclusions, not that accurately, that are espoused by Professor Stavrakopoulou. And once he realized he didn't really understand her scholarship well enough to say anything more than that, he, as Candid Amos astutely observed on Twitter, decided, let's just pivot to dismissing all of her scholarship outright as the product of her attractiveness, that this only has, astutely observed on Twitter, decided, and once he realized he didn't really understand her scholarship well enough to say anything more than that, he, as Candid Amos astutely observed on Twitter, decided, let's just pivot to dismissing all of her scholarship outright as the product of her attractiveness, that this only has currency because she's attractive. And in this non-apology, he tried to suggest that his main target was the audience for Professor Stavrakopoulou's scholarship, not Professor Stavrakopoulou herself, but he also did accuse her of playing to that audience who is interested in her work only because of her attractiveness. Now, Dr. Falk has absolutely no data whatsoever to support that conclusion. That's just an assumption that he makes because he's internalized those misogynistic assumptions about successful women, and because he knows that it will play with his own audience, which is made up primarily of folks who are interested in apologetics regarding the Bible. Now, I could talk about the awards that Professor Stavrakopoulou's scholarship has won, or the departments that she has headed up that have been ranked the best theology departments in the UK, and I could talk about other accomplishments, and I could talk about how Dr. Falk has had to seek out predatory publishers that lack peer review in order to get his work published. But really, if you want to know if this is misogynistic or not, listen to women. And if you can't appreciate that, or if that makes you upset, QED, I guess.
Turn now to Washington, where 4 members of the Oath Keepers have been convicted of seditious conspiracy related to the extremist group's efforts to block certification of the 2020 presidential election. The 4 joined the group's founders, Stuart Rhodes, who was convicted in a separate trial last November, and being found guilty by a jury of plotting to keep then-President Donald Trump in power by force. At the same time, a third seditious conspiracy trial involving members of the Proud Boys, another extremist group charged with trying to disrupt the peaceful transfer of power, is ongoing in a Washington federal court. Let's bring in right now senior legal affairs reporter at Politico, Josh Gerstein, and state attorney for Palm Beach County, Dave Ehrenberg. Josh, not so long ago, we were talking about how difficult it was to get these charges, to get these convictions. And yet we're seeing one defendant after another fall to the charges and being found guilty of seditious conspiracy. Talk about what this means, not only for other trials, but also for obviously what the DOJ's ultimate target may be, Donald Trump.
Well, Joe, I mean, I do think what we're seeing here is the Justice Department honing its technique. I guess you'd expect them to do that given the hundreds of cases that they've brought and the dozens of trials we've had. But if you just look at the batting average here in the Oath Keepers trials, in the first round, you mentioned with Stuart Rhodes, the founder of the Oath Keepers, there were 5 defendants. 2 of them were convicted on this very serious charge of seditious conspiracy. So that's only about a 400 average there. And in this latest trial that just produced verdicts yesterday, all 4 defendants from the Oath Keepers were convicted, even though I think you could argue that, you know, the evidence of their leadership in the group was a little weaker than in that first trial, which had some of the premier members of the Oath Keepers. So, you know, the Justice Department is learning how to present these cases, and every trial is different, but there's no question that they've produced a pretty strong record overall in the outcomes of these cases to look at whether there should be some charges for President Donald Trump, a former president, I should say, although I tend to think, Joe, some of his more recent troubles probably more likely to get him in front of a jury than going back to this January 6th episode.
Hey, Dave Ehrenberg, we've been talking over the past several hours about these charges that have been brought and how the conspiracy to commit sedition against the United States has led to one conviction after another. The question is, how can you continue, if you're the DOJ, how do you justify convicting all these other people of taking part in a conspiracy for Donald Trump, inspired by Donald Trump, and the conspiracy accrues to the benefit of Donald Trump, without ultimately bringing charges against Donald Trump?
Joe, Merrick Garland has the reputation of being a bottom-up prosecutor, where he starts with the low-level ones and then moves his way up. But people are waiting to see if they'll get to Donald Trump and the folks around him who helped plan January 6th. It hasn't happened yet. And I don't think that the verdict yesterday...
Turn now to Washington, where 4 members of the Oath Keepers have been convicted of seditious conspiracy related to the extremist group's efforts to block certification of the 2020 presidential election. The 4 joined the group's founders, Stuart Rhodes, who was convicted in a separate trial last November, and being found guilty by a jury of plotting to keep then-President Donald Trump in power by force. At the same time, a third seditious conspiracy trial involving members of the Proud Boys, another extremist group charged with trying to disrupt the peaceful transfer of power, is ongoing in a Washington federal court. Let's bring in right now senior legal affairs reporter at Politico, Josh Gerstein, and state attorney for Palm Beach County, Dave Ehrenberg. Josh, not so long ago, we were talking about how difficult it was to get these charges, to get these convictions. And yet we're seeing one defendant after another fall to the charges and being found guilty of seditious conspiracy. Talk about what this means, not only for other trials, but also for obviously what the DOJ's ultimate target may be, Donald Trump.
Well, Joe, I mean, I do think what we're seeing here is the Justice Department honing its technique. I guess you'd expect them to do that given the hundreds of cases that they've brought and the dozens of trials we've had. But if you just look at the batting average here in the Oath Keepers trials, In the first round, you mentioned with Stuart Rhodes, the founder of the Oath Keepers, there were 5 defendants. 2 of them were convicted on this very serious charge of seditious conspiracy. So that's only about a 400 average there. And in this latest trial that just produced verdicts yesterday, all 4 defendants from the Oath Keepers were convicted, even though I think you could argue that, you know, the evidence of their leadership in the group was a little weaker than in that first trial, which had some of the premier members of the Oath Keepers. So, you know, the Justice Department is learning how to present these cases, and every trial is different, but there's no question that they've produced a pretty strong record overall in the outcomes of these cases to look at whether there should be some charges for President Donald Trump, a former president, I should say, although I tend to think, Joe, some of his more recent troubles probably more likely to get him in front of a jury than going back to this January 6th episode.
Hey, Dave Ehrenberg, we've been talking over the past several hours about these charges that have been brought and how the conspiracy to commit sedition against the United States has led to one conviction after another. The question is, how can you continue, if you're the DOJ, how do you justify convicting all these other people of taking part in a conspiracy for Donald Trump, inspired by Donald Trump, and the conspiracy accrues to the benefit of Donald Trump, without ultimately bringing charges against Donald Trump?
Joe, Merrick Garland has a reputation of being a bottom-up prosecutor, where he starts with the low-level ones and then moves his way up. But people are waiting to see if they'll get to Donald Trump and the folks around him who helped plan January 6th. It hasn't happened yet. And I don't think that the verdict yesterday will probably have an impact on Trump's legal situation, because I do agree that the Department of Justice is more likely to charge Donald Trump on the Mar-a-Lago documents than for January 6th. And if he is charged for January 6th, I think it'll be for obstruction of an official proceeding and conspiracy to defraud the United States, and not for seditious conspiracy. I don't think the elements are present when it comes to Trump. But this was a risk for the Department of Justice to charge seditious conspiracy, and it paid off. And it could make Special Prosecutor Jack Smith more confident and emboldened to go for it on 4th down and charge the former president about January 6th. And one interesting tie between the defendants yesterday and Trump's inner circle is that one of the 4 Oath Keepers was in a separate group who was protecting Roger Stone on January 6th. Then he left to go to the Capitol to participate in the insurrection. So if it is true that Merrick Garland is this bottom-up prosecutor, then flipping a defendant who's now facing many years in prison with a direct tie to Roger Stone seems like a logical next step.
Jen Psaki, I know you have a question for Josh, but let's talk a little bit about Merrick Garland here. I see him getting hammered from the left. I see him getting hammered from the right. He's getting hammered from everybody for going too far or not going far enough. But if you look at his record, if you look at the DOJ's record of conviction over the past several months, it's pretty remarkable.
Yeah. Yeah, and as Josh said and outlined, they've clearly learned lessons as they've gone along. And if you look at their success in the number of convictions, that speaks to that. I think the thing about Merrick Garland is that he is immune to politics to the degree you can be. And that's the reason that Joe Biden picked him. And he even talked about this during the transition when he announced him. So, yes, does it feel good if you're Merrick Garland every day to be hammered by people in the Democratic Party and people who are frustrated and want to see Donald Trump held accountable? Probably not, because he's a human being. But he has a strategy in mind here, clearly. He is playing the long game for history. We don't know yet what the outcome will be. But I think, Joe, what we've seen at work over the past couple of months is all of the work done by the lawyers who work for his department. And let me ask, go ahead.
Oh, sure. No. You go ahead. Ask a question to Josh.
I did have a question for Josh. I mean, it is true, Josh, that everybody's sitting at home waiting and looking for the smoke signals of what all of this means. Is there anything, if you're Jack Smith from your reporting and his team, are you watching these trials? Are you waiting for there to be a certain point in conclusion? Is there any connection anybody can draw there, or do we just not know?
I think that, there's some connection, because you're looking at how juries are going to respond to these types of cases. You're looking at whether the District of Columbia is a good venue if you did want to bring charges, or would it be better to do it in Florida. So there are a bunch of decisions like that. There's no question that Jack Smith's boss, Merrick Garland, is watching these trials. I was in his conference room for a press availability yesterday, and even though this verdict had come in just about an hour before, Garland went out of his way to thank the prosecutors and to note the severity of the verdict. One thing I do think that's interesting here is, these are not actually the cases where we see the most violence. This is the cases where we see the most planning, and I think ultimately that's the kind of charge you're going to see if there is one brought against Trump related to January 6th. It will have something to do with the planning, perhaps not just for the violence on January 6th, but as we were discussing earlier, the entire effort to obstruct the congressional vote. That's really the breadth of Jack Smith's investigation on this topic.
So Dave Arenberg, while we're talking about different venues of possible legal peril for Donald Trump, one is Georgia. And we're going to hear probably just in a few hours about whether or not we're going to see the report. That report is made public in this case. What do you anticipate, whether we will or not? And then just give us your latest evaluation as to whether Trump will likely face a charge here. He's been Truth Socialing all morning trying to pre-butt that and claiming once again that it was a perfect call with the Secretary of State there when it seems clear it was anything but.
Yeah, when he's on Truth Social complaining about Georgia, he's worried about Georgia. I think the judge will probably release it, and then you'll see that the grand jury likely recommended charges against the former president. That'll put pressure on the local district attorney there, Fani Willis, my counterpart. And I think eventually she probably files the charges. I've always thought that she would be the second prosecutor to file charges, that she would defer to the top prosecutor in the United States, Merrick Garland, to be the one to be the first prosecutor ever to charge a former president. But time's a wasted, and I think Fani Willis is ready to go. And if that document becomes public, like I think it will, I think there'll be a lot of pressure on her to seek the indictment. And Trump is very worried about it.
At the right hand of God. It's a resurrection exaltation. Now, the next two verses, Hebrews and Ephesians, most scholars agree these are not written originally by Paul. But what they say is that they continue with the Gospels. So they are later. There's nothing controversial about this unless you're a Christian. Yet they continue in that Pauline tradition. So they retain the Pauline notion of resurrection. But when this priest had offered for all time one sacrifice for sins, he sat down at the right hand of God. Hebrews 10:12. And then Ephesians speaks of the mighty strength God exerted when he raised Christ from the dead and seated him at his right hand in the heavenly realms. These clearly suggest or imply a resurrection that is synonymously, simultaneously, an exaltation directly to heaven. This is from A.W. Zweep, The Ascension of the Messiah in Luke and Christology, and this is pretty much the standard notion among critical secular scholars of the New Testament, including Bart Ehrman and James Tabor and David Litwa. As he says, the important point is that in the primitive preaching, resurrection and exaltation belong together as two sides of one coin, hence the designation resurrection exaltation, and that it implies a geographical transfer from earth to heaven. Hence, it is possible to say that in the primitive kerygma, resurrection is resurrection to heaven. To summarize, the general conviction in the earliest Christian preaching is that as of the day of his resurrection, Jesus was in heaven, seated at the right hand of God. Resurrection and exaltation were regarded as two sides of one coin. Resurrection meant resurrection to heaven, or resurrection from grave to glory. So this appears to be what the earliest Christians believed about Christ and his resurrection. This these stories where he is walking around, spending time on earth, whether one day, a week, or 40 days, do not appear until the later Gospels and Acts. And yet, Paul still considers this to be anastasis, resurrection. Why? Because he is bodily restored to life, regardless of where he goes from there. Are you catching my drift? Apologists, of course, will interject with 1 Corinthians 15 and the appearances. Let's get into that. As Zweep says, before we proceed with our inventory, we need to consider the question of the nature of the post-Easter appearances in the earliest preaching. If in the earliest stage of tradition, resurrection and exaltation were regarded as one event, an uninterrupted movement from grave to glory, we may infer that the appearances were ipso facto manifestations of the already exalted Lord, hence appearances from heaven. Granted that the act of exaltation or enthronement took place in heaven, which of course it did. Paul seems to have shared this view. He regarded his experience on the road to Damascus as a revelation of God's Son in or to him, Galatians 1:16. That is, as an encounter with the exalted Lord. He defended his apostleship with the assertion that he had seen Jesus our Lord, 1 Corinthians 9:1, and did not hesitate to put his experience on equal footing with the apostolic Christophanies, that is, the appearances of Christ to the other apostles. Altogether, there are 4 lines of reasoning as to why the early Christian tradition is best understood as a simultaneous resurrection-exaltation complex. 1, the simple fact that the aforementioned texts naturally read as a simultaneous resurrection-exaltation complex, such as the mighty strength God exerted when he raised Christ from the dead and seated him at his right hand in the heavenly realms. I mean, what's the inference to the best explanation here? There is no mention of an earthly sojourn precisely because that's not how the earliest Christians conceived it. 2, the fact that Paul places the appearance to him on equal footing with the original apostles. As he says, "Am I not an apostle? Have I not seen Jesus our Lord?" What sense does it make for Paul to claim this kind of clout if he saw Jesus in an utterly different way from what the original apostles supposedly claimed? 3, the fact that Paul alludes to the Hebrew scriptures as the revelatory source of the resurrection, just as he says in 1 Corinthians 15, 3-4, that Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures, that he was raised according to the scriptures. And these passages themselves speak of heavenly exaltation or enthronement, such as Psalm 110 and Isaiah 52:13. There's a great likelihood that early Christians looked to the suffering servant of Isaiah and Isaiah 53 in order to explain what Jesus's death on the cross meant in terms of a sin atonement. If that is the case, they would likely have also noticed in Isaiah 52:13, which is part of that same passage, that it says that he was raised and lifted up and highly exalted. This is basically an exaltation type of motif. And so it figures that that is how they first conceived of Jesus' resurrection. And lastly, number 4, the fact that Paul depicts all those raised in Christ's image as likewise being taken up into the air, where they will be with him forever. 1 Thessalonians 4:16-17. You cannot read Revelation into Paul's letters. There doesn't appear to be any kind of earthly sojourn. Rather, they are taken up into the sky, into the heavens to be with Christ forever, not on earth. I know we get different ideas later in the New Testament, probably because it's not actually a divinely inspired source. Now, the comparison with Osiris. If Jesus can be said by Paul to have been raised, egegertai, or resurrected, anastasis, despite his taking up a new abode in an otherworldly realm instead of an earthly sojourn, then logically Osiris can be said to have been raised or resurrected despite the same. This is not to say that the resurrections of Jesus and Osiris are identical. This is just some pretty straightforward logic here. All right? If Jesus can be said to have been raised despite no earthly sojourn going to an otherworldly realm, then logically, so can Osiris. Each figure is bodily restored to life after death, despite their taking up new residence in an otherworldly plane. Thus, what SGF Brandon said is correct. Jesus is not related to have resumed his life on earth in contemporary Judea, but to have ascended to heaven, where he was believed to live a supernatural existence. There is therefore justification for a phenomenological comparison between the deaths and resurrections of Osiris and Christ. Each is raised to life again by supernatural means after an unjust death, but each is transformed into a new mode of being. That is, neither Osiris nor Christ resume their earthly lives, but pass on to another world. That's per SGF Brandon, Redemption in Ancient Egypt and Early Christianity. Instead of addressing the actual validity of Brandon's statement, Falk merely disparages and dismisses him for having written this in the late 1960s, asserting that no Egyptologist would agree with him without providing any explanation as to why. Dismissing the author without addressing their actual point is a flagrant ad hominem fallacy. That is fallacious, Dr. Falk. Are you a real doctor? Or are you a doctor the way Dr. Pepper is a doctor? Egyptian resurrection was a bodily affair. Falk asserted that the Egyptian conception of resurrection was not bodily, and that the academic sources I provided were not qualified Egyptologists. Now, I find that ridiculous, such as with John Granger Cook, for instance. No, he's not an Egyptologist, but he is an expert in religious studies. I think in Falk's case, he just doesn't like what they have to say, so he's got to poo-poo the source. At any rate, here are undeniably qualified Egyptologists remarking on the bodily nature of Egyptian resurrection. Quote, just as Osiris was killed and rose to new life, so the dead king identified with Osiris through the recitation of the spell is made alive again. In other words, what we have here is the bodily resurrection of the dead king. That's from Egyptologist Louis Zakbar. Quote, the resurrection in which the Egyptians believed was a bodily resurrection involving a physical entity which had been justified, that is, examined and declared to be free of sin. That's from Egyptologist Mark J. Smith. And finally, quote, resurrection is a proper term for this idea because the dead king is constantly summoned to rise. Raise yourself is the typical address to the deceased, and it means not only to get up, but to ascend to heaven, per Egyptologist Jan Osman. So, as Jan Osman notes, yes, in some of these cases, particularly with the pharaoh, the idea is that one ascends into the heavens. I fully acknowledge that yes, in the ancient Egyptian notion of the afterlife, they do go to the netherworld. I understand that perfectly. What we're saying is that despite that, it's still bodily, physical resurrection. Falk makes the mistake of saying that if they go to a netherworld or to the Amduat, it is therefore not physical, and that is false. It's a non sequitur. And actual qualified credentialed Egyptologists disagree. But I guess you won't hear that from Falk. Let's talk about resurrected life in the underworld, per another Egyptologist. Mummy bindings had to be removed at the moment of resurrection. Mummification prepared the body for resurrection in the underworld and protected it in its journey to that mysterious space. The thoroughness with which the Egyptians are wrapped makes understandable such special prayers as the one written on a coffin in the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, directing the goddess Isis to free the mummy from its wrappings at the moment of resurrection. Ho, my mother Isis, come that you may remove the bindings which are on me. This is physical, removing the bindings from the mummified body, which has been raised. Representations of the process of resurrection are depicted on ceilings of royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings. Some of the dead are still in mummy shrouds. Others have arisen and are standing upright, clearly visible as nude males and females. Still others move their arms, while a few already wear their new garments of the hereafter. The Egyptians did not cherish an idea of paradisical nudity. On earth, not only food and drink, but also linen cloth was offered to the dead, and in the underworld the dead receive, among other offerings from the sun god, food, drink, and clothing. During the one nocturnal hour that the sun god visits the department of the underworld, the dead in that department come to life again and live a lifetime. The resurrected see the sun god face to face. They jubilate and adore him. They behold the glorious sunboat and all its divine occupants. They repeat life also in other respects, as may be gathered from the typical scenes of daily life in Theban tombs. Cultivation of the fields, fishing and fowling, playing games, music making and dancing, banquets together with wife and children and other members of the family and friends, and many other scenes of daily life are repeated. Repeating a lifetime in such a nocturnal hour, flooded by the light of the sun, was diverting and recreative. The old people, with their new bodies in the bloom of life, enjoyed doing once again what they did on earth. This life in the underworld does not seem to have the toils and faults of earthly life. And even if some of these appear, it remains an idyllic life on the whole. That is from Egyptologist Herman Tevelde in Mummies and Magic, The Funerary Arts of Ancient Egypt. So as you can see, yes, granted, they are in an underworld. They're downstairs instead of upstairs. It is nonetheless bodily activity that's taking place here, taking place in a world that is conceptually, phenomenologically similar to the Christian notion of heaven. Not identical with it, not suggesting that this has been borrowed or plagiarized by Christians, but that phenomenologically, conceptually, this is something along the lines of the biblical heaven, where they live a lifetime bodily, doing recreative activities, not merely plowing the fields and being Osiris's slaves, as Falk misleadingly suggested. Eternal life in Egypt. As we've seen, the renewed life of ancient Egyptians in the netherworld was physical, corporeal, and fully active, incorporating all the past joys of their former earthly lives. Thus, does Egyptologist James P. Allen state that the related texts are not about death, but about life, specifically eternal life, which every Egyptian hoped to attain after death. Thus, does Egyptologist Jan Osman state that Osiris remained in the netherworld, but he was resurrected and alive. It really helps when you have some actual context from the scholarship, doesn't it? And when you're not being misled by a hack apologist. In order to believe Falk, you'd have to read this line from the pyramid texts. Osiris awakes, the god once slack rouses, the god stands up, the god has power in his body. And think that this does not refer to physical resurrection, regardless of where it takes place or where he goes from there. That is some special gaslighting. To be told that this does not convey bodily resurrection. Only an apologist can argue this way. Divine conflict in Heliopolis. Falk completely misrepresented and strawmanned my statement about Osiris having been depicted in the pyramid texts as active and alive in the official's enclosure of Heliopolis. I did not suggest that Osiris lived out the rest of his days in Heliopolis, fly fishing, hunting, and talking about cup sizes. Only that he was depicted alive again on Earth in the official's enclosure of Heliopolis, where he confronted his murderer Seth and was deemed justified by the gods of Heliopolis prior to his ultimate destination in the netherworld. From the pyramid texts, which Falk didn't care to read to you, he just glossed over while criticizing them. Here's what they actually say. Raise yourself, Teti, hasten, you of great strength, and sit at the fore of the gods, and do that which Osiris has done in the masked enclosure in Heliopolis. Pretty clear what that means there. That Osiris, alive, is justified in the masked enclosure in Heliopolis, which was on Earth. He was there temporarily. This Pepi is a clean one of Horus, justified in what he did, as one justified in the official's enclosure in Heliopolis. Of course, Pepi is taking after Osiris. He is doing what Osiris did, being justified in the official's enclosure in Heliopolis. As Osman notes, the texts culminate in a scene where Osiris is restored to life to such a degree as to be able to confront his murderer Seth. So that's where this goes down. He is justified and confronts Seth on Earth in the masked enclosure of Heliopolis. Osiris, of course, does not remain on Earth, but he did vanquish death and was given life in the other world. Falk suggests that Osiris would have died well before the enclosure of Heliopolis, the city of Heliopolis, actually existed in ancient Egypt. That is not the point. No one here is attempting to argue that Osiris was a figure who historically actually died and rose from the dead. So, granting there even was an historical Osiris, he can die well before Heliopolis is a thing all he wants. Nevertheless, the ancient Egyptians project, once Heliopolis does exist in ancient Egypt, they project his justification on Earth in Heliopolis because these are human beings partaking of human imaginatory type things. In no way does that prevent them from viewing this having happened on Earth. The point is, the salient point is, that according to ancient Egyptians, they actually did believe that Osiris was at least temporarily on Earth in Heliopolis. Whether that's actually true or not, which is not what we're trying to argue for. It's a trivial point anyway. We don't need this to be the case because we're talking about conceptual similarities, analogies, and the idea is that one is raised or resurrected as long as they are bodily restored to life, regardless of where they go from there. Just had to clear the record regarding Falk's straw man and misleading nonsense. A salvific resurrection. This is from Egyptologist Mark J. Smith. There was one important difference between these gods and Osiris. Unlike them, he had triumphed over death, and the ability to do likewise could be conferred upon his followers. The colophon of Pyramid Text Spell 561b states that whoever worships Osiris will live forever, showing that already at this date, those who devoted themselves to the god might expect to share in his resurrection. Tell me that doesn't sound familiar. But the crucial significance of Osiris for them lay in what he personally had done and undergone. His life, death, and resurrection were perceived to be particularly momentous in relation to their own fates, and thus they figure more prominently in the textual record than do accounts of the exploits of other divinities. Moreover, because so much importance was invested in the fact that these were events actually experienced by a real individual and not merely abstractions, personal detail was essential in recounting them. As we have seen, the colophon of Pyramid Text Spell 561b states that whoever worships Osiris will live forever. Moreover, since the worshippers of Osiris were, in the first instance, divine beings themselves, the deceased, by participating in his worship, acquired the same status as them. So it was not just eternal life, but eternal life in divine form that Osiris bestowed upon his followers. This link between worshiping Osiris and attaining the status of a god is made explicit in Coffin Text Spell 789. This is from Egyptologist Mark J. Smith. Notice the similarities with Christianity, and I'm not even attempting to argue for influence or borrowing. I'm saying that these are conceptually similar ideas. In Christianity, one is mystically identified with Christ in his death and resurrection. And as a result, they become divine beings themselves. They inherit spiritual bodies which are not prone to death. In the ancient world, immortality and divinity were closely associated with one another. So in Christianity, this notion of theosis, which the Greek Orthodox Church does not deny for one moment, is very much alive. And it's a very similar thing happening here in ancient Egypt per an actual non-sectarian Egyptologist, Mark J. Smith, rather than a hack apologist. Osiris, Lord of all. A prominent theme in hymns to Osiris at Philae is the god's royal status, in particular his universal kingship. Osiris was ruler of both the living and the dead in the first half of the first millennium. A scene on one of the architraves of the pronaos of the temple of Isis emphasizes Osiris's universal kingship over the sky, the two lands, and the underworld. Hieroglyphic inscriptions from the island of Biga likewise stress the status of that god as ruler over everything. So his power and his rule is not merely limited to the netherworld. In addition to the one described in the preceding paragraph, these include monuments constructed for Osiris, the giver of life, Osiris, Lord of life, who grants jubilees, Osiris, Lord of life, Osiris, Ptah, Lord of life, Osiris, ruler of eternity, Osiris, the rescuer of the afflicted, Osiris, the savior. As we saw in section 6.12.1, one important development of the first half of the first millennium BC was the increased emphasis on the royal aspect of Osiris, concomitant with a growing tendency to regard him not just as the ruler of the underworld, but as the ruler of this one as well. He was not seen as a distant and unapproachable king, moreover, but as a powerful patron or advocate who could be relied upon to defend the interests of his subjects. As a result, both the living and the dead felt confident in turning to him for aid in times of trouble. This development is reflected in the proliferation of small chapels and temples where Osiris was venerated with cult epithets like the Savior, rescuer of the afflicted, and the one who rescues his servants in the underworld, per Egyptologist Mark J. Smith. Now, this particular passage is one of my favorites, and you will see why very shortly. I'm going to take a drink of water here.
That popcorn I hear helps.
To cleanse my palate. Yeah. So, I titled this slide, Raised to Godhood. This is a goodie. The idea of the dead assuming a vicarious role with Osiris is common in the funerary texts, but where a vicarious association is a proxy act, Coffin Text 755 seems to suggest a mystical union or a kind of transfiguration where the body of the deceased shares in or merges with the body of Osiris himself. That could just as well be about Romans 6:3 through 5 or Philippians 3:10 through 11 concerning Christ. Can I get an amen? While vicarious association is evident in these texts, the attributes of the deceased become those of the God because they are made from pieces of the God. To the degree that the deceased is knitted together from pieces of the divine, the deceased becomes godlike. Hence, with a text like the Cannibal Hymn, where the king consumes the divine, where have I heard that before? He is in fact assimilating the power of divinity and facilitating his transformation. Beautifully said. Coffin Text 519 takes ritual transformation to its ultimate form. OPN, raise yourself upon your metal bones and the gold of its limbs, that is of a royal god. It will not become moldy. It will not putrefy. It will not perish. This is an imperishable body. This text parallels the resilience and strength of metals with the abolition of decomposition. But more importantly, it shows ritual transformation of the flesh into gold, which is said to be the flesh of the gods, becoming godlike. Ritual conversion is essential to the understanding of apotheosis in Egyptian eschatology. Ritual conversion of rot and decay into myrrh and precious metals precedes reconstruction into the divine form. This transformation is more than mere resurrection. In fact, so it's not just resurrection, it is more than mere resurrection. Purge fluid and stench are replaced by special oil and incense. Flesh and bone are replaced by gold and iron. The belief in apotheosis is reflected in funerary practice as anthropoid coffins and even the mummies became gilded in gold foil. This belief was probably the response to the fear that decomposition created a liminal state where the dead were vulnerable. This funerary practice probably provided a kind of insurance for the dead by accelerating apotheosis. By none other than Egyptologist David A. Falk. Well done, David. You see, this is actually a piece of scholarship. This shows you that David Falk knows how to behave like a scholar when he wants to. Pretty far removed from his behavior on YouTube. But he is making precisely the point that I am making. In his YouTube response to me, David said that this is nothing like what you find in Christianity. It's different because their bodies are made of gold and metal. He is missing the point. It's more of this apologetic X is different from Y card. The salient point is that they become endowed with the bodies of the gods themselves. They inherit imperishable bodies that are not capable of decomposition, of corruptibility. These are new divine bodies. Essentially, conceptually, phenomenologically, that's what's going on in Christianity. If only David could bring to bear actual legitimate scholarship, like he's done here, to his ridiculous apologetics channel. On the nature of comparison, this is from M. David Litwa, a scholar of Mediterranean religion. He's not an Egyptologist, mind you. I'm pretty sure what he has to say is still relevant. The first rule of comparison is that it does not assert identity. We're not saying that these stories, myths, legends, motifs are identical. As a result, there is never an exact parallel. Difference will always remain in comparison if the comparison is going to work and if it is going to be interesting. Consequently, we need not search for an exact parallel between different stories to speak of their similarities due to common cultural conceptions. Ancient Jews and Christians, even if they assumed an oppositional stance toward the dominant Mediterranean or Hellenistic culture, were still enmeshed in the ideational world of the oikoumene. No big, ugly epistemological ditch removed them from the basic cosmological, anthropological, and theological assumptions of their time, many of which were simply taken for granted. Such assumptions formed not so much the content of thought for ancient Mediterranean peoples as its framework. They were the loom on which the warp and woof of thought were woven. They formed a set of givens shaping how the world and the gods were perceived. From M. David Litwa, Jesus Dios, the early Christian depiction of Jesus as a Mediterranean god. Every time these apologists play up differences, they demonstrate that they don't get it, that they couldn't reason their way out of a paper bag if their life depended upon it. We know there's differences. We are talking about conceptual and thematic similarities. On the nature of comparison, these are my words, lowly autodidact that I am. I've only been studying this material for 17 years.
Communications degree.
And I have a communications degree from Ball State, old testicle tech, mind you. Appealing to differences is a red herring, when what we're actually talking about are conceptual and thematic similarities, not carbon copies. Archetypes and motifs are bound to take on distinctive features shaped by time and place, history and culture, whilst sharing common elements, some of which are striking in their similitude, as we are all human beings responding to the same general stimuli and existential crises. That, generally speaking, ancient Egyptians could conceive of a risen god, a divinity who defeated death and passed on to another world, ruling all of creation, casting judgment upon those in the hereafter, and conferring his resurrection, apotheosis, and immortality upon his worshippers, demonstrates that such religious ideas are well within the scope of human imagination. If ancient Egyptians could conceive such theological ideas without divine inspiration, revelation, or occurrence, then so too could early Christians. That is the salient point here, ladies and gentlemen. For what it's worth, some Egyptologists actually do posit Egyptian influence upon early Christianity. Quote, notwithstanding its superficial rejection of everything pagan, early Christianity was deeply indebted to ancient Egypt. In particular, the lively picture of the ancient Egyptian afterlife left traces in Christian texts. Thus, among the Copts and later in Islam, we encounter a fiery hell, quite like that of the Egyptians, per Egyptologist Eric Horning. And yes, we find this imagery in the Gospel of Matthew and in the book of Revelation as well, including the lake of fire and a second death. Pretty big coincidence. Quote, salvation and eternal life are Christian concepts, and we might think that the Egyptian myth can all too easily be viewed through the lens of Christian tradition. On the contrary, in my opinion, Christian myth is itself thoroughly stamped by Egyptian tradition, by the myth of Isis and Osiris, which from the very beginning had to do with salvation and eternal life. Egyptologist Jan Osman. Are you going to poo-poo these guys too, Dr. David Falk? Because these are legitimate Egyptologists, and you aren't even anything on their shoe. I'm not even trying to make the argument that there was influence. I'm simply saying that these are conceptual and thematic similarities, that they are analogies. But it's worth noting that some actual legitimate non-sectarian Egyptologists actually do think that, yes, there was Egyptian influence upon early Christianity. If either you or David Falk or one of his minions, these two passages have got to sting. But Jesus is different, cry the apologists. Let's be real. And let's get some water.
And popcorn. You gotta at least take one bite.
Oh, after those two, yeah. Oh, David is so good. No one knows the secret of the popcorn in the kernels. You're a funny man. More. That's good stuff, Emperor Palpatine.
You can work in a weekend at Bernie's joke.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's be real. Are we all adults here or not? The story of Jesus' resurrection smacks of ancient resurrection and apotheosis legends from the time, such as Osiris, which we've discussed, Romulus, Asclepius, Heracles, Aristeus. See my presentation, Resurrection and Apotheosis, in pre-Christian antiquity for all of the sources on this. You can find it both here on the Mythvision podcast and on my own channel, Atheologica. Even there, I'm not making a case for borrowing, plagiarizing, or copycatting, as these idiotic apologists continue to strawman. I am simply saying that this is the kind of thing we would expect from the mythic consciousness of the ancient Mediterranean world. The story of Jesus' resurrection arises from a pre-scientific, gullible, and superstitious lot in antiquity. That is a fact. That's not to say that there weren't sophisticated minds in antiquity. There most certainly were. We have their very writings, and I'm well aware of that. On the whole, however, yes, this was a pre-scientific, gullible, and superstitious lot. Go figure, the story of a resurrected man who shoots up to heaven stems from that time and place in the world. Is racked by numerous inconsistencies, which betray literary and mythic embellishment, from resurrection to heaven in the Pauline Corpus to a full 40 days on earth in Acts, from a spiritual body without flesh and blood in Paul, as we've explained, to a body of flesh and bone in Luke. The story morphs and grows in the telling. The resurrection of Jesus is supported by zero first-hand eyewitness reports other than a zealous preacher named Paul, who never even met Jesus. Compare this to multiple first-hand reports of the appearances of the angel and the golden plates in Mormonism, and yet that still stretches credulity. These guys, as any good Mormon apologist will tell you, even after the first three witnesses, even after they parted ways with Joseph Smith, they never once recanted their testimony. And as soon as Joseph Smith died, they had themselves either baptized back into the church or created their own offshoot religion from Mormonism. They kept the faith. Multiple first-hand reports. That's better evidence than what we have for Christianity. And it's still complete hogwash. The story of Jesus' resurrection places the risen and immortalized figure in an unseen celestial realm, just like all of the risen and immortalized figures above. Of course, this is what you must do if you're going to claim that someone was raised from the dead to live forever or immortalized. Because naturally, if you tell me Bob has been raised from the dead and he now lives forever, I'm going to want to see Uncle Bob. Oh, but you don't understand. He's not here anymore. He went up. He's up. He's upstairs where you can't see him. Of course, that is how you make such a claim unfalsifiable. Go figure, they do for Jesus exactly what they do for these other legendary figures. Osiris, Romulus, Asclepius, Heracles. They go away into an unseen, celestial, otherworldly realm. That's a red flag. And finally, the resurrection of Jesus was wrought by a Levantine storm god who sniffed burning animal carcasses and fought fire-breathing dragons and sea monsters. Guys, this is mythology. If you're going to fight with this, I must implore you to grow up. This is clearly ancient myth and legend. And no, these are not metaphors. What is the metaphor in a burnt animal carcass creating a pleasing aroma to the Lord? What's the metaphor there? Clearly, he was an embodied, corporeal, big man who liked the smell of burning meat. This is an archaic, primitive God who does not exist and therefore cannot have raised Jesus from the dead. If that's hard to hear, that's tough. Falk's faults. Falk blithely dismisses academic sources he doesn't like with ad hominem attacks, such as SGF Brandon wrote in the 60s, and nobody would agree with him. Bob Breyer is only a paleopathologist. Excuse me, he's also an Egyptologist. John Granger Cook and Glenn S. Holland aren't qualified to speak on Egyptological matters, though they are both experts in religious studies. And Francesco Stavrakopoulos is only renowned because she's an attractive woman, and anyone who appreciates her work is doing theology by cup size. That's disgusting. No, this is not faux outrage, Dr. Falk. And for you to insist that it is faux outrage goes to show that you don't get it. You're not grasping why this is legitimately horrible. This is an Oxford-trained, brilliant scholar. And you are minimizing her. You're saying that her only value is that she is attractive and has I can't even say it. It's so disgusting. This is legitimately horrible. And it goes to show the kind of desperation to which you will resort when you come across a source that you don't like, just as you did when dealing with my video, only not nearly as egregiously. Falk interjects into his interlocutor's words without allowing them to explain things fully, such as he did with my video. Listening to Falk, you'd get the idea that I somehow never acknowledged that ancient Egyptians lived on eternally in the netherworld, when I expressly acknowledged this multiple times in my video. This is deceptive. This is misleading, apologetic hack behavior. He engages in armchair commentary without actually checking the cited sources or what they actually
did you
say.
optimize for video?
He blithely assumes that because he's an Egyptologist, he simply knows by default what the sources must convey. That's where that's what arrogance gets you. More water, more popcorn. It's good. The secret of the kernels. And finally, Falk demonstrates complete incompetence concerning biblical criticism, appealing to Acts' depiction of Jesus on earth for 40 days, which is an obvious embellishment on the earlier narratives. Heck, the Gospel of Luke, chapter 24, has him sticking around for 1 day. That's clear from a natural reading of the passage. It grows in the telling. He's completely unaware of this. And he hypocritically speaks on biblical matters when he is no expert himself on that subject, while demanding that anyone who says anything about ancient Egyptian beliefs must be an Egyptologist. That, folks, is hypocrisy. That is the behavior and the tactics of a hack. Falk's faults continued. Falk knows how to behave like a legitimate scholar when he wants to, as demonstrated by the passage from his work in this presentation. But on his YouTube channel, he behaves like a typical Christian apologist, twisting, distorting, misrepresenting, attacking, and maligning his interlocutors and any sources he doesn't like, while committing flagrant fallacies, including ad hominems, red herrings, and straw men. Falk, like so many Christian apologists, is in the business of defending the indefensible, which requires desperate and unscrupulous tactics. Getting to the truth of matters is not his ultimate interest. His modus operandi is defending his Christian faith by hook or by crook, even if it means engaging in vile misogyny and outright sexism. Philosopher Douglas Walton states that argumentum ad hominem is not always fallacious, for in some instances, questions of personal conduct, character, motives, etc., are legitimate and relevant to the issues. At the end of the day, David Falk is a hack apologist with no real integrity or intellectual honesty. This informs his conduct, as we have seen, and is absolutely worth expressing and exposing. End of presentation. Let's have some popcorn.
Woo! All right. Wow. You went in on him, man. You went in. Let's get our chairs over here.
The secrets of the kernels, David. Oh.
I was going to say you're digesting the God there, aren't you?
But it's different. But it's not. There's differences. See, so yeah, if it's not identical, then there's nothing similar worthy of note.
Right.
That's logical.
Yeah. That makes sense. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Now we're going to go to Q&A session in just a minute, but I want to allow you to comment if you want about anything that you particularly want to before we, dive into like answering and taking stuff.
Yeah, sure. So this isn't my field, and I don't know. I know even less about Egyptology than I know about the New Testament, and that's telling. But this is the second time I've seen this presentation, and I thought it was clear. I thought it was well argued. I really particularly thought, and I mentioned this to Derek earlier today, I think it's very important that Derek has pointed out specifically that Falk can do good scholarship when he wants to. Right. And to me, what this illustrates most importantly is that his shtick on YouTube is just that. It's a shtick. He's playing a role. He's playing a part. He's playing up to an audience. Look, I'm a biblical scholar. I'm also a YouTube content creator, but at no point am I abandoning my scholarship for the sake of clicks or views or to drive up content on my page. And I think it should. I think that any of us who, even outside of just my small little world of biblical studies or ancient history, I would imagine that any academic who is also a content creator on YouTube, I expect that they take this stuff as seriously as I do. And I think it is appalling that Falk has demonstrated that he does not.
And I mean, even in the latest, so I would love to see nothing more than him actually humble himself and do everything he can in his power to make amends for harming and speaking the way he has, and actually observably knowing, we'd look and go, we can tell, like, this guy's actually, realizing how messed up this is and what he did. Not just so that he isn't in trouble, but much more of a conscious awareness of what he did and how this
actual
impacts.
Remorse.
Right. And so you can see in the comments that he made on the community post where he was defending himself, doubling down. And then he made statements that kind of pandered to his audience again, like you're talking about, Kip, where he said the atheist mob or the atheist. And it's like, wow, you know what's interesting? The most I did, honestly, here is make this video and then mention that I have some stuff coming up. When I did that little 10-minute clip where I was mentioning we've got your presentation coming up, we've got the course we're working on, and I'm going to be responding to some Christian apologists who misrepresented me. But the people who actually were writing the letters were actually Christians, liberal, progressive. Some were academics, some were maybe not Christian, but we don't know their affiliation. But they're not like atheists. So you could tell it was to his audience. I'm sure some of them are. I don't know. Some people never tell their position, and that's fine. They're academics. But his audience saw that way. There's that tribalism, right? So we want to get to the facts. We want to get to the data. And yeah, I don't know. Anything else?
No, I'm good. Way to go, man.
Derek?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let's answer some questions, by God.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. Like, there was a lot of good things there. And I hope people...
Do you need some more water there?
Are you out?
I got water.
Okay. All right, we're about to chip away
Look
at these.
at Wayne
I really
out
appreciate
here
the
looking
support.
for places
I hope
to
that
pass.
everybody
This nigga out here hunting hunting for the right place to overtake.
And
Who is this man? I don't even recognize this person.
And yeah,
so man, this is her week. It dawned on me like I'm sitting in $15 million. I gotta get this back in the garage safely. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and accidents lose time.
Accidents lose time, man.
Yeah. It's all about getting to the end line fast.
I'm lost on all.
I'm trying to be good out here.
I can't read his mind, and I'm not going to make assumptions.
Nah, it's fun, man.
He made his jab at Francesca because of jealousy. It wouldn't shock me if deep down, I didn't get attention, but I can't make the assumption, read anybody's mind.
That I'm with you.
Okay.
It wouldn't surprise me in the least if there is an element of jealousy at play here. Can't know that, of course.
Yeah.
But it would make a heck of a lot of sense.
Yeah, for sure. Max the Confessor, Soy Vision, Price, Falk, Sarcasm. Thank you for the super chat. Hey, I know there's something to this analogy. I've been trying to tell, I've been talking to Michael Jones and other people and saying like the same thing. The difference is, while Price never apologized, he didn't threaten and like act like in some way he's going to, get back and do this or that,
And I think that gives me an opportunity to speak on Dr. David Falk. You appear to be surprised, a little thrown off by the fact that people want you to do popcorn reviews of their videos. I don't know if you're aware of this, but before you ever did it, wanted you to do a popcorn review of my video. I heard from a friend, a fellow apologist, will not mention any names, that someone had sought you out to do a review of one of my videos. So I went and checked you out, watched a couple of your videos, got a pretty good grasp of who and what you are. And I absolutely encourage them, yes, please, for the love of no gods, have him do a popcorn review. I wanted it, others want it.
Yeah.
If you don't understand why,
well, maybe I can say that Falk's popcorn reviews have sort of entered the same realm of entertainment as Kent Hovind's Whack an Atheist.
That's an interesting analogy. They're not identical, though.
No.
They're not the same, though. There's differences.
Hovind has charisma.
The reason why, Dr. Falk, is because you are an embarrassment and a hack. And we think it's funny when you do popcorn reviews of our videos. So please continue doing them.
All right. Thank you for that. Sentinel Apologetics. Apparently, I'm always low for you, Derek. Is it Rowe? Because there's Rob Lowe and there's Rob Rowe. I don't know. I don't mean to.
Rob Lowe was that good-looking actor.
Okay.
He's still good looking. He's like 60 years old.
Are you judging somebody based on their looks?
I'm just saying,
the
only reason Rob Lowe got where he got was because he's a handsome son of a bee.
Hell Jumper, explain child sacrifice in the Torah. Didn't we?
Is that?
I feel like that's somebody who asked me that on our Patreon, by the way, but I could be wrong.
Maybe I should say something about that. So, to be clear, there is the we're just talking about the Torah here, aren't we?
Yeah.
Okay. So, the biblical text largely condemns child sacrifice. And the reason for this is because, and scholars are pretty unanimous about this, there are layers and layers of editing over top of traditions, many of which have been overturned or corrected or clarified over time. So oftentimes it's not so easy to find or to see these natural expressions of child sacrifice or an approval of child sacrifice, but they are in there. And also importantly, you can get the sense that the text itself is arguing with itself in large part because of these editorial layers, which oftentimes are not that easy to extract from one another. But I will say we have a story of a child sacrifice in Genesis chapter 22, the Akedah, the binding of Isaac, commanded by Yahweh. And yes, while in the text, Abraham never actually has to go through with it. He is certainly right there ready to do it. This is precisely what Yahweh asked him to do. There are later rabbinic traditions in the Midrashim which actually say that Isaac died, that Abraham killed him, and he was resurrected bodily. So there's one. In the book of Exodus, there are instructions about saving the firstborn son and setting him aside for Yahweh. The text gets more explicit. I don't have the references offhand. I've talked about this before on this channel. I will be talking about this more in my course through MVP courses. But there is a more explicit instruction in Exodus to offer to me or give to me the firstborn of your sons and also of your flocks. This is a pretty clear indication to most scholars that this is an instruction. This is a request for a sacrifice. So there are a number of other texts scattered throughout the prophets, and there's instances within the Deuteronomistic history of kings who offered their children as sacrifices. King Josiah literally sacrifices all the priests on an altar in Bethel to Yahweh. So it's replete throughout the text. What has happened is, as time passed in the Babylonian or after the Babylonian exile, when these texts started to become combined and redacted and edited and put together, when Jewish religion really began to emerge, and these people became repulsed by the idea of child sacrifice, is really when you saw lots of these sort of changes, this softening of what happened in the distant past, and out of a feeling of embarrassment and out of a sense that this certainly couldn't have been something that Yahweh wanted. But it's the word of God. What are we going to do with it?
I see a trend with that because it's not only that it's Hebrew Bible. You see this with the Greeks and their philosophizing of Zeus and things like that. Yeah. So Zeus didn't rape these people. Zeus didn't do this. It's an allegory.
Part and parcel of the ancient Near Eastern and Mediterranean world. Yeah.
Scott Duke, what has David Falk said about Dr. Kara Cooney, supposedly in the same field as him? Giving her, since she super chatted, a good shout out for her book, Good Kings. And she is a brilliant mind, Egyptologist. So for those who don't know, I think I might have to interview her again, not just on the book, but to dive into some of the stuff you discussed today, Derek.
Absolutely, yeah. Did she actually super chat?
No, she didn't. Scott Duke did, asking. I wouldn't be shocked if he's had something to say about her. If he's clearly got something to say about.
Actually, in one of his clarifying comments about what a great champion of women he is, he did say, I noticed that he has commended the work of Kara Cooney.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe it's because it's Bible, right? So you're touching a sacred area for him. Don't talk about my special sensitive belief system. That's probably the case. I don't know. I mean, this is a guess on my part.
Well, as long as you appreciate some women, it's okay for you to malign others.
Yeah, of course. That's the way it works, right? Max the Confessor, when do you date the first attributions of immateriality to divine beings? Immaterial.
That's just not something that I do.
Yeah, if I had to take a stab at it, that would begin more or less with Plato or Pythagoras. They appear to be the first ones to apply this idea where it's not the body that lives on in the hereafter. It is a disembodied soul, because the body. And what's funny about this actually is something on par with what Paul is talking about, though for Paul it's almost a Greco-Judaic hybrid, right? It's still a body, but it's an imperishable, incorruptible spiritual body. I think it was Giza Vermeesch who said that Paul is more or less combining Hellenistic ideas of his reader with his own Jewish legacy. But yeah, that begins with more or less with Plato or Pythagoras, the notion of the transmigration of the soul, the disembodied, the rebirth of the individual by the soul's release from the prison of the body. And so when we look at ancient Egyptian beliefs about the afterlife, a lot of people are looking at this anachronistically, bringing Platonic notions to bear on ancient Egyptian conceptions of the hereafter, which multiple Egyptologists have pointed out that is faulty. They absolutely believed in a monistic notion of man, and they did believe that one lived on in the netherworld with physical, corporeal bodies. It was resurrection in the sense that they were restored to a bodily, corporeal life. So that kind of weaves nicely into precisely what I was talking about in this presentation. You can't read Plato or Pythagoras into ancient Egyptian religion. That's anachronistic.
Things change over time.
Yeah.
And in fact, I wouldn't even call it, when we say immaterial, that makes sense. But the idea that it's it's like a spirit and has no physicality to it, even that's wrong with Middle Platonism, because there's still a substance there. Like pneuma is breath and wind, it's spirit. It is something.
Yeah.
And they believed it was some form of a material, but not the same stuff that we have here. So it's very complicated philosophy, or really a science, if you will, for them.
Thorny issue for sure.
Changes over time. Yeah. Thank you so much, Max. Zerg says, question, most Christians did believe Jesus died physically, was resurrected physically, and walked around on earth, not the underworld or heaven after his death. Matthew 28, 8-10, Luke 24, 13-43.
He's got another one right after this.
Oh, does he?
Continues it.
Okay, so why disregard this? We'll keep that in mind. Follow up to my previous question. If Osiris is resurrected in the underworld and Jesus is resurrected physically on earth, aren't they more different than similar? So I don't know if this Q&A came out before you
may have. Yeah.
You guys see the first one first?
Yeah. Again, in the later Gospels, yes, that is the idea that Jesus is raised to continue an impermanent existence on earth prior to his ascension into the heavens. What we find when we look at the earliest basically the Pauline corpus, the earliest stratum of the New Testament, is that the original idea was a resurrection exaltation complex. So instead of this two-step process where he's raised from the dead, hangs out with his buddies on earth for a little while, and later ascends to heaven, the original preaching, as conveyed by some of these texts, is that he was raised directly to heaven. He spent no time on earth. He was exalted directly to the right hand of God. So my point was, if that qualifies as resurrection for them, for those earliest Christians, Paul refers to it as anastasis, from the Greek anistemi, to get up. If that qualifies as resurrection, and why shouldn't it? He is bodily restored to life, despite the fact that he spends no time on earth afterwards. Then why shouldn't it also qualify as bodily resurrection for Osiris, even though his is not an earthly sojourn either? He passes on to another world that is thematically or conceptually similar to the Christian notion of heaven, but he is nonetheless bodily restored to life. So my point is that, yeah, these are, the notion of a divine man or hero who's bodily restored to life, passes on to another world, becomes a judge of those in the hereafter or at the eschaton, as it is in Christianity, and confers his resurrection, apotheosis, or immortality upon his followers. I would say, despite any differences, that this is a pretty clear analogy, something that is most certainly similar, that is worthy of comparison when doing comparative religion.
And just to add a note, in this super chat, you notice something missing, reference-wise? No Gospel of Mark.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
I mean, there's a point that we're trying to nail down. And if you haven't taken the Mark course in VP courses, where Dr. Kipp's course is going to be as well on the real ancient Israelite religion, you don't want to miss. I know it's going to be good. Mark's missing. Mark's missing, and the reason is the ending of Mark is not there. The women were afraid and told no one. The 12 did not get the message. This is a post-war document. Hint, hint, Jerusalem and the church in Jerusalem is off the scene. They didn't get it, but Paul did. And so there's a good reason why you have this issue not coming up. It's an empty tomb. He's no longer in it. Gone. Ascended. So there's a building up that takes place, and appearances happen later with Romulus. You know, you have stuff like that. So there's a whole bunch we can get into, but
absolutely.
I think that answers both of Zerg's super chats, which are really interesting, good questions to nail down the point that Derek's been trying to make in this episode. I really appreciate that. Moving on to the next super chat. Really appreciate those super chats. They help support us and keep us going. Even if it is for our looks, you know. Constellation Pegasus, Falk has to know about cities with the dates that continued before and after Noah's flood. Does Falk have any apologetics on those? To me, this is all by itself destroys the Old Testament and thus Christianity as well. Thank you, Constellation Pegasus, for the super chat. I don't watch much. I mean, I've probably rarely watched anything. You, on the other, you know where I was going with this, right?
What is the question? Sorry.
So I'm asking someone who actually watches ancient. Embarrass him. Yeah, embarrass him. About cities with dates that continued before and after Noah's flood.
This is not something specifically that I remember ever coming up. I mean, and I would be guessing, and I probably shouldn't. About David Falk's
because I don't know
about the flood. I don't know where he's.
I don't know if he thinks it's a local, if he thinks it's legend. Who knows where he's willing to go with it? But
yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, Dr. Falk, we would love to see you do an apologetic on that one. I got to tell you, the three of us have had more fun in the last few days watching your videos and listening to you. You had purported that I was initially furious when your video first came out, and that should tell you how the telephone game works, right?
Yeah.
Perhaps apply that to early Christianity, because I sat and watched that in my bed in Kentucky prior to moving here to the state of Washington, and I laughed my off.
What'd you laugh off?
My booty.
Oh.
I was not furious. I found it hysterical because of the number of fallacious, misleading arguments. Well, you know what? If he is an Egyptologist, and only an Egyptologist could really comment on such a thing. So,
yeah,
I take it back. Why don't I see what's stored within the kernels of the popcorn?
Thank you. You're true. Thank you so much. Shannon Q, just showing support for exposing misogynistic clowns for what they are. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. David.
Amen, girl.
Yeah, I would love to see people change, of course, but in reality, that's not always the case. And it's shown so far. That's what we saw in the chat with Sentinel Apologetics was like, why wouldn't you wait? Why are they already doing all this? Give them time to apologize. He did his follow-up, and in fact, all of this took place after he gave the fake apology. And guess who sent him a 4.5-minute audio on Messenger trying to sway him.
This guy tried to save your butt, Dr.
Should
Paul.
I play it?
Yeah, he did.
Should I play
Go right
it?
ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like everybody needs to be on the inside of this.
The
so.
problem is nobody changes until it hurts so badly that they have to.
Yeah.
That's the reality.
I'll play
You're
it.
not swearing like a sailor in it.
No, I don't at all. I don't think maybe there are a couple words. I don't know.
Hey, David, I just saw the apology on your community.
Don't judge me. I'm trying to meet people where they're at. Here we go.
And I appreciate, I'll say it's a half apology. I appreciate the way that you're heading on this. And I just spoke with Michael Jones. I'm friends with Michael Jones about this. And I honestly think just humbling and owning up to that, making the accusation, because even in the apology that you have, I would rework this and just accept and own that what was said was out of character, because it still assumes in this apology that Francesca's work is not good, and it's only because of her looks and her attractiveness that she's brought on. So you're trying to still say that in her case, she's not eloquent and spoken, she's not brilliant as a scholar, she's not a serious academic that people see as a bright mind in the field, but really it's just her appearance that still got her on BBC or any documentaries that she's done. I think it'd be just the best thing possible to honestly just say, I made a mistake, and I personally don't find her scholarship good, but the remark I made in making assumptions about her intelligence or her scholarship sucking really shouldn't have said, oh, well, I think maybe she looks good and therefore a documentary is going to pick her up, and it's not that she's got great scholarship. Many people in the world think her scholarship is excellent and that she's top notch and she's great at what she does. And it isn't just that she's a pretty girl. I mean, she is a pretty girl, but it's not just that. So if the comment was, look, I get it. She's well-spoken. She's taken serious in a field, that kind of thing. And it helps that she's not bad to look at. Well,
okay, what's
that would
going
have been
on my screen?
far less, quote-unquote, sinful
talking about?
than making an outright, she has horrible scholarship. And the only
Some
reason
apologists, quote unquote, academic, criticized another scholar, saying that anybody that takes her seriously is doing their
as not the qualities that actually
like doing scholarship through boob size or quality through boob size or some shit.
She looks good, and it has nothing to do with the other things.
Got you.
That's how it comes across. So you're still singling her out and trying to say, I'm not speaking for all women, but this one, I'm still saying.
I'm long-winded, so I am working with this dude. I sent this to everybody. I sent this to everybody. Dr. Josh, I sent this to people who are on his side, and they were like, well said. People who agreed with him were saying, well said. And they hope that he gets it. And that's when I saw that he had, he was commenting, hearting people's comments in the post beneath, like doubling down even further, making up stuff. It was like, okay, he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
And let's clear the air about something else. Dr. Falk, you stated that the atheist horde is coming after you. That is nonsense, but unsurprising coming from you. No, many of the people who have signed this petition are actually from what? Actual Christians themselves? From seminaries as well? Yeah.
Lots of signees from seminaries.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't even need to sign it, but you can erase my name. You're still going to have hundreds of signatures. I mean, from real, actual accredited people who, are scholars. And in fact, some of them are from the same institution.
Yeah, I'm picking up shit watching you, Wayne. Like, if you're not going to take them, don't get off the draft path.
We hope that Bubble Bath is treating you
right. Because you losing your draft when you poke out.
I feel like taking one right now. So, Pat Lowinger in the
right,
house,
but you know when the course where you're going to take them or not, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
It's a little thing, like, because that's a lot of times what you're doing, especially on a road course, right? Is you're competing for the line,
right?
And so a lot of times people poke out if you're gonna overtake something. But something I've noticed is you lose your drafting and the racing line and now you're on and off your brakes and your wheel and, you know, any added inputs, you're losing time, right? So whereas like that last one, you can stay right up on them, and then your overtake's going to be even cleaner and swifter. But bro, I'm talking shit. I'm just watching you. I'm just but yeah, you're doing great out here, man.
Why I'm doing what I'm doing this week. I am putting her on the pedestal. She deserves it. She did not deserve that comment. I don't think she even knew this guy existed. So
I'm sure she's a big fan now.
Oh yeah. I think she's probably like, oh my gosh, here we are again. You know, she's had this happen before. Thank you, Callan. Zerg, last one, I promise. I just wanted to thank Mr. Bennett for his in-depth explanations and Mythvision for the great guest over the past few months. Thank you so much.
You're
really
very welcome, Zerg.
Yeah. Now, his biceps are really what impresses us. That's why we have him. You don't know anything, but you know.
No.
Constellation Pegasus. Seeing folks' emotions are leading to desperate defenses. He's a victim the way Jehovah's Witnesses are, PhD or not. He doesn't evidently have a clue. He's a victim of his faith. Pretty clear cut here. What do you say to that?
100.
You agree. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Stupid Whore Energy, thank you for the super chat. Dr. Falk is the dude that once said Israelites are Amorites. Do you know about this?
No, I don't know about this either.
Interesting.
Apparently there's people who watch him more than I do, which is surprising.
Wow. Well, I wonder why. Didn't he have a live stream last night?
Yeah.
Wasn't he talking about Amorites?
He was talking mostly about. So I guess, yeah, maybe.
He's saying Abraham was an Amorite or something?
Yeah, he did say Abraham was an
Yeah,
Amorite.
road racing is tough because there's not a lot of places to pass.
And yeah, that the whole point of the live stream last night was with the discovery of these new Amorite tablets. He figures it'll.
And they keep giving you track limit violations.
Consensus regarding.
Well, I find him very reliable.
Is that what's popping up in red? Yeah,
I'm on board.
Yeah, breaking advice on the ideal line.
Amir, thank you for the super chat. I have better hair than
following the line itself, not when to break. You know what I mean? Just because it's there's people in front of me and stuff. And
yeah. I'm just thinking those little alerts down there, right? That's what that is, a violation popping up because you will go over the boundaries or whatever.
Yeah, out here it's a little loose on this particular track. On most corners, but yeah, I definitely got like 1 or 2 penalties.
Oh, here's my chat.
Go subscribe to Pocket Locker for real. Jay, thank you for the super chat. Academics across disciplines need to stick together and call out apologists for putting their faith ahead of their academic integrity more frequently.
I could not possibly agree with that more.
You know who else would probably 100% echo this? And I don't think probably, I know they would. Richard C. Miller. I spoke to him recently. He said, even in academia, this is a big issue. So like even real credentialed scholars, this is a serious issue. So Jay, I really appreciate the love. And thank you so much. You're going to be doing a biology. We're going to be doing evolution, at least evolution and sex in another course in March sometime, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe April.
In spring.
Either way, looking forward to that 2-time PhD here. That just super chatted. So, Max the Confessor, how old is the reading of Transmigration into Ecclesiastes? Do you know?
No idea.
I don't know either.
No, but I take it that because I think Ecclesiastes does include the idea of the release of the disembodied soul, which is something you find in Hellenism. Which kind of clues us.
Yeah, Wayne, that's the crazy thing about F1. That's why so many races, like if the race is on Sunday, it's really one on Saturday, right? Because qualifying.
Qualifies, bro. Real.
And some F1 races and different road courses, they're processional, right? Certain tracks and races develop a reputation for that, to where it's like very few overtakes, right? And so it's all like strategy and stuff, and it'll be processional unless people take really divergent strategies, right? So that's where people are going crazy with their pit strategies when they're fueling, or their tire changes, because they're just trying to get on a very different strategy than everybody else so they can gain in the pits.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's one mandatory pit stop for this 30-minute race.
Yeah, that's where all that shit comes into place. Like so there'll be like a mandatory pit stop or a mandatory tire change. So do you go start mediums and then switch to your softs, or start softs and then get out ahead early and then pit early and then ride out on the mediums so you don't have to pit when everybody else pits, all that shit.
Yeah.
But then of course the yellow flag will fuck it all up because then everybody gets bunched. So it's I love when people get into that level of racing.
I actually lost my last race like that, man, because I waited too late to try and get into the pits, and then I wasn't able to get into the pits on like one of the last turns. And I'm DQ.
I wanted to do anything I could.
Oh shit!
Learning lessons, man.
Yeah.
Learning lessons.
Yeah.
Now Kip didn't care.
Yeah, but it also helps you watch races, right? Because if you don't understand that, people are like, you're just seeing the cars going round and round, but you're not paying attention to like what they're actually, trying to pull off and shit.
You have a heart, so I was like, let me go try.
And it's really fun when you watch them, and especially when it works. You're just like, holy shit.
Yeah, when it works, it's great.
Thank you so much
for you and your crew, like especially if it's a long race, like 4 or 5 people, like getting it together. That's great.
Yeah, and I love when you're like you said, it's crazy. They got the death wish to get into the fucking jet car and hurl around the track at 200 miles per hour. But then when you realize there's like a team chess match being played with these things, and then there's like, I hate to say it, but these like ungodly rich corporate overlords who were like, dumping the best of science and technology and funding into like all of those setup changes and shit. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh yeah, you fucked your brakes. You didn't manage your brakes.
Yeah, my left brake is fucked. That's why I keep running off the track. I really got to get to the pit. I'm out here listening to you and listening to this.
Nah, I feel you, bro. I feel you. Also, I noticed you're gonna love the wheel too, because I think the corrections are easier when you get your steering set up, right? When you're trying to like make sharp turns and then recorrect with the controller, I'm sure that's difficult.
Oh, for sure. Assetto Corsa is the nicest to a gamepad.
I got
that
you.
That doesn't mean that it's great. You know what I mean? This is all
100% understood. 100% understood.
I can't even play the first Assetto Corsa because the controller's too touchy.
I see. Yeah. For sure. And thanks for showing this off, because I'm getting a much better look at it than I have before.
Yeah. And this is wild, man, because like you're saying, the manufacturing team, like the amount of money that some of these teams have, especially when it's like the manufacturer's car.
Right.
Like I watched the one dude, James Baldwin, who did this digitally and then got on the McLaren team in real life. And he's just talking about like the Audi team, like it's for real, because like it's like an $8 million car, not even including like any extra value. We talking just technology in the motherfucker, you know what I mean?
Right.
And yeah, it's a chess match going on, and then you got guys like it's literal rocket science.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like rocket racing for real on the ground. It's like road rocket racing. The strategy is crazy, and then it's like baseball, where you've got people coming out of sims, people coming out of cars, people coming out of the different series, to where there's like, it's a career, and they're trying to do the minor leagues and shit like that. So yeah, racing's dope when you get into it. But one thing I love is that even the sim racing community, to me it's one of the best gaming communities. Like where people are the most invested and the most supportive, and all different backgrounds all around the world. So
in one way,
it's great.
I just recorded a lecture today in which I go into a basic history of the text, which most scholars I think would agree that the layers within the Hebrew Bible that actually do stretch back into the First Temple period are part of a royal religious program. This is all very much restricted to what's going on in the Jerusalem Temple, I even called it the Jerusalem Chapel, the Jerusalem Temple, which is little more.
But Wayne,
than
I'm 100%
chapel.
down
It's
to do some
to the house
just
of the
fun
king.
gaming, like racing streams. We need to get into that, but also like I used to want to cover some of those series and events, so we should really make some commentary streams out of that shit.
I'm here for it. It's all new to me. So
Yeah, man. Are you gonna be around on Saturday, like for real? Because we could try to do like a Royal Rumble commentary thing, or like a watch along stream or something. I don't know if you're.
I'd be willing to do a watch along. I think so. That could work.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the. I figure it's one of the pay-per-views I'll probably actually watch from start to finish. Mine as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Undertaking his cultic reforms. It says that the whole nation came and gathered at the temple to listen to the reading of the book of the law, the Sefer HaTorah. Think about this in practical terms. I mean, the Temple Mount is big, but you're not getting the whole country in there.
Right.
You're probably not even getting the whole city in there. And if you're not in there, you can't hear what's going on. No, most of this stuff happened in this tiny little
Yeah, this will be fun, man.
On top of the mountain where the Acropolis in Jerusalem stood, and that's it.
Just a shout out, we do have an MA in Egyptology, and we've been noticing this while you were doing your presentation.
Yeah.
Deviant Outcast, and they have been praising you this whole time, by the way.
Thank you.
Physical resurrection, the whole nine, right? In a body. PT, Pyramid Text, Old Kingdom, and end of the Old Kingdom, circa 2400, 2300 BC. The reference is correct. The conclusion's wrong. Derek's on point again.
Thank you.
You've been vindicated. Really appreciate that, my friend. Please email me. I'd be happy
can you
to
look at my screen real quick?
dive into Egyptology and educate people on more
If you go into this arena that we
Dalai
set
Lama.
up,
I have no hair, but I still mosh like a fiend. Metal for life.
we set it up so that we can what we'll do is we'll have people on like a live banner up or something, but then we'll invite people to come in to gather to watch it, and so they could sit here. Like this is just one private room around the ring, and these are little private booths. But what'll happen is they'll have Myron Bot here in the ring, basically streaming the pay-per-view, and then people can also hang out at the bar if they want. But then we'll be here. Like I made this little actual commentary booth.
So the point you're trying to get at is whether or not
So we'll chill here, like me and you, and do commentary.
I'm all about that.
Yeah, it'll be fun, man. All right, I just wanted to show you that setup. Also, we made this because we'll use this too for like the WWE debates. Oh, there's there's one of Biden's documents. I guess I gave that one away. But yeah, that's why I put it in here. I'm sure to make sure people find it. But yeah, we got this little back office and shit. You know, the fucking get called to the office. But I think we'll use this like for hangouts and shit. If like because I want to do like the debates and shit, and so we could have the participants hang out back here. And then of course you make your entrance. Boom. Gorilla position.
Word Wrestling Entertainment. There it is.
Yeah, there it is, baby. Yeah, I'm excited about that. All right, bro. Thanks.
It's phenomenologically the same kind of idea. If you're going to claim that someone lives forever, but they're nowhere on Earth where you can actually see them, then in order to be able to retain that belief, you have to make the belief unfalsifiable by suggesting that they have gone to another realm. It happens for Jesus, it happens for Romulus, it happens for Osiris, it happens for Asclepius. It's the same kind of motif that is required in order to retain that unfalsifiable idea.
I definitely second that. They all have that, right? Moses actually was taken up into heaven.
Elijah.
Elijah, you name it. Enoch. All of them. Anyway.
No, sorry. I was just going to say, I just love listening to Derek say rail
Realm. Yeah, I'm like
Realm.
realm. I'm
Realm.
always like to another realm.
Realm.
You're
Is
like
it-
realm.
Realm. I'm from Kentucky. Cut me some slack. I am a slack-jawed idiot, and I left my overalls at home.
Shadman, thank you for the super chat. Much love, Derek. Any thoughts on Genesis 19:24?
Remind us of the.
Do you know
this
that?
is I just pulled it up.
Okay.
This is the verse which this is in the story of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, and this is the verse when Yahweh rains down fire from the sky on Sodom and Gomorrah.
So any thoughts on that? Don't you get into this part actually in the course a little bit about
Oh yeah, I have
the strangers?
I have a whole in one of my lectures. I have a whole section where we go in depth into the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. It's my it's the homosexual gang rape lecture. So
Yeah, it's the course is going to be quite.
Ooh, let's go. Come on, get off
but
me, man.
hopefully good.
Yeah, I'm just
Hopefully
saying, like,
it'll be
it's
quite
not
good.
like you're not like holding back. You're really putting in.
So, and I should say too, like this is a course that I taught for a few years at a Christian evangelical university. So I've redeveloped it, and this is the first time I'm presenting it for a non-confessional audience, which is pretty exciting because it does provide me the opportunity to explore, I guess, different areas that I was not necessarily encouraged to do when I used to teach.
Absolutely. So, real quick here, make sure you subscribe to Atheologica. Derek Bennett busted his hump, did this presentation. He's got a lot of material on here. One of my favorites till this day is your Origins of Yahweh video that I always love going back to.
Really good.
The Origins of Yahweh. It's got the most views, I think, on your channel too, doesn't it?
Yes, 56,000 views now. But of course, this is a very fringe idea that I'm bringing to the table, that Yahweh was a storm god with a body. I mean, you don't find that anywhere in scholarship, do you,
It's
Dr.
just
Falk?
odd.
It's odd. It's odd. But people really like it because they're doing theology by cup size, I guess.
I was going to say theology by artwork. So
Maybe,
if they watched it, it's because it's got
that's
like
probably it.
just beautiful images in it.
Yeah.
They don't care about what you say. It's just, that's really what's going on. I pinned this YouTube channel up in the chat, and I'm hoping everybody watching will subscribe. I also put it in the description, and I do want to try and grow his YouTube channel. We got to get Derek way more than this. He hasn't been able to do this full time in the past. He was working part-time. Was it a stripper, or what were you working as?
Yes, I was working for Chippendales.
That's right.
They fired me for being
hotter than the rest of the guys.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was too attractive. Was the issue, and then you'll have that, won't you, Dr. Falk?
Yes. Please subscribe. Let's grow Derek's channel. Help support what he's doing. I also want to plug Kip here. Kip, you got some stuff working here as well, man. You didn't have to join us, but I was like, please join us. You've got some stuff growing, man. 7.29. How many subscribers did you grow since we did?
Over 200.
Wow. Okay, so we're growing.
Yeah.
Okay, and what do you have coming up with yours?
So, part 2 of the Dead Sea Scrolls unapologetically is dropping this week.
And that one's on the Patreon right now. So if
It's on the Patreon now. So if you can't wait, join the Patreon. But I will be publishing it on YouTube this week.
Speaking of which, you got a Patreon as well.
Please, absolutely. Whatever you can contribute to my Patreon and in order to support my ongoing work would very much be appreciated. And I need to make a point of interacting there more. And I think I'll have more time to do so now that Derek has given me an opportunity to just go at all of this stuff full time without the concerns of a part-time job getting in the way. So I'll bring you all some goodies like Santa.
Constellation Pegasus said, I had an elder say Enoch was killed by Jehovah because the crowds were going to do bad things to him, a mercy killing of sort.
Well, that's interesting.
Never heard of that.
No, that's not very consistent with the text.
Right. Seriously, go support both of these guys. You already know I plug mine all the damn time, and I really want this to be about
Support
not me.
Derek.
No, I really want this to be like, I want to grow these guys. I want our community to stick together. I am quite impressed with what recently took place and how we really bonded really quick to support the ugly acts that were taking place against friends of ours. People who've been mistreated a lot for the very same reason, right? They look good. They're not smart. I disagree with the scholarship.
They're
stuff
women.
Like that. Yeah. I mean, like, really? So that infuriates me, if anything. Not any of your popcorn reviews. It's what you said. And guess who's getting front row seats the whole week? Professor Francesca Stavrakopoulos. So thank you all. Hit the like button, drop a comment, share this with somebody. Go check out these guys and subscribe to their channel. Tell them you came from Mythvision. Let's change the world together. You know what I mean? You got to do it one mind at a time. Thank you. We're going to do an outro. What do you say? Outro?
Outro.
Well, that was cool.
Yeah, it was. Oh Lord. So I think I'm gonna do Uncle Bobby's new episode after the stream tonight.
Okay.
And then Trump leads Biden in polls. I'm actually interested in hearing about that. A history of revelations. Was Richard Madsen running his
Channel
mouth about?
talking. I have a right to your stream.
I have a
I'm
right
like,
to your
oh, I
stream.
see. You have no creativity. You can make no actual comment. No actual content, and you're stealing mine.
Is this
I
live?
get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
I don't know who is he talking about.
So I'm done.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah.
Somebody called him a content thief?
Other than that, go and check out Rage. I hear he's going live. If I can find someone and think of something for Saturday night, we'll be here Saturday night. And otherwise, me and Richard will be here next week to try not to kill each other again. And going, how many chapters have we left?
It really helps that you're in Ireland.
Why is that?
Because you can't kill me from this far away.
I can kill you with love.
I love you too, actually.
Oh, fuck, we're close, man.
I know.
Damn.
It only goes to 22.
This could easily be 2 episodes, and it could easily be 7. We don't know. Stay tuned.
I'm voting for the 7, but we'll see.
Oh, I've already thought. I have a couple of ideas for our next series. You know, we'll take a wee month break or 2 month break or whatever. So I don't care. I'm enjoying this. You know, go straight into the next one.
Yeah.
But I need time to make a new cool intro and all. You know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I have a few different older versions of stories and stuff that I'm trying to find something that you haven't read before.
That's most of them.
Yeah, so I'm trying to find one that. No, we done Gilgamesh, for fuck's sake, producer Wes.
Wes, we did a whole series with 10 episodes.
Gilgamesh got that what we did earlier and passionate that we took nearly a year and a half off because I was so fucked off because at the end of Gilgamesh there was like 7.
Get it?
Dude, I'm happy now to stop. So tomorrow, Mac, 5 p.m. Eastern, 12 midday, and 11 Central.
Rage though.
Oh, are we letting Rage go? Or are we gonna end a wee bit earlier? To lightning out your fingertips?
Yeah, that's cheating.
I thought it was.
I'm still going to try to do that. I still want to stop at the 19 right here and maybe go watch his show a little bit.
It's a good point.
I have sworn off of that one channel that was doing like forever reviews of me, and I did like 2 of them. I'm sworn off. I quit. I'm not gonna do any more of that. It's just become a trash dumpster fire. Awful. I'm not going to address it anymore.
Right. I don't want to, because is it this person in the private chat?
No, I'm not even saying their name.
Oh no, is it yes or no?
That's gotta be me or James.
Am I right in the private chat? Yes or no?
James.
Oh yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Oh, I just want to do my happy dance and go, I fucking told you so. I fucking told you.
I'm not going to do any more. I mean, I've made my point that they're just doing emotional appeals. They don't care about logic. They're not actually critiquing me. They're just making fun. You know what? I think I figured out why. He actually sends people out from his chat and his friend group into other channels so that he can say, well, that person was on your channel talking. I have a right to your stream. I'm like, oh, I see. You have no creativity. You can make no actual comment. No actual content, and you're stealing mine.
Who do you think he's talking about?
Do my happy dance.
I get it.
Do my happy dance.
It's not me. It's not you. It's not James. I don't know.
I think it is.
Right.
It's stealing content.
Other than that, go and check out Rage. I hear he's going live.
What content is there to take?
Someone and think of something for Saturday night. We'll be here Saturday night. And otherwise, me and Richard.
Battlefield Earth should have been a Tyler Perry.
Try not to kill each other again.
That's what he's. That's how he sounds. That's how James sounds.
Yeah.
Turn that poop into wine. Okay, we got the same content as him now.
Yeah, because he went at, the reason I say I think so is because he went at James super hard earlier in his, earlier when, whose stream were we at? We were at fucking, Nidimos' stream earlier. Oh. And Richard Madsen got in there and went right at James Apperson, like, oh, because I guess Nidimos mentioned James Apperson's name. And he was like, well, what did he say? He said, oh, well, the person you're mentioning just mentioned Sun Tzu's The Art of War on their stream.
Okay.
Because James mentioned Sun Tzu's The Art of War yesterday, and we were talking about JG. Had nothing to do with Richard Madsen.
Right.
And all James said was, it says, appear weak when you're strong and strong when you're weak or whatever.
It's one of the most popular philosophy books in the world.
Right. Right. So Richard Madsen then comes at James and said, and then because I guess Nidimos just ignored it. So then he comes at James directly. Well, I heard you mention The Art of War in your conversation with Theist yesterday. But I noticed you didn't mention me by name. Because if you were talking about me, then I'm determining that I'm not going to have any more conversations about you, with you, or something.
He was Lao Tzu, apparently.
Bro, he's all up on it. And then James is literally like, well, I didn't mention you by name. Well, then I'm, maybe I'd consider, have it. Like, it was just this really preemptive. I sent James a message. I was like, Richard Madsen is all the way up your booty hole today. Like, it was totally preemptive out of nowhere. So that's what that sounded like to me when he's like, oh, I'm not going to deal with this or that community anymore because they'll send people. Because lately that's been his thing, where he's victimized by me and James Apperson. So it could be somebody else. He's always going on about somebody, but I don't think we're clear. I'll put it that way. Oh, man.
Tucker Carlson is very concerned about a floating space vagina. That is not a headline that I would have guessed 2 days ago I was going to be giving you today. This is the epitome of everything is
You said
scary.
you started in 13?
I'm going to explain right-wing fear-mongering
Oh, nice.
with
Yeah,
a
yeah,
segment
good shit.
in which Fox News propagandist Tucker Carlson is afraid of a Turkish floating space vagina. What am I talking about? Okay, here's the deal. In Turkey, there was a cloud, okay? The cloud, to some people, looked like a vagina. And some of you will say, well, David, really, it's a vulva. The vagina is inside. We all know what I'm talking about, okay? We're using the colloquial term that is usually used. Please, OBGYNs, don't write to me about this. It was really not like a huge deal. It's just a cloud. I mean, quite literally, it's a cloud. But Tucker has to fearmonger. So he does a segment saying, this is really a problem. This is not normal. Take a look at this.
You may have seen pictures of the very strangely shaped object that appeared in the skies over Turkey.
Yeah.
What is that exactly? It's not normal, no matter what they tell you. Plus, tomorrow, millions of church-going Christians in America still vote for the Democrats.
Yeah. He was moving on to his next scary story, that there are Christians who vote for Democrats. Maybe blame the vaccine would be a takeaway. All right, so listen, it's so stupid, but this is very, very instructive, and I'll explain to you why. Whether it's about big things or small things, the right relies on fear-mongering tactics to gain support and to push their agenda forward. If there's a specific person to blame, even better. If there's a particular group to blame, absolutely fantastic. It's a strategy that fear creates a sense of urgency. We need to know what to do now. We need to know who is subjecting us to this, and on and on and on. The space vagina, he's using the same rhetoric he uses with a lot of this other stuff. I don't know that he's necessarily suggesting an investigation. He just seems confused by it, I guess, in some sense. But the way that this works is you use the fear to create the sense of urgency and to otherize someone else, to agitate people, to scare them, to say, well, tell me what to do. Please, you've scared me. Now what is it that I'm supposed to do? And that's the point. You use the fear to get people to take action without fully considering the consequences. And this is why right-wing politicians will often use fear to try to push for quick and drastic changes to policies or laws. Guys, we don't have time to sit and think about this and to debate it. There's a floating space vagina in Turkey. We've got to do something about it right now. Now, usually it's not a floating space vagina. It's immigrants or communism that doesn't exist, or Marxism that they don't understand that isn't Marxism, or whatever the case may be. But that's how you slip changes through quickly that aren't actually in the best interests of the majority of people. Fear can also be used to create division and distraction from actual issues. A floating space vagina is not a real issue. Tucker's 1 hour show, once you take commercials away, is probably 38 minutes or 42 if it's like, most corporate media shows. And every one of those minutes is going to something rather than something else. And when you do the space vagina thing, you don't talk about an actual issue that affects people. And lastly, the fear is used to create an us versus them mentality. Now, he didn't go in this direction, but the Turkish floating space vagina could be used to make the audience suspicious of what is it that Turkey is doing? What is Turkey up to exactly? Will they have a floating penis soon, or whatever the case may be? And it's part of this distraction method, and it fuels all of these other techniques that I talked about. So it's such a silly example. It's a small example, although the cloud is quite large. It's a small example, small scale example of how everything leads to the exact same rhetoric and tone. And that's another fascinating and sort of funny thing. Whether Tucker is talking about a potential nuclear war or a floating space vagina, his tone is exactly the same, which signals to people who have this stuff spoon-fed to them on Fox News, they should be reacting with equal amounts of fear to both of the things. So it's quite sophisticated propaganda. And it would be better if people were more prepared defend themselves against it. One of our sponsors today is Zippix Nicotine Toothpicks. Zippix brings you a convenient alternative to smoking and vaping and the vape clouds, the ashtrays, the thing in your lip that people can see. I've seen that around. This is an easier and less messy way to curb the cravings, and you can use Zippix just about anywhere. Zippix is available in 6 flavors with 2 or 3 milligram strength. The nicotine and the flavor are long-lasting, and Zippix has helped countless people kick the bad habits, and they are bad habits. Zippix toothpicks are FDA registered. Their customer service is second to none. It is one of the most cost
So welcome to episode 1 of Breaking Bethel. We're going to start going through this series. I'm really excited about it. I already have some other fellow alumni I'm talking to for down the road to start doing some other maybe interviews with other people that have left Bethel. And it's really cool the networking that's happening already. So if you have people that maybe have walked away from Bethel right off the bat, feel free to send them my way because we're talking. So episode 1 and the idea of Breaking Bethel is that we're going to go from application all the way to 3rd year. I want to take it in phases, maybe 2 or 3, maybe 3 episodes per year. So we'll see how long this takes. We'll see the format. We'll see how things.
Yo, this shit got me wondering, like, what it would be like if I took like that Eastern Bible Institute or something like this, Wayne, and we just like did streams based on like going through some like ministerial class or like, you know what I'm saying? Like really get in there and see what we can find.
That sounds cool for you and Nitty or somebody. That sounds like homework to me. I don't want to do that homework right now, but
bro,
it'd be cool to listen to.
That's the hesitation is facts. I don't want to do the homework. That's the exact hesitation. I'm like, I need to push me just north of that monetization threshold, and that'd be perfect.
Patreon goals.
Yeah, Patreon goals. Facts.
Go, but
Facts.
It's going to take some time.
Bro, it's why I don't do the Bible and philosophy nerd shit like the other motherfuckers. I'll be like, I'll be damned if I'm going to pick that book up in my free time. That shit is trash.
That's what I'm saying. Like, go ahead, Tux. I appreciate you.
Yeah, but that shit is garbage.
Over the time, or it will evolve more than likely. And I'm excited to see what that turns into. You know, this is something brand new for me. So without further ado, let's get started. Okay. So you want to go to Bethel, and the first step is you have to apply. When you apply to Bethel, it's not like a ministry school that you would typically go to or a college. The application process is a bit different. It starts off pretty standard, and we're probably going to go through, I'm looking at my notes, so sorry, I'm looking over here. And since basically you're going to vicariously live through going to Bethel through me, you got to start by vicariously applying to Bethel. So let's start with that. So it may seem strange to start with the application process, but there's a lot in there that ties into the theology and what Bethel does that's in the process. So I like to break down the application process into kind of 3 or 4 different things. The ones I've written down are the actual application. So this is like you're writing down the application of just standard information, the questionnaire part, the interview, and then the callback. So I went through all of my email accounts that I had at that time. I even had to go through some like old AOL email accounts, and I tried to find some sort of like remnants of the application or something, but I don't know if it's because they were sold, they got deleted automatically, but I couldn't find anything, which is kind of a bummer. But that being said, I really, this is back in 2008. So when you apply at Bethel, just keep in mind, like, this is 2008 Bethel. This isn't, Bethel now. So this is a while ago. So just that being the disclaimer, and I'm doing this from memory, but I feel pretty confident in my memory of everything. So just keeping that all in mind. All right. So when you start off with the actual application part, it's just standard stuff, like asking for your age, why you want to come to Bethel, where are you from, what else we got here, location, church background's one of them, like what kind of church you attend, that kind of stuff. It's all pretty standard, nothing too crazy. This is just a basic application you're filling out. So that's like applying for a job, that's pretty straightforward. But then we get to the questionnaire part. And the questionnaire part is where things get pretty fun. I guess interesting, fun, whatever word you want to put in there. Now, when the questionnaire starts, it's stuff like, what kind of church do you attend, or what denomination are you? There's stuff like, how long have you been a Christian? That's a pretty straightforward one. When did you get saved? Do you have any known major sin issues? And you're like, oh gosh, like who's gonna actually fill that part out, But it's really interesting when they start getting these questions, because this is trying to find out if you're already immersed in the Bethel culture. Now, for me, I wasn't really immersed in the Bethel culture per se, because I didn't really know what the Bethel culture was. When I applied to Bethel, I actually never heard a Bill Johnson sermon. I never listened to Jesus Culture or Bethel music or anything like that. I just went because I was told it was basically what my church was already doing, but like cooler and better and bigger, and they could teach me how to do it even like more of it. I had dial-up internet, so I didn't have the best access to stuff. But I just kind of went off of like what my pastor, my parents were like, hey, it's they went down to Lakeland and they connected with Bethel students while they're at Lakeland, and I love what see what Lakeland. They're like, yeah, there's a place in California where they do this all the time. I'm like, well, let's go there. I didn't really want to go to college, mainly because I didn't know what I wanted to do, and the bill for college was too much for me to swallow. So I went to Bethel. So that being said, they were trying to figure out what kind of church you go to, and I was like, yeah, my answer was like, yeah, I operate in the prophetic already, doing words of knowledge. I'm already looking for miracles, and like our church was teaching all that stuff, so I was going for it. I was already there. And then the question is like, why do you want to go to Bethel? And I'm just like, I want to see more of this stuff. I want to do more of this stuff. I want to raise the dead. Like that's always the big thing. And you want to see amazing miracles happen, and you want to get empowered and hopefully get trained to be on staff at a church at some point, and then the question that really, I guess stuck out to me is when they talk about, what does your personal relationship with God look like? And, if you're watching this, you will know that I'm going to be having an interview with Doreen Virtue coming out, and we talk about, and I'm going to bring it full circle, and this is kind of part of the meat I want to get to with this. So when you're talking about the differences in theologies with charismatics and Reformed and whatnot, this I think is one of the biggest things, is the idea of a personal, intimate relationship with Jesus or with God. And I think one of the questions Doreen asked me when she talked about ministering to Mormons, or not Mormons, charismatics, that it must be like the prophetic aspect must be the hardest part, like because they're entrenched in the prophetic and they believe in the prophetic, and that's something they're very passionate about. And I personally don't think that's what it was, because for me, the last really big theological cornerstone that I held on to with my time in the charismatic camp was the idea of my personal, intimate relationship with God, like this one-on-one intimacy, where it was, I could hear God's voice directly. Like he talks to me every morning. Like in my daily walk, I can just kind of like that Kevin Copeland. You ever see that clip? I might try to add it in here. We'll see, where he's like, oh yeah, okay, Father, yeah, I'll get that. Yeah. It's like that kind of thing where it's like you're talking to God directly all the time. Like I seriously thought I had that. And that was when they ask you, what does your personal, intimate relationship with God look like? I want to be like, yeah, it's great. Like I talk with God all the time. I feel like I hear God's voice very clearly. I feel like I honor what he says all the time. And then you have like, you take that same idea with on the other side of things. Like I'm always curious. Like I've never really talked to many like Baptists or Lutherans or, Calvinist of like, what does that look like to you? And that's just a question I never asked. And I would love to see what you guys think. Like, what if someone asked you, what does your personal, intimate relationship with God look like? How would you answer that? Like, I'm still working on that now of like, how would I answer that? Like, for me, it's more of like, I see him as my savior. He's like the creator of the universe, like the Holy Spirit that convicts me. But it's not this like intimate level. And this is where the Mormonism comes in, because you'll notice that when you talk to charismatics about the gospel or our testimony.
All right, hang on a sec, guys. I need to play this video. I'm probably going to play it on stream again, so, but I need to see what it is before I play it. Oh, it's Howard Hughes Medical Institute. We work with them a lot. All right.
When you are infected with a virus like SARS-CoV-2, your body gets to work destroying the virus. Your immune system recognizes certain viral proteins called antigens. Antigens trigger a process called the immune response, which includes the production of many types of immune cells with different roles. For simplicity, we will focus on B cells. B cells produce antibodies that bind to antigens. When antibodies bind to antigens on a virus, they can keep the virus from infecting other cells and target the virus for destruction by the body. Even after the virus is gone, some B cells that recognize the virus may stay in your body for years and protect you from that virus in the future. These are called memory B cells. If you haven't come into contact with a particular virus before, it can take weeks for your immune system to produce enough antibodies.
Say that again?
Is this a video on how antibodies work or something like that?
It's a video on how they make the vaccine.
Oh, cool.
To fight the unfamiliar virus. In the meantime, the virus can cause serious disease and spread to other people. Vaccines help prevent disease caused by a virus that is unfamiliar to the body. A vaccine delivers antigens into your body to trigger an immune response without causing disease. Then, if you are infected with the real virus in the future, you already have B cells and antibodies to quickly get rid of the virus. Vaccines against SARS-CoV-2 and other viruses deliver the viral antigens in three main forms: as inactive whole virus, as antigen proteins, or through genetic instructions. Some vaccines deliver the whole virus, which has been weakened or inactivated. These viruses don't cause disease, but still contain antigens that trigger an immune response. Other vaccines deliver only the antigen. In the case of SARS-CoV-2, some vaccines deliver the spike protein. These spike proteins are produced in the lab. And other types of vaccines deliver the genetic instructions, DNA or RNA, for making the antigens. In the case of SARS-CoV-2, some vaccines deliver a messenger RNA, or mRNA, that encodes the spike protein. The mRNA is delivered inside an artificial membrane similar to the cell membrane. When the mRNA enters one of your cells, the cell's ribosomes translate the mRNA into the spike protein antigen, which triggers an immune response. Other SARS-CoV-2 vaccines deliver spike protein DNA instead of RNA. The DNA is typically delivered using an inactivated adenovirus, a modified virus that can't multiply or cause disease, but can bring the DNA into your cells. Your cells then transcribe the DNA into mRNA, which is then translated into spike proteins. All of these types of vaccines help the immune system to develop an immune response against a virus without causing disease. The different parts of each vaccine, such as inactive whole virus, antigens, mRNA or DNA, and molecules that help with delivery, are eliminated from the body. But some of the memory B cells that produce antibodies against the virus may last for years and provide protection from the virus. Sometimes another dose of a vaccine, called a booster shot, is needed to keep levels of antibodies high. And over time, if the virus mutates, you might need a new vaccine that delivers antigens matching those of the mutated virus. As more individuals in a community get vaccinated and have antibodies to destroy a virus, it becomes harder for the virus to spread among people. So, getting a vaccine can help keep you and those around you safe from disease.
Science. The thing we love and respect so much, we only allow scientists to be portrayed by the likes of Arnold Schwarzenegger, Nicolas Cage, and Al Pacino. That is how much we respect them and the complexity of the work they do. Science is constantly producing new studies, as you would know if you've ever watched TV.
A new study shows how sugar might fuel the growth of cancer.
A new study shows late-night snacking could damage the part of your brain that creates and stores memories.
A new study finds pizza is the most addictive food in America.
A new study suggests hugging your dog is bad for your dog.
A new study showing that drinking a glass of red wine is just as good as spending an hour at the gym.
What? That last one? No! That last one doesn't even sound like science. It's more like something your sassy aunt would wear on a T-shirt. And when studies aren't blanketing TV, they're all over your Facebook feed with alerts like study finds liberals are better than conservatives at smizing, your cat might be thinking about killing you, and scientific study shows that bears engage in fellatio. And by the way, I'm not interested. Let me know when bears start engaging in some mutually pleasurable 69ing. Hashtag bear pleasure, hashtag feminism. Exactly. Time.com once even ran the headline, scientists say smelling farts might prevent cancer, which I would say was the most unfortunate thing Time ever published. But then, this is a magazine that once did a cover story on those Asian American whiz kids. The point is, there are now so many studies being thrown around, they can seem to contradict one another. In just the last few months, we've seen studies about coffee that claim it may reverse the effects of liver damage, help prevent colon cancer, decrease the risk of endometrial cancer, and increase the risk of miscarriage. Coffee today is like God in the Old Testament. It will either save you or kill you, depending on how much you believe in its magic powers. And after a certain point, all that ridiculous information can make you wonder, is science bullshit? To which the answer is clearly no, but there is a lot of bullshit currently masquerading as science. So tonight, we thought we'd talk about a few of the reasons why. And first, not all scientific studies are equal. Some may appear in less than legitimate scientific journals, and others may be subtly biased because of scientists feeling pressured to come up with eye-catching positive results.
My success as a scientist depends on me publishing my findings, and I need to publish as frequently as possible in the most prestigious outlets that I can.
Now, that's true. Scientists are under constant pressure to publish, with tenure and funding on the line. And to get published, it helps to have results that seem new and striking, because scientists know nobody is publishing a study that says nothing up with acai berries. And to get those results, there are all sorts of ways that, consciously or not, you can tweak your study. You could alter how long it lasts, or make your random sample too small to be reliable, or engage in something that scientists call p-hacking. That's p-hacking with a hyphen, not to be confused with facking, which, as I think everyone knows, is a euphemism for f***ing the Philly fanatic. Now, p-hacking is very complicated, but it basically means collecting lots of variables and then playing with your data until you find something that counts as statistically significant but is probably meaningless. For example, the website 538 surveyed 54 people and collected over 1,000 variables, and through p-hacking the results, was able to find statistically significant correlations between eating cabbage and having an innie belly button, drinking iced tea and believing Crash didn't deserve to win Best Picture, and eating raw tomatoes and Judaism. And the only thing tomatoes have in common with Judaism is that neither of them really feel quite at home in the upper Midwest. But you don't even need to engage in these kinds of manipulations to get results that don't hold up. Even the best designed studies can get flukish results. And the best process that science has to guard against that is the replication study, where other scientists redo your study and see if they get similar results. Unfortunately, that happens way less than it should.
Replication studies are so rarely funded and they're so underappreciated. They never get published. No one wants to do them. There's no reward system there in place that enables it to happen. So you just have all of these exploratory studies out there that are taken as fact, that this is a scientific fact that's never actually been confirmed.
Exactly. There is no reward for being the second person to discover something in science. There's no Nobel Prize for fact-checking. And incidentally, there's no Nobel Prize for fact-checking is a motivational poster in Brian Williams' MSNBC dressing room. And for all those reasons, scientists themselves know not to attach too much significance to individual studies until they're placed in the much larger context of all the work taking place in that field. But too often, a small study with nuanced, tentative findings gets blown out of all proportion when it's presented to us, the lay public. Sometimes that happens when a scientific body puts out a press release summarising the study for a wider audience. For instance, earlier this year, a medical society hosted a conference at which a paper was presented comparing the effects of high and low flavanol chocolate during pregnancy. If that sounds narrow and technical, it was supposed to be. There wasn't even a control group of women who didn't eat chocolate. And the study found no difference in preeclampsia or high blood pressure between women who ate the two chocolates. So there is no way a study that boring can make it to television, right? Well, wait. Because that medical society issued a press release with the much sexier but pretty misleading title, The Benefits of Chocolate During Pregnancy. And because most TV producers just read press releases, this happens.
Turns out if you're pregnant, eating 30 grams a day of chocolate, that's about 2/3 of a chocolate bar, not the whole chocolate bar, could improve blood flow to the placenta and benefit the growth and development of your baby, especially in women at risk for preeclampsia or high blood pressure in pregnancy.
Except that's not what the study said. It's like a game of telephone. The substance gets distorted at every step. And I can only imagine how someone who watched that segment must have described it the next day. Oh, the news said our baby is made of chocolate and it's okay if I eat it, but only 2/3. And it is not like the media needs help blowing things out of proportion. Remember that Time story about farts and cancer? It turns out the study never mentioned either of those things. It just pointed out that certain sulfide compounds are useful pharmacological tools to study mitochondrial dysfunction. And while that Time story was later heavily corrected, the scientists told us that we still get phone calls and emails from strange radio and TV shows wanting us to talk about farts, which is clearly a waste of their time. They're doing valuable work. They shouldn't be wasting their time fielding calls from drive time DJs Gasman and The Beef. And there is no doubt some of this is on us, the viewing audience. We like fun, poppy science that we can share like gossip, and TV news producers know it. That is why you constantly hear stuff like this.
Men, listen up. A brand new study says a woman is more open to romance when they are full opposed to being hungry.
Okay. First of all, no shit. Anyone is more open to anything when they aren't hungry. But you should know that study involved only 20 women. And you cannot presume that 20 women can speak for all women. This is science, not the United States Senate. And then there was this eye-catching report from just last year.
A university in England says drinking champagne every week may help delay dementia and Alzheimer's disease. They say only 1 to 3 glasses a week, not a day, a week, can be effective for your health.
It's fantastic news.
No, it isn't. No, because there's a big issue with that study, aside from the fact that if you are celebrating with champagne 3 times a week, your standards for celebration need to be much higher. Champagne is acceptable on New Year's, Valentine's, birthdays, and if and when Henry Kissinger dies, and that's it. That is it. That is the full list. But the bigger issue is that study was performed on rats, and how do you not tell people that? And how do you not also show them photos of the experiments? Oh, you'd think they would have paired it with some cheese, but it appears they went with cocaine. God, that's chic. Those are chic rats. It's not the drugs that make them cool, it's their confidence. But the truth is, while studies performed on rats and mice are undeniably useful, their applicability to humans can be limited. The overwhelming majority of treatments that work on lab mice do not wind up succeeding in humans, which means two things. A, we shouldn't rush out to report rodent results. And B, during lab mouse funerals, when they say, at least he didn't die in vain, most of the time they are lying. I know it hurts to hear that, but them's the breaks, mouse. Now, to be fair, it's not always the news media. Sometimes researchers themselves will oversimplify the science. Even TED Talks, which have had some amazing speakers, have also featured some morning show-style science in the past, like Paul Zach's 2011 talk on a hormone produced in the brain called oxytocin, which he even gave a catchy name to.
This little syringe contains the moral molecule. It's so easy to cause people's brains to release oxytocin. I know how to do it. And my favorite way to do it is, in fact, the easiest. Let me show it to you. Come here, give me a hug. There you go. Here's your prescription from Dr. Love. 8 hugs a day. We have found that people who release more oxytocin are happier. And they're happier because they have better relationships of all types. Dr. Love says 8 hugs a day.
First of all, don't call yourself Dr. Love. That's the nickname a tabloid gives a dentist who ejaculated on his sedated patients. And second, there is no way that I would be happier giving 8 hugs a day. I'm English, that is 4 lifetimes worth of hugs. And look, by now, you probably won't be surprised to learn the real science on oxytocin is more complicated than the term moral molecule suggests. Because while it has been found to enhance positive emotions like bonding and trust, researchers have also found that it can enhance negative emotions like envy and bias. So while promising, the science on this is still very much in progress, which probably explains why a recent survey of oxytocin research warned the reports about it influencing a large number of social behaviours should be viewed with healthy scepticism, which is really a long technical way of saying what you probably knew in the first place, which is when a strange man calling himself Dr. Love offers to hug you 8 times a day, say no. And you can see just about all of the problems that I've described, plus one more in a study that made the rounds last year.
A new study claims that driving while dehydrated is just as dangerous as driving drunk. Researchers say drivers who drank just 1 ounce of water per hour made the same number of mistakes on the road as those over the legal limit with alcohol. Doctor, when I heard this, I thought this cannot be true.
Yeah, obviously it couldn't, because it wasn't true. As Britain's National Health Service had already pointed out, that study was riddled with red flags, including that it was based on just 12 men, of whom data was only reported for 11, and it got funding from the European Hydration Institute, a foundation that has received over $7 million from Coca-Cola, a company that just happens to sell rehydration in the form of fizzy brown sugar water, carbonated urine, flat urine, diet urine, and grapefruit-flavoured embalming fluid. And look, just because a study is industry-funded or its sample size was small or it was done on mice doesn't mean it's automatically flawed, but it is something the media reporting on it should probably tell you about. And you may think, well, hold on, where's the harm here? So long as I don't try to fart cancer away or fillet a bear, no one's getting hurt. But I'm not so sure about that. Because think of it this way. This is a chart mapping the results of studies of things like coffee, eggs, and wine. All of them have been linked to raising or lowering your risk of cancer, depending on the study. And everything causes cancer is not the conclusion you want to draw from science. It's the conclusion you should draw from logging on to WebMD, where that is their motto. Because if I were to tell you about each of those studies in isolation, at some point you might reasonably think, well, no one knows anything about what causes cancer. And that is a problem, because that's the sort of thing that enabled tobacco companies for years to insist the science isn't in yet. And if you think I'm exaggerating about the impact that this misreporting can have on our faith in science, look at an example from some of the people most guilty of it. Because the Today Show, which lives for scientific studies, recently concluded one segment like this.
Like a lot of studies that we love around here, there have been a couple, especially related to women, about the benefits, as I get all serious, on whole milk. Hey, whole milk, but it's true.
Well, there's a lot of research, though, that says actually having whole milk or having whole fat dairy products actually can help you lose weight.
I think the way to live your life is you find the study that sounds best to you, and you go with it.
No! In science, you don't just get to cherry-pick the parts that justify what you were going to do anyway. That's religion. You're thinking of religion. That is what you're thinking of there. And look, this is dangerous. This is really dangerous. If we start thinking that science is a la carte and that if you don't like one study, don't worry, another will be along soon, that is what leads people to think that man-made climate change isn't real or that vaccines cause autism, both of which the scientific consensus is pretty clear on. Science is, by its nature, imperfect, but it is hugely important, and it deserves better than to be twisted out of proportion and turned into morning show gossip. So if they are going to keep saying a study says, they should have to provide sourcing and context or not mention it at all. And I know what you're thinking. Well, hold on, if that happens, where am I going to get all my interesting bullshit from? Don't worry, we have you covered.
Do you love science in all its complexity, but wish it could be a little less complex and a lot less scientific? Introducing Todd Talks, where the format of TED Talks meets the intellectual rigor of morning news shows.
Chocolate. It will kill you. What if I were to tell you all that the cure to racism is coffee?
And in my research, I found out red wine makes babies 20% more sociable. That's a baby we can work with.
At Todd Talks, we've raised the bar on entertainment by lowering the bar on what constitutes science.
Our scientists at the Skittles Foundation for Rainbow Tasting have done some pioneering work. We placed 37 volunteers from Tulsa, Oklahoma on an all-Skittle diet for 6 weeks, and guess how many were killed by baboons? 1. 34 people lived. 2 were killed in a non-baboon related murder-suicide.
Why do we do this? Because you love science, but you don't want to hear its process accurately depicted on a stage.
I conducted a randomized, double-blind trial on the effects of coffee on cancer of the esophagus. And while there were statistically significant decreases in incidences of cancer in the mice that were given the coffee compared to the control groups, any definitive conclusions will, of course, have to await human trials, peer review, and replication. Now, of course, this...
I think what he's trying to say is coffee cures cancer. Yes! We did it! We finally did it! Coffee cures cancer!
You won't find our speakers at TED Talks because they're not afraid to ask the hard questions.
Are eggs good for you? Or are they bad for you? What if I were to tell you they were both? What if I were to tell you they were neither? What if I were to tell you they were both and neither? Yes!
Todd Talks feature the kinds of scientific insights that aren't just uncredible, they're incredible.
Stand butt to butt with me. Boom. By standing butt to butt, we can actually increase our serotonin levels. How do you feel?
Weird.
Weird. That's the serotonin working. Okay, don't move. I'm going to step out. I'm going to come back in and give you a boost. How does that feel? She's speechless.
If you like the idea of science, you'll absolutely love Todd Talks.
People, none of what you're hearing here is science. Science is a very slow and rigorous process that does not lend itself easily to sweeping conclusions.
Whoa, take it easy, pal. Sounds like somebody needs a serotonin boost. Come on, bring it in. Woo!
Todd Talks have been called insightful, inspiring, and a clear trademark infringement.
And guess what? I'm not even a scientist. But my study shows that you seem 70% more authoritative if you're wearing a lab coat. And I am. Thank you so much. Woo! Not a scientist. There you go. Yeah. Woo! Yeah! Woo! It's been fun. I'm not a scientist.
Todd Talks, because science doesn't have to be an exact science.
I believe Donald Trump has unfinished business in the nations. And I believe you will not let someone who has stood with Israel and stood with Christians, you will not let them be ingloriously beaten and embarrassed by your enemies.
Oh boy, that was from, I think, October 2020. This is before Donald Trump, or before the election actually took place, before Donald Trump lost his election. This televangelist is out here claiming that Donald Trump is most definitely going to win the 2020 election because God would not allow Donald Trump to lose. Kind of interesting. Pretty bold move, but okay. Not one I would make. Not my life, though, I suppose. Let's listen to the entire thing because it gets deeply entertaining. Check this out.
I believe Donald Trump has unfinished business in the nations. And I believe you will not let someone who has stood with Israel and stood with Christians, you will not let them be ingloriously beaten and embarrassed by your enemies.
That didn't work out very well for him, I guess, did it?
Because your name is part of this, Lord. What will the heathens say? What will the radicals say? What will the communists say when someone who stands with you so conspicuously does not have a friend in high places watching over them? But
well, no need to wonder. Now we see exactly what the quote-unquote heathens and communists would say. I don't even want to identify myself among this group because it's completely fabricated. Communists, by and large, don't even exist in the United States. Not in any kind of positions of power. I guess you could call, I'm a non-believer. I'm not like a Christian nationalist. So I suppose you could identify me as like a heathen or whatever. He certainly would, right? So what do I say about that? I say Donald Trump is pretending to be religious, has been since the beginning. I don't know if the guy even believes in God. I think he believes himself to be God, if anything. And this gullible sucker bought it. Or, at the very least, he wants his audience to believe it, even if he doesn't. But what an embarrassing thing to say in the first place, right? To come out here and tie God's name to Donald Trump like that, not knowing if Trump would win or not, that is a deeply risky move. But here's the interesting thing about this decision that this televangelist made. This guy made the decision to come out here and make a direct claim that Donald Trump is going to win the election because God is going to make it so, right? Now, Donald Trump lost. What happens now? Everybody completely forgets about it. They don't even remember that this guy said it. I think this clip is from October 2020, a month before the election, like I said a minute ago. And nobody, except for me, remembers that this even came out. His audience certainly doesn't remember this, but I guarantee you, if Trump had actually won the election, this clip would be plastered all over everything. He would be playing this on repeat for 2 years straight because he'd be using it as evidence of a correct prophecy, of a fulfilled prophecy. This is how these people do it. By these people, I mean false prophets, fake prophets, televangelists who pretend to be prophets of God. They come out here and make all of these false prophecies, and they zero in on the hits and pretend the misses never happened. It's called the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, and they use it to their advantage constantly. Anyway, this is Lance Wallnau, and he's said some even more unhinged stuff, if you can believe it. He came out here not too long ago and had some interesting stuff to say. Check this out, early January 2023.
Lord, we pray for Elon, and we pray for Donald. And I pray that you'll complete that with a third billionaire. Lord, we need one more bad boy billionaire raised up. We got Elon. I pray you save him and give him Christians around him. Babylon B, have those guys talk to him.
Dude, we do not need any more billionaires. Why are there Christian, like, televangelist, Christian nationalist type of people out here carrying water for billionaires? What was it that Jesus said? It's on the tip of my tongue. It's easier for a camel to fit through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. Is that what it is? I think that's the saying, right? If you believe in Jesus, then sell all your stuff, give it to the poor, and follow me. Is that sounding familiar? This guy is a millionaire himself and is walking around praising billionaires. Matter of fact, he doesn't just praise billionaires, he literally prays over cardboard cutouts of billionaires. We'll get there in a second. Keep listening to what he says.
Talk to him. That'll really get his heart and mind engaged and infatuated with the radical Jesus. Let Donald Trump, Lord, he's prayed the sinner's prayer, but I don't think he ever got filled with the Holy Ghost. I pray he needs to have a Pentecostal encounter, Lord. I don't want to hear this. I don't want to have the smell of smoke on him for the next 2 or 3 years. We want him to be supernaturally sanctified by the power of God. Save him, fill him, Lord God. Do it in his sleep if you have to.
This is actually really interesting because Lance Wallnau has been like the biggest Trump supporter alive for the past like few years. I don't know, 6 years or something like that. And it kind of seems like Wallnau is like backing off of that a little bit, right? It's almost like he's saying Trump needs revival. He needs to come to Jesus. He doesn't think that he's truly come to Jesus. When not long ago, I mean 6 months ago, I was covering videos of televangelists like Lance Wallnau talking about how they believe that Trump is like a Messiah figure, that he's, you know, got his own connection to Jesus. I mean, there are still televangelists out there today who believe this. But Wallnau is more of a political actor. It's almost like he's going wherever he thinks the political tides will take him. But remember a minute ago I said this is not the first time he's prayed over Donald Trump or for Donald Trump, right? He's actually literally prayed over a cardboard cutout of Donald Trump. Check this out, early January 2022, last year.
I pray for this man. Lord, I pray you take the smell of smoke, the disappointment, the bitterness, the anger, the feeling of betrayal and loss that...
Who has a cardboard cutout of Donald Trump in their house? Seriously, why does he have this? Where do you buy something like this?
And loss, that it must be a terrible thing, Lord, to actually feel as though you've been stolen an election and that the nation that you love is suffering with it. But I'm asking you, Lord, I'm asking, it's fine, I just found a flag here. I didn't know I had this. I'll bring that out. I pray, Lord, that...
Dude, did he just interrupt his prayer to talk about this flag that he has? What the hell is going on right now? Okay, so I guess he's going to continue praying over a cardboard cutout of Donald Trump.
Bring that out. I pray, Lord, that you'll take the smoke away, but you'll give him a revelation that he is nothing but an instrument of yours, and that as an instrument, you have your hand on him, so that, Lord, he won't be moving in anger or bitterness or rage, but you'll...
Dude, it's Donald Trump. Do you really think that he has any other setting but rage and bitterness?
Moving in anger or bitterness or rage, but you'll take that away from him and show him that he's but an instrument and that he's being used by the hand of providence.
Do you think he sits here fondling this cardboard cutout in his free time? Something tells me that we should be worried for this cardboard cutout's well-being. I mean, I just want to give you a good idea of who this guy is. He's a televangelist, incredibly famous, got a massive audience. He goes on the Kenneth Copeland's Victory TV network all the time. I mean, this is a big network. This is like Cartoon Network or E or Oxygen or like TBS or any of them. It's like Fox or whatever. It's huge. And he's on there constantly. He's not a nobody. I mean, I think he has like a TV show on the Victory Network or something like that. So I want to give you a good idea of who he is and what he believes. This one's from late October 2022. Check this out.
We are in a death struggle. Mastriano needs your support in Pennsylvania, every Christian in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so this was leading up to the 2022 midterm elections, is right before them. And he's trying to, as a televangelist, as a man of God, as a pastor, trying to convince his congregation or his audience or listeners or whatever to vote for the people that he wants them to vote for. This is supposed to get his tax-exempt status revoked, but I guess we don't really live in that kind of a world anymore.
Needs to be on their knees and need to be out there working to get that guy in. Kerry Lake out, the same thing in Arizona.
The people that he's named so far both lost their elections. Mastriano and Kerry Lake. I'm going to talk about Mastriano in a minute, but they were both complete nutcases. I mean, entirely unqualified to be in government at all. They're unqualified to push a broom in government. No joke. They are as corrupt as they come and full-blown delusional. Like, these are people that were convinced that Donald Trump won the 2020 election. Mastriano was even at the Capitol on January 6th. Like I said, we'll get into Mastriano in a minute. I just want to give you an idea of the politicians that this pastor here is endorsing to his audience of congregants.
Doug Masters. You know what I'm talking about.
It's Blake Masters, not Doug Masters. He mixed up Doug Mastriano and Blake Masters. He has no idea what he's talking about. No one else knows what you're talking about because you don't either, Lance. Well, I guess I do.
You've got Ron out there in Wisconsin.
Dude, he's forgetting people's names. Yeah, he was talking about Ron Johnson. Ron Johnson did win his election. Blake Masters, Doug Mastriano, Kerry Lake, all three complete nutcases, and they all three lost their elections. But Ron Johnson, unfortunately, won his election. He did assist in January 6th in a lot of ways, too.
In Wisconsin right now. These men are in the battle of their lives.
No, they're just trying to win their elections. These are not battles of their lives, quote unquote. I feel like that's a little overstated.
These men and women, and they're Christians. Many of them are Christians. While we sit down and we don't want to get political. I'm tired of preachers that keep saying, well, it isn't about politics. It is about politics.
Well, you're supposed to lose your tax-exempt status if you bring politics. I mean, this is like part of the IRS tax code. This is the Johnson Amendment. You're supposed to lose tax-exempt status for this. Unfortunately, the IRS doesn't care.
When you're dealing with the Nazi Party, or you're dealing with the KKK, or you're dealing with organized Antifa, you're dealing with something you can't afford to go too neutral. You've got to say, we're dealing with a governmental crisis.
Wow. Well, the implication is that the KKK and the Nazi Party would be on the left side of the political spectrum. Completely made up. That is 100% false. The Nazi Party used the vehicle of the National Socialist movement to take control of the country and move it really, really, really far to the right. And the KKK is very obviously a far-right movement, has been since the very beginning. And he knows that. I don't believe for a second that he's unaware of the history of either of these two things. And as for Antifa, there is no organized Antifa that's out there trying to cause shenaniganery or whatever. It's just completely made up. But that's how propaganda works, and he's a master of it. But he did mention Doug Mastriano earlier. Like I said, Mastriano lost his election. I haven't had an opportunity to talk about this, so I just want to mention it real quick. Late April 2022, I want to show you what Mastriano had to say. He went to a QAnon convention. He's a full-blown QAnoner, or at the very least, he was catering to this group and trying to get their vote. Listen to what Mastriano had to say at this QAnon convention called Patriots Arise, run by QAnoner Francine Fosdick. This is before the primaries, so Mastriano was not guaranteed to go up against a Democrat in the general election in 2022 yet at this point. He still had to win the primary in 2022 against the more reasonable Republican. He did eventually go on to win the primary, but anyway, let's listen to what Mastriano had to say here.
God is really working in our state. I know things are dark. I know it's not going to be easy, but we're going to win on May 17th with your help.
He did. He won on May 17th. He won that primary and went on to battle in the general election 2022, but eventually lost.
And in November, we're going to take our state back. My God will make it so.
Ooh, Yeah, ouch. My God will make it so, you say. Sure enough, he lost to the Democrat in 2022 in November. What a thing to say. My God will make it so. Inextricably linking religion and politics. Intentionally. The guy was a religious extremist. Still is. And he set out to link religion and politics together to the best of his ability. And this is the result. Absolutely disgusting, man. This is who Lance Wallnau was endorsing. Lance Wallnau is all about linking religion and politics, whatever it takes. You know, he didn't remember Blake Masters' name exactly, because Blake Masters, though he is an extremist, wasn't quite as extreme as Doug Mastriano. It does not really get more extreme than Doug Mastriano. Dude was at the Capitol on January 6th, waltzing around. This one is from early October 2022. Mastriano sees somebody wearing an American flag and a Confederate flag, like, melded together as a cape. And he praises the kid, says he loves the cape, says he thinks more people should be wearing Confederate flags around.
You too.
Introduce myself, Eric from Lancaster.
Eric is.
I follow you every night on Facebook.
That is fan. Any words of wisdom for our constituents out there?
I wouldn't show up today.
Not unless you love America. You're looking good there, man.
Thanks.
I can't think of a better cape.
Dude's literally wearing a Confederate flag for a cape, and Mastriano is praising him. Doesn't get more extreme than Mastriano. And Lance Wallnau loves the guy, praises him, thinks he's fantastic, remembers his name, wants more of it. He's a full-blown Christian nationalist. Lance Wallnau is. Always has been. And you know something else about him? He doesn't seem to know the difference between equality and oppression. Have you ever heard the term, when all you know is privilege, equality feels like oppression? It's a perfect description of Lance Wallnau. Listen to this clip from him, mid-July 2021.
I have a lost passport, misplaced passport. So I went yesterday to Dallas, downtown Dallas, spent 90 minutes standing in line, showed up at 9 a.m., 8:45 in the morning. The government, typical government website, couldn't answer a call for an appointment, so I just walk in. I have same day flights out of the country already booked.
Okay, so let's break down the story here. Lance Wallnau needs a passport immediately, as same-day flights booked to leave the country, and he needs his passport now. So, naturally, being as privileged as he is, he assumes he can just waltz right in with no appointment and get his passport taken care of immediately, right?
Already booked. And they waited till I was like the last person in line, and then came up to me, which I think was like a political statement more than anything, and told me that it wouldn't be fair for me to be able to get my passport. Not that they couldn't do it, but as a matter of principle, because there are people that were there earlier at 8 o'clock, an hour earlier, who they had to turn away. Now, I don't think there was one person who was turned away who had a same-day ticket.
I don't give a shit when you got your ticket. It doesn't mean you got special treatment. When all you know is privilege, equality feels like oppression. They were treating him like equals. They were treating him the same as they treated everybody else. He needed a passport, and instead of setting up an appointment like everybody else, he tried to get special treatment, and it didn't work. And guess what? When you try to get special treatment and it doesn't work, it's oppression. You're being oppressed. That's where this guy's head is at.
Not one. But because there were other people that walked in that were turned away, I had to be turned away. So I began to wonder if it was political.
Totally, yeah, absolutely. Couldn't be that you're just being treated as an equal. It has to be somebody hates you, right?
You think so? I was wondering if I was singled out for a reason.
He wasn't singled out. That's the problem. He was treated like everybody else. How is he not getting this? Like, even the story that he's telling us, he doesn't look good in this story. He's reframing it to make it sound like he's like the victim of some crime. The story he's telling us, he was at fault. You have to set up appointments for this stuff.
So I literally said, well, I guess I got to get a letter from Congress. I got the letter from Congress. Now I have a letter from a congressman.
Oh, okay. Well, those are two different things. A letter from Congress is not the same as a letter from a Congress. What would somebody even do with a letter from a congressman? Like the DMV or whoever issues passports answers to some random congressman. I mean, that was a little slip in the mask there, though, wasn't it? That was a little arrogance coming out, showing how important he is, showing that he knows congressmen, so he deserves to be treated as special. He's not some low-life nobody who makes $30,000 a year. He knows a congressman.
It's a friend of mine. And let's see if it goes on. And pray for me. I'm not looking for a fight here. I'm not looking for a news item either. Pray, pray, pray. Pray that I could get through here and not tangle with these political spirits that really want to harass, and especially if you're a conservative, that want to punish you by the bureaucracy.
It is the most absurd persecution complex I have ever seen. This guy really leans into the whole persecution complex thing. He absolutely needs to be mistreated. He needs it. Why? You got me. You got me. I couldn't possibly guess. He needs it because persecution builds a sense of brotherhood and camaraderie, in all seriousness. And if he can convince his listening audience that he's persecuted, he can convince them that they're persecuted too, which builds a sense of group loyalty and makes them more willing to donate to him, to support him, to listen to everything he has to say, because he purports to have the answer to all of this supposed persecution. Absolutely absurd, top to bottom. But that's Lance Wallnau for you. Let me know what you think about the guy. Let me know if you want to see more stuff by him. Lance Wallnau is very calculated. I don't know that he even believes a lot of this stuff, to be honest with you. I think he's faking a lot of it. Even the whole persecution angle that he takes, I think it's fake. I think he knows exactly what he's doing and sets out to kind of twist things around and make people feel more persecuted than they are, or convince people of ridiculous things despite knowing that it's not true. That's my suspicion with the guy. I don't think that of everybody. I always assume that people like, Kent Hovind or Kenneth Copeland or anybody, I assume those people believe the things that they say, particularly like Jehovah's Witness governing body members or whatever. I think they buy their own nonsense more often than not, and I feel like it's safer to assume that they do. But with Lance Wallnau specifically, I think he knows what he's doing, and I think he's doing it maliciously, in my opinion. Polly Pockets. So old dude had time to get a letter from a congressman, but didn't have time to make an appointment? Exactly. As if a letter from Congress, from a congressman, sorry, not from Congress, a letter from a congressman would even help him. Like, it did nothing but, I don't know, show them that he was somebody important? What? Like, what did he intend to do with that? How did that help him at all? It's just ridiculous nonsense.
Take on a new you go out into the world with as much empathy and trying to reduce harm as you'd go on this journey of healing without a surefire destination. That's how I put it.
That said, I do recommend everybody watch The Line every day and send us 10% of your income on Patreon. Anyway, can you imagine?
I've heard that one before.
Nuance. So
I fell for that one once.
Yeah, I just let's try and how can I make The Line into an MLM? That would be the way to go. That would be good.
Jimmy, no.
I enjoy the opportunities I get on this channel to not just talk about the theists who frustrate me, but also the atheists who frustrate me. And so it was nice to be able to have that moment and go, and by the way, if you're one of these atheists that talk down to people who are angry atheists or the concept of being an angry atheist, you can very much go fuck yourself. I enjoy those opportunities. I don't want to only dog on theism while we're here. Anyway, more calls, shall we?
Everyone's on a journey, Jimmy. I have no judgment. Whatever anyone wants to do.
I love the voice that you put on for that. I didn't know you do voices until this moment, and you're winning me over. Already I was won over it, but I'm won over even more.
I did this one TikTok once where I was impersonating a Mormon blogger.
Yeah.
And funnily enough, the voice turned out to be like the Catherine O'Hara voice from like Schitt's Creek, which I didn't realize because I don't watch Schitt's Creek.
David.
But it's like, if you're having doubts about your faith, all you really need to do is just think about the church like a puzzle piece. Every piece tells you that the church is true, and we just need more puzzle pieces.
This is traumatizing me.
What?
This is awful. Also, totally unrelated. Why do all of the B channels on Instagram have the same voice? It's like 3 different famous B channels, and all 3 of them, it's 3 women, and the way they say the word bees is especially, I don't know why it bothers me. They're always sort of whispering, and they're like, today I went out and I found the bees. And then and there's just something about it, and I've been trying to put my finger on it lately, and it's disturbing me.
Maybe they're a cult. Maybe that's their initiation.
Bees
Maybe you're
are
not
a
thinking
cult.
outside the box.
You heard it here first. Let's do a few more calls, and then we'll get to the super chats. As always, we'll read any super chat of $5 or more at the end of the show. Fucking
Cheapskates out of here.
Mormons take 10%. YouTube takes 30% of super chats. Ugh. My goodness, but still send it to us. It's how we pay for the call-in system and stuff. It's why we can do these shows. I can do this ego-boosting show every week and prove to everyone I have friends. What are you vaping over there? Is that what you're trying to hide doing?
Over there. I'm trying to quit. Just be quiet, all right?
Okay. I was going to say, just vape on, just do it in front of everybody. Nobody here is going to judge you.
Kids will see you. They'll be like, Mom, ugh.
Oh, sorry for calling you out for it. I didn't know about all that. I thought you were trying to like, do you remember the old chocolate rain, some say dry and others feel
Yeah.
like one of the first memes?
I'm singing Chocolate Rain in a microphone right over here as we're doing this.
I was just thinking of like putting that same little asterisk he would put up when he would lean away. He would lean away from the mic and he would go, I'm leaning away to take a breath. And
Kara's fucking vaping again. She was off all month, and then she had a bad day, and we're back off the wagon or on the wagon, whatever that is.
I'll tell you what I think about taking up vaping again. I haven't smoked in like 10 years, but I'm like, well, why not? Life's not so great. What am I afraid of? Dying in this world? Pfft. Anyway, you have kids though, so that makes sense. Stay healthy and alive for your kids.
Have 2 minutes. Right now I'm on all of them.
I don't know what it broke out. What'd you say? You what?
I said I have too many indulgences.
What do you want to share anymore?
Showing my shoulders.
Okay.
Great.
Very judgmental right now over here.
I had pretty much all day just to kind of hang out at my house and clean and stuff. And I took way too big of a bong hit. Just one of those where I was like, I just wanted a teeny tiny one, just a little.
Yeah.
And it was supernova. It was too intense, and I luckily came down like right as we started the show. Now things like that I could probably do less of.
I'd love to hear like Mormons try and speculate about what my number one indulgence is now. And I'm as ex-Mormon as I've ever been. I've been out of the church for forever.
Hoodies.
No, it's woodworking when I should be doing my other job. That's it. That's my number one indulgence. I'll be fucking like making a tabletop, and I'll be like, I really should be editing clips right now, but I don't care. That's my number one indulgence.
I saw your bed frame that you made.
Well, you didn't actually. You said you saw. I was going to say thank you, like you gave me a compliment. All you said was you saw it, though.
I saw it on Instagram.
I got ahead of assuming that you were going to compliment it. Brom in England. Hello, Brom.
Hey, Jimmy. How's it going?
I just realized, I think that I've had you on the line for the last like 3 minutes.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, it's all good though.
Oh well, no harm done. No harm done.
You didn't sing or anything. I do that every time. Literally, almost every show, the guest shows up as I'm in the middle of singing whatever's bouncing. Was I singing when you got here today? Yep.
No, I didn't hear it though. So
that's all good.
As we know, I didn't witness it. It didn't happen.
I basically am doing it all the time anyway. Brom, what did you want to call and ask about?
So yeah, I'm Brom. I don't know if you saw the last episode of reading Joseph Smith.
I didn't.
You weren't on.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't on. I didn't. I was seething.
I was on it.
Oh, nice. Oh, cool. Well, I'll meet you, I guess, next Sunday then.
Yeah, so I'll meet you there. I was just thinking about what you were talking about with the whole relationships thing, and especially from my perspective as someone who was converted at the age of 24, so I'd already had an active sex life before that.
Yeah.
And just the sort of weird unspoken expectation that, so you're going to live the rest of your life as a eunuch, right? Because they do absolutely nothing to sort of integrate you or make you feel like there's ever going to be a relationship for you. It's like feels like very much like a closed system that you're not really part of.
So sorry, did you mention you're queer or you weren't?
No, it's straight.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
But I just mean just in a general sort of heterosexual relationship kind of way. So you're sort of 24 years old, convert to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Call it the Mormon Church just to piss them off.
The moron church.
There you go.
And it's just this sort of after a while you start to think, well, soon there's gonna be some sort of social event, or there's gonna be something that's like, they can't possibly just expect me to be like a sexless mannequin for the rest of my life.
Well, you have the option. You can get married. That's your option.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is there's no it's very intimate, it's very closed. It's like there isn't anything. There's no event. There's no social thing for people.
How old were you again?
They have been young. I was 24.
And you had probably already grown out of being attracted to 17-year-olds. So the normal way you would get married as a 24-year-old Mormon was probably you'd probably moved on past.
Yeah.
Did they not have singles wards out there?
Oh.
I mean, they did, but it wasn't. I just felt like there wasn't any kind of recognition of the fact that you're a person, a human being. It was just this kind of like, I was kind of expected to be. I mean, they put me with the bishop as my home teaching partner.
They love doing shit like that. So I think what you're saying is, as a convert, you felt totally separated out, where even in a singles ward, I imagine you didn't feel like you knew enough to be worthy of a relationship with, for example, the Mormon women there who had lived their whole life. You weren't a returned missionary, which puts an automatic, you're a lower value companion on you. Did they try to get you to go on a mission at 24?
No.
That's different than the U.S.
Although I did play in interstate soccer games, and they pretended I was a missionary so they could win.
How long ago was this, if you don't mind me asking? You don't have to answer.
2004.
Interesting. Yeah, I would have thought, because it wasn't until about 2010 that they stopped letting people who had there's somewhere between 2009 to 2000, probably 11 or 12. You'll notice, not that I think anybody should be looking it up and figuring out who was doing this, but you'll notice that they recalled a lot of missionaries, and they weren't entirely clear about what it was. And what it was were missionaries who had confessed to not being virgins and to having any kind of gay relationship. They basically started deciding that they shouldn't send those people on missions. But before that, I guess I am. Maybe it's just a UK versus US thing. Yeah, I would have expected in the US, if you joined at 24, they'd be like, well, you just came in under the bar. Let's get you out on a mission. That's going to cause your most strong conversion. You'll become such a knowledgeable member. You'll come back and there will be a freshly 18-year-old waiting to marry you, even though you're coming back at fucking 26 years old. I'm not a fan of the Mormon structure of how. I'm not a fan of the fact that I had to grow up thinking, when I get, I'll probably go on a mission between 19 and 20 years old. And then when I get back, I'll see who's in their last year of high school. And you just feel gross about that fucking shit. Anyway, Brahm, I think you're right, though. Like, when you join and you're a convert, especially if you have some things you're still working on. I remember there was this one guy in our ward in Louisiana that one day I was the Deacon's Quorum president. So I walked up and was like, hey, we don't have enough people to pass sacrament. And he was this like new convert. And I was like, do you want to pass sacrament with us? And he said no. And then his friend like jumped in and was the guy who like had converted him. He's like, he's having a problem quitting cigarettes, so he doesn't feel like he's worthy to do it. And I'm like, the fuck? Back then, I would have just been judgmental and been like, oh yeah, you definitely shouldn't pass sacrament then and gone and found someone else. And now I'm just like, what a fucking piece of shit place you even make it for anybody who's a convert.
What it makes me think of is, Rob, what you're describing is probably when you converted, you had your reasons for what you felt and, you know, what you, the reasons for why you wanted to convert and go to the church in the first place. But what is not apparent to most converts is that this cycle of shame and sin and repentance for just being a human being is a feature, not a bug, to the Mormon religion, and that they are very aware of, you know, our human being sexual nature. And by converting you through, let's say, a beautiful spiritual experience, having you maybe read the Book of Mormon, meet with the missionaries, feel a sense of belonging and community, that's the place you need to be, all of those good feelings are going to keep your intuition that everything else about your human nature, about your sexuality, about things that you, as a normal guy at that age, should be kind of allowed to experience with, you know, whatever consensual partner you choose, not having a you know, $1 billion, $1 trillion organization looking over it. It's a feature of the religion itself that you feel shameful and that you keep coming back to them when you have these thoughts or when you need to masturbate or feeling bad about yourself for just being a normal human being. And they really try to have you remember your spiritual experiences, remember your testimony, and kind of gaslight yourself into a corner that is just your placement before the Father, that his rules supersede any other human longing. And so it just sucks. It just sucks that there's some, they can really pin you down with all of the good parts, all of the things that make somebody want to change their life and convert without, you know, realizing that it's going to be a bittersweet pill on the other end of it about what the religion's really all about.
Yeah, for sure. Anything else, Brahm, before we let you go? Brahm, did we lose you? Are you there? I don't hear you anymore. Well, we'll let Brahm go, and hopefully he heard everything that... Yeah, but now it's...
Gang, look at what the fuck I got up in here.
I like Brahm.
Fucking...
but I gotta tell you, Brahm, your lullaby is
Ruben Gallego. Let's get this shit started. Oh, hell yeah. $3, bro? You got that, bro. Scratch that, bro. Scratch that, bro. Take 5. Yes.
Now, you angry atheist.
Donating once. Let's go. Let's go. If y'all don't know who this is, it just popped up on my shit, y'all. It just popped up in my email. This the cat that's running against Kirsten Cinema. What? I was just thinking about wearing that raggedy bitch ass out. Yup. Yeah. Occupation, scientist, employer, University of Minnesota. Boom. Please leave y'all a tip. No, y'all don't get no tip. No. Y'all get no tips. No. Boom. I had to show y'all. Look, it just popped up today. Gallego for Arizona. Couple hours, 3 hours ago or whatever. I was like, fuck yeah, have some money. I ain't in Arizona. I can't vote against that bitch. I can't feel like I'm part of giving that raggedy bitch Kirsten Cinema the boot via vote. So y'all know me. I got to throw a little change at her. I ain't rich or nothing like that, but I'm going to throw a little change for the cause, y'all.
Rod Meldrum is like the director of it. And he was on Mormon Stories, and that was the day that I quit when he was on. Not because I didn't want him on there, but just because I was like, there's too much bullshit in the space. I just need to get out of it for a second. And I went to this conference and I recorded a bunch of stuff. And
scientism
one
is
of the
whack.
things that I learned that they need to believe,
Fucking JG bullshit.
that Noah's Ark literally happened, and that there's this video of this guy, I think it's Russ, doesn't matter what his name is, but he's literally explaining that you need to pick one. You need to pick either the world's version of science and Darwin and this line of thinking that we came from monkeys and just you can follow the world,
Blase and the
or whenever
Gravenoids.
evil is created, God creates its alternate, which was the church, was like came out in the same year that Darwin's ship sailed or whatever, and that Joseph Smith and the church was established. And if Joseph Smith, it's one of those very domino effects of very boxed in black and white thinking that so many religious people have, that if we know that Joseph Smith is a prophet because the Book of Mormon is true, and that Joseph Smith said, that evolution isn't true, and that Noah's Ark actually happened, and that the earth really was made in 7 days, they have this own version of science that they've created. And they believe that the earth has a core of water and not a core of molten iron and lava. And it's got a good couple, it's also on my YouTube channel as well. If you want to go type in something like lava is a hoax is what I titled it. And it just, I have a lot of Mormons on there. It's like, I've never heard of this. I never believed it. There is a sweet, sweet, gentle, adherence to the actual doctrines, I think Sam Harris says that sometimes, that fundamentalists are actually, in every religion, are the ones who are actually living the pages of their scripture the most full, and it's the more progressive people who cherry pick, who are making space for the fundamentalists who screw everything up to kind of thrive. There is a whole subsection of these guys. They believe every wrong thing that you could possibly think of, and I spend a lot of time making myself angry. Now, I'm a weird ex-Mormon nerd, and I like to go out and listen to things that I highly disagree with and then argue with it on my YouTube channel and do response videos to it. So I just took this whole month off. I've been going on all the platforms for a while. And so I took the month off. But the main thing that people can't wait for me to spill the beans more about is this ultra orthodox, crazy, fundamentalist version of new science. How's my rant?
I don't know. I didn't hear it.
How's your dog?
He seems to have some diarrhea, but I think he's good for the moment. I like that when he has diarrhea, he'll tell me and he'll basically ask to go out. For whatever reason, if he overdrinks water, he never even realizes that he's dying to pee. And so you'll be hanging out with him and he'll just start peeing and seemingly not even notice that he's peeing when his bladder's overfull. He'll just be like, "Hey, what's up?"
Aww.
And it's just forming a puddle. My dog is he is a half Chihuahua, half Husky. Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, he's a wild guy. He's wild.
My brain can't even come up with a picture, but you'll have to send me one later.
Yeah, he's on my Instagram too, but I'll send you one if you like. I might forget.
Rain.
There you go. Take your breath in over there. So we're gonna move on to the super chats. Basically, any super chat of $5 or more is how we pay for the show. It's really nice, this show especially. I mean, it's nice coming in on all of the shows, but it helps their production costs. They're getting higher all the time, and it helps basically keep it so we can do channel shows and things like this. This Hostility being my favorite show, but
all right, gang.
Because it's the shows that do the best are always the ones that people come to expect. So Matt and I do the same show every Sunday, and that's the one that gets 20 times the viewership of any of the other shows.
This is my favorite YouTuber, Tucker. Oh, is there a little Tucker?
Wow, boys! It's been a long time since we've done this. It's been since Todd was a baby. Todd, it's really hard to see ya. Oh, goodness. Yeah? You guys, I think, Todd, are you ready? Todd!
I'm ready.
Todd!
Am here. Am not.
Yeah, you're
Am
not
not a baby.
no more.
No, not
Right,
a baby.
Tucker?
Big boy.
So here we go. We're gonna do the grown-up Todd taste test. So we're starting off strong. Can you guess what's underneath there?
Trash.
Maybe.
Tucker, pile of garbage. Trash. Trash. Knew it. Knew it. Trash. Just trash.
Why are you guys looking at me like that?
Why don't you eat the greens?
You have to eat it. It's the first course. Tucker, you're
It's a fucking
so
protest.
dramatic. Okay, fine.
Spoiled
no
ass.
salads. I'll take it away.
Gross.
Next up.
Oh yeah. Worms. Oh yeah, it's pretty good.
What's the matter, Tucker? You don't like them? Ew! Say it, don't spray it.
Don't eat it.
Tucker, you're gonna get your mane full of worm juice.
Your dog eats it.
Oh! Okay, I think you guys are gonna like this one a lot. Stay. Oh my goodness
milk.
gracious.
Oh, that's
Do you
good.
think you guys could keep it inside the cup?
No, that's that lactose, baby. That milk sugar's good shit.
Next up, fish.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's good.
Todd, that's his fish. You guys, nobody can see what's happening up there. Okay, it's the moment you've all been waiting for.
Jimkin. No, he eats broccoli.
It's your favorite thing. Tucker, it's your favorite thing.
No, he hates broccoli. That's stupid.
Tucker, I know what your problem is. It's your favorite. You don't like it?
Tree of Doom.
All right, so
Yeah.
I got alternatives.
I love broccoli.
How about these?
What are those? What is that?
So you like those, huh?
What was that? Is that frozen broccoli?
Okay, so now that you guys have eaten those, I want to tell you that those are actually the Tree of Dooms.
Yeah. Frozen
I'm
broccoli.
serious.
You ate frozen broccolis. Yes, you did. It's dog abuse.
Tucker, you're not gonna die. It's good for you. I finally got you to eat the Tree of Doom. All right, T, I know you're mega depressed because I made you eat a bunch of green stuff, but look what I got you.
Oh, yeah.
We got some delicious steak. Here we go. One. Tucker, I'm not gonna trick you. It's not a trick. I promise. You watch, Todd will eat it. Was it good, Todd? Ready, Tucker? Try it. See? It was real. Do you want it now?
Oh, that's the chicken.
All right, I'm out of chicken. Tucker, don't look so depressed. No more. There is no more chicken, okay? You're gonna have to deal with it. So do you want to tell our subscribers what they need to do? Yup. Tucker, what else did they do? Yes. And then Todd? Exactly. Exactly.
Like and give Tim
All right,
Kim.
hello. All right, since I tricked ya, I'm gonna give you some chicken.
Oh, it's frozen. What is
We are
that?
super excited to introduce to you Tucker's Treat Molds. If you are looking to supplement your dog's diet or just make some healthy treats, and you got a picky eater like Tucker, then these are for you. We have the Chimpkin, the Toe Beans, and the Tree of Dew. Each come in a pack with their own recipes made by yours truly, Heckin' Linda. Get yours today at tuckerbudson.shop.
Todd, you look like a bat dog. Ready, Todd? Set, go. Oh. Tucker, it's all over. We have to clean up now. You just gonna lay there until we bring more food? We have to be all done now, sweetie. It's all done. Tucker, there's no more food. It's all done.
You're so cute.
About the gospel.
All right, this is this fool that's
Most
leaving.
of the conversation
He left
usually ends
Bethel.
on the experience they've had,
And now
with
he's
God.
narking.
And they testify more to the presence they felt rather than the reality of the gospel that they've heard. And this is the exact same thing with Mormons, which is why I want to do a whole video really on paralleling the Mormons and the Charismatics. Because the Mormons, they are taught whenever you're in a kind of discussion, and Jeff Durbin would see this. I gotta get Jeff Durbin because I've mentioned his name so many times. I gotta talk with him at some point. But his videos, it's great because he'll ask them, he'll kind of lead them down a series of questions of like, if someone were in sin, what would you point to? And like, oh, we point to the Bible. The Bible says not to do X, Y, and Z. He said, right, but if someone told you they believed in different Jesus, how would you do it? And they talk about how they've had a burning in their bosom. They've prayed honestly, and they've read the Book of Mormon with good intentions and earnestly, and they've had a burning in their bosom, like they felt the presence that convicted them. Even though we all know that Jesus they believe is not the real Christ. They have a different Christ. And so it's the same idea with the Charismatics, is they believe that this intimate personal relationship is confirmed by the presence that they feel, not by what's testified in the Bible. Now, I'm not saying all. I'm just saying in a lot of the experiences I've had, and from my time, it seems like most of the conversations have revolved around that, rather than talking about like the actual gospel. And that's hard. That really separates things. So Bethel asks you about this, and it sets up this theology of what Bethel has, and that's very much the theology that Bethel has. It's that intimate one-on-one relationship with God. So you're going through this questionnaire, and this is kind of, like I said, the part that I really thought was important to go through. So they're asking you about your personal relationship with God and all this intimacy stuff, and it's, like I said, this is like probably one of the biggest cornerstones when it comes to the theology with Bethel. Like this, I think, is one of the biggest things. So they're laying this groundwork for what is to be expected of you as a student already in the interview process. So once you get this all filled out and accepted, you've gone over your major sin issues. Like I said, I had my own sin issues I was dealing with, but I didn't talk about. I didn't disclose, my the sexual immorality and all that fun stuff that comes with it that I was dealing with, but I did not disclose it. It was just not at all in the application. I figured I was a 17-year-old boy. I didn't really want to talk about that stuff, and I thought kept it under wraps. So at this point, what happens is once you get this all filled out and submitted, you wait for a phone call. It's either going to be email for a Skype or a phone call. I had bad internet, like I said. I had dial-up, so I actually got a phone call on my little Nokia Kyocera flip phone, and you speak with your revival group pastor, or who's going to be your revival group pastor. So the one that interviews you is who's going to be your RGP, or revival group pastor, and that's the person that's like your direct pastor over you at the school, because Chris and Bill can't pastor everyone, so that's who you kind of report to, basically. Holds you accountable and is effectively your pastor. So they call you and you set up a conversation with them, and it starts off pretty simple, like basic standard pleasantries. The phone call lasts between like 30 and an hour. I've heard some go for 2 hours. Really depends, I guess, on your interview. But at this point, they are interviewing you, and they're reviewing your questions. going over why you want to be at Bethel, what office do you think you hold? Like, are you an apostle? Are you a prophet? What do you feel like where you fit in? What gifts do you bring? Why do you want to come to Bethel? And they really just want to get a feel for you. They pray with you. They ask some hard-hitting questions sometimes, again, about the sin issues. And I'm like, nope, clean as a whistle. I'm all good. And you go over that stuff. And, mine wasn't super intense, partially because I was masking a lot of stuff. I wasn't being super honest. So I kind of blazed right through, which you would think that would discredit me from getting in, but it didn't. So after that point, the rival group pastor will end the phone call with, I'm going to pray about this and I'll get back to you. And that little, I'm going to pray about this thing is probably one of the biggest theological nuggets they drop on you, because they want to make sure that if you're coming, that God has told them that you should come, that you are supposed to be here. And it puts a lot of weight on that phone call of man, God's going to tell them whether I should come or not. And as someone who lied on the application, I'm like, I'm not getting in. I seriously thought because I was dishonest about that the man of God would know, the prophet would know, and I wouldn't get in. And so a week or so goes by and you get the phone call and he tells me I'm in. And I'm freaking out. The man of God calls me and tells me that he heard God's voice, basically. He confirms that he prayed about it and I feel like God's telling him that I should come. And I'm flipping out. I'm so excited. This is everything I wanted. I'm going to go. I'm going to be a part of it, But then in the back of my mind, you would think it'd be a red flag of but wait a minute, what about the major sin issue? What about that? Did they not know? Do they know? Is it something that just they know now and they're not going to talk about it? Or they're how's that work? Because if God told you I'm supposed to go, he told you I'm good and clean and ready to go, is he not caring about the sin issue? It right away, I just remember this wave of confusion of well, what does that mean about this? Is this not a big issue then? If it didn't get called out in your prophecy or in your words of knowledge from God, it just leaves you with a lot of questions. And so, but there's kind of a confirmation bias there because you want it to work. You're hey, I got in. So you're going to roll more with the confirmation bias side of things and rather than worry about it. And it goes in line with Bethel's form of prophecy, which is prophecies for encouragement. Call out the golden people and, tell me I'm an adulterer, crazy little teenage kid that needs to rein it in, is not really calling out the gold, is it? So maybe that's why I didn't say, I don't know, but it definitely left me some questions, but I was more leaning on the confirmation bias things and I'm good to go. So you gather the funds. I think first year was $3,500. Second year was $25, I think. I forget. And the other thing too is that with the sin issue, and I should remember this. They have to clear you to graduate. You don't just graduate based off of merit. There's this prayer session they have about graduating. But I mentioned that because there are people in first year that actually did first year the year prior, but they didn't get graduated, so they had to do first year again and reapply. And then pay $1,800 rather than the full $3,500. So they did first year twice. That was terrifying too. The idea you wouldn't graduate at that point. So, but now you're accepted. Congratulations, you're in Bethel. Now you are actually get your first homework assignment, which is you have to read When Heaven Invades Earth. It's required that you finish that before the first day of school. And there's also a book report homework assignment that comes with it. And so you get that, you start networking, finding a place to stay, because Bethel doesn't have their own dormitories, so you got to find a place to stay, room and board. I worked part-time, that kind of fun stuff. But you do all that, and then basically you're getting ready to go. Some people go early, some people go before school. It all depends, but at that point you're off to the races and you're going to Bethel. And it's crazy. You're excited. And it was for me too. I was definitely very excited. There's a lot of just overall just anxiousness there, but the big thing, like I said, was just that there's a lot of red flags and questions I should have been aware of with how they didn't pick up on that, and you think they would have, but yeah, I mean that's it. That's your application process for Bethel. I hope this has been good for you guys. Hope you enjoy this. Hope you like this. If you want more of this, let me know. It's a little bit of work cutting this together, so if you want more of it, I do know you want more of it. I have the interview coming up with Doreen Virtue. That's going to be in January. So we've already filmed that, and that's exciting. So, Doreen, if you're watching this, hi. I love the conversation. That was wonderful. And hopefully more stuff to come. But if you like this, let me know. And if you have people in Bethel, share it with them. If you have people that are coming out of Bethel, like I said, we're going to have some interviews with some alumni probably coming up. And we can kind of reminisce of some of our old experiences and what we went through. But it's really cool, the networking that's already happening. So I hope you guys have a Merry Christmas. I hope this is a good enough present for you. I hope you enjoy it. And thank you so much for taking time to listen. And yeah, Merry Christmas. God bless.
Since P-Town wouldn't provide an alibi for my accused deceiver, and the accusing that Jesus and the deceiver are kind of in cahoots, potentially in cahoots, according to Scripture. And I would just like to remind you, in the conclusion of this book, it says that someday this deceiver is going to be thrown in a lake of fire after he's deceived everybody. Someday. In Revelations 12:9, it's going to be a battle someday. And that this guy that deceived the whole world, he's finally going to be taken care of. So that is my reference. The follow-up is in previous conversations about love. What is my definition of love? What does it mean to have Jesus' love in this world? And I don't have a good answer for that. I only have an answer for what I think it should be. Where'd my clip go? That's not it. I lost it. There it is. Let's share that screen instead. So it's in John 3:16, and I've touched on this previously about whether or not God in John 3:16, we could just change one word. And if that word is changed, then God, I believe, is no longer evil. And that is gave, changed it to hugged. And I say that because this is how you've been mentally conditioned to believe that this love between this amazing supernatural being and his son, a supernatural being and human, is somehow going to bring the world together in a positive way, in a non-deceptive way. And that's a problem that I have. I don't believe that it is love to go and murder your child for everybody, when you could just hug your child. When I hug my son and give him a smirk, I don't even need to say how much I love him. I can just put my arm around him and give him a smirk. That's it. I can just do the same thing with the shoulder touch. I don't need to murder anyone to display my affection, to sacrifice everything for the world. That sounds like a deceiver. That sounds like something that a deceiver would see how far he could go to get everybody to surround themselves around his evil literary use and deception of mankind. And all I'm doing is going to sound the alarms. It's all I want to do. I also want to make fun of Christians and their ability to say, you have a...
Matthew 22:30.
Ooh, that's too fast. Let's slow this down. So, hey, it's a one-man production crew here. I don't get paid for this, you know. I do this for the love of nothing. And hopefully, maybe, just maybe, I can prevent you from being deceived. So this is an apologist, John Piper. And Mr. Piper here gets very passionate. And I like him for a couple of reasons. He's one of the forefront and outspoken members of the Christian faith that speaks out against some of the hucksters amongst him. He's not willing to be shy about saying, hey, not all successes are good in this world. Hi, Mel. Hi, Vaguely Agnostic. Cameron. Ms. Lemon. Jay. Good evening, all. All right, I'm going to go to this clip.
Great commandment, Matthew 22:37. The first and great commandment is you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and soul and mind. And other gospels say, and strength. So loving God with your heart and all that you are is the first and great demand of Jesus. And then in Matthew 10:37, it's interesting how these verses are rememberable, 22:37, 10:37. Whoever loves mother or father more than me is not worthy of me, Jesus says. Whoever loves son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. So now you've got two powerful, deep, life-transforming commands. Love God the Father with all your heart, soul, mind, strength, and love Jesus more than you love children, more than you love parents, surely more than you love anything. And my question is, what should we think about those loves?
All right, what should we think about those loves? Now let's go back to my John 3:16. Let's think about these loves, right? Let me ask you, if God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son. Let me stop right there. Only begotten Son. God can only have one. He already blew his wad. That guy is clearly gone. He was supposed to come back in the first generation, didn't. They rewrote everything, in my opinion, and made a literary sacrifice out of a human being so that you, my friends, can have this kind of love that John is talking about. Now, in my opinion, the passion that I'm about to make fun of from John Piper here is worthy of worship under a scenario I have not seen. And if anybody in this world has ever seen it, I would love to see it make the 6 o'clock news, the 10 o'clock news, be the cycle, the news cycle for the next month. Wars stop, everything stops. We all figure out what's really going on. I don't need my alibi that Satan really wrote this and is in league with your Jesus. I don't need it anymore because guess what? It's real. And that is a scenario in which Jesus taps John Piper on the shoulder and says, hey, come with me. And he drives down to the children's hospital. It's only a few miles away from where John Piper's ministry is. And seconds after they walk through the door, the children are healed. The children are running out of the place healed. The blind, the disabled, the cancered, all fleeing that hospital with glee and tears running down their parents' faces, chasing them. And before the press can even show up, John Piper's attitude looks as passionate as you're about to see. It's genuine. It's real. Because Jesus did what he said he was going to do. He was going to love us. So here's my plea to you as I play the next clip. This is what it looks like, and I shit you not, I have not altered these voices or anything. But before I continue on the video with John, I want to show you Bob Ufer, Michigan football, 1979. He was a very enthusiastic, but he just witnessed essentially a miracle play. So I want to play that for you instead.
At the 45, he goes back. He's looking for a receiver. He throws downfield to Carter. Carter hands up. Look at those Wolverines. 95 Wolverines going in the end zone. Carter got the pass. In the end, it's done. Ufer is going out of his mind. I have never seen anything like this in all my 40 years of covering Michigan football. Anthony Carter, the human torpedo, got the pass. Bo Schembechler is looking up and he's looking up at Fielding H. Yost in football's Valhalla. And Bo Schembechler says, thank you, Fielding Yost. Thank you, Fielding Yost, for that one. Look at the crowd. You cannot believe it. Michigan throws a 45-yard touchdown pass. Johnny Wrangler to Anthony Carter will be heard until another 100 years of Michigan football is played. Right here it all happened. You're listening to it. I hope you can hear me because I've never been so happy in all my cotton picking 59 years. All I've seen, I have brought.
All right. So I hope you could understand that. I don't know, the quality of it is a bit old, but hopefully you understand the excitement, the genuine exuberance. It's warranted. It is what I would expect John Piper to sound like, because he's about to sound in the clip chastising somebody who is committing theological adultery. I take full responsibility that he's talking about me. So let's hear what he has to say about somebody like me who's asking for Christians to provide Satan's alibi, that Jesus isn't the deceiver. As ridiculous as you may think it sounds, all I'm asking for is Satan's alibi, that Satan and Jesus aren't all one and the same. Two beings, same name, or some variation of each other's alter ego.
Why is it that people with PhDs in theology commit adultery? They don't know God. You can read theology 10 hours a day, 40 years long, and not know God as beautiful, all satisfying.
Oh.
Highest treasure of your life that you could have in 10,000 sexual trysts. The question is, do you know that? Because if you know that, sin will have lost its dominion in your life.
What would you do? What would you do if you go and you search in this world for the answers, and you're told that you're committing adultery for doing so, and when you ask a simple question of, help me, look for the answer, that this isn't deception. Your response is that is the devil's question. If the devil and the Jesus characters in a literary book that a lot of people worship from, if they're the same, it seems like it would be very hard to prove. It also seems like it'd be very hard to prove if there's just one
Hello,
supernatural
everybody.
being
I
of the four
wanted
that I mentioned.
to give you just a little bit of
If that final
a heads up, or
supernatural
I guess
being isn't
talk to you about
accounted
how to
for,
use the Teams page. So and give you
Think about
some
it.
ideas about
Think
that.
about it,
Let's
Christian.
start here.
You
So
have a choice.
here is one
Provide that
way
alibi,
to
or
find your
continue
Teams page. So you
to
just click
be
on
promised
this,
something in a
and
future
this
realm,
is in D2L.
which
So
don't know
in the
exists.
welcome to
You
the
accepted it
course
on faith.
announcement
someday-
on D2L, you can click on Teams
someday
page,
you'll
and then
have-
that will bring up
You'll
your
have
Teams
a
page. So it's going to bring up something like this. You
a
can
mission to
download
go,
the Windows app, or you can use the web app,
rectify the
whichever one
situation that you found
you want to
yourself in.
use. I go
You'll be
back and
shattered.
forth. I use them both.
You had all this love
If you're
for
having
something,
problems,
and
obviously let me know,
what
and I'll
did it
see
get
what I
you?
can do. I might have to refer you to IT because I
Make
don't
sure
know
it's
a
not
lot
deception.
about that. Once you
Make
get
sure
in,
it's
it's
not
going
deception.
to take you right
All right.
to your Teams
Enough
page.
on that. I'm going to go to back
That
to
link,
this screen
oops,
here.
sorry, that link goes
I'm gonna let
directly
John preach to me a little more.
to your Teams
Look right
page.
into the eyes of
If you hit
Pharisees, Jewish leaders, and
Teams,
said,
let me see, it's
"If
going to
God
go
were
to
your
your Teams
Father,
page. I'm just going to
you
use
would
one
love
of
me."
my classes to show you what I'm talking
He's
about.
saying to the most
If you hit
religious, the most
Teams,
God-oriented,
all of your
Old
teams are going
Testament
to show up,
saturated
and
people
so that's
on the
what
planet,
this
you
is,
don't know
all of
him.
my teams.
He's
You
not
click
your
on the
father.
one
In fact, he goes so
you
far
want
as
to
to
go
say,
into.
"You're of
If
the
you click
father
on
of
the
devil."
link out of
I mean,
D2L,
this
it's
is
going to come
mind-boggling.
right
What's the
to the
litmus
general
paper for
page
knowing whether
of our
somebody is
teams.
lover of God? Answer,
You should
do
have
they
the
love
group.
Jesus?
So you
Do
have
they
your general
embrace Jesus
page
for
listed
who
here
he
on the
really
left,
is? Not
and
just
then
some
you
human
should
teacher,
have
not
your
just some
group.
prophet alongside other
I see
prophets,
all
but
of our
I am the
groups
Son
because
of God.
I'm the teacher,
So
obviously.
that's the
You
first
will
one.
only see the group that you are
John
in. So if you do
8:42. What
not
about
see a
John
group here,
5:42?
let me know.
Here's the
We're going to
thing.
go into group 6
One of my
today.
favorite things about John 8
So, and I just
is
kind of want to
there
show you
are
how you
4 things.
can
Once again, we
set
got the number
up
4. We got 4
your
things.
Teams page as a
Jesus is
group to make it
accused in
easier to
John
kind
8
of follow
being
and see.
possessed by a demon. He's
So this is
accused of
probably
being a
what you're
demon.
seeing
He's
now.
accused
Maybe
of being
some
the
of your
devil.
teammates
He's
have
accused of
answered.
being a Samaritan.
So I put this hello into
Any one of
everyone's
those 4
group, and you can
things
see
true,
this
the
is
house
group
of cards
5.
with Christian faith
I just
falls
copied
down
and pasted
flat
from
on
group
its
5.
face.
So if you have a
Jesus is a
mistake,
fraud.
and you
If
can
any
edit
one of those
by
4
going
are
to,
true,
let's see if I can
Jesus
get out
is a
of it. Well,
deceiver. If
going
any
to the
one of
3
those
dots
4
here
things are true.
and clicking edit. Let me see if I
Now,
can
why
do that
is that?
again.
If he's a demon, if he's
There
possessed
it
by a
is. I
demon,
wasn't seeing the edit
he's
button.
not the Son of God.
And then you can just change what you said,
If he's
group
the devil,
6, and then you can do the little check mark and
he's
save it.
that alter ego
And then
of
it'll
the
say
good
that it was
guy
edited. You can
version
also
of the bad
delete
guy.
something by
And if
doing
he's a
clicking on
Samaritan,
these 3 dots as
that means
well.
he's
That will
not
come up
fully God
delete, and
and
there's some
fully
other
human.
options and things to
That
do.
means he's
You
half
can,
Jew, half
if you
Gentile.
like this particular post, you can do a thumbs up, or love it, whatever you want. And I'll ask you to do assignments going forward. Once you've read something, I'll ask you to give the thumbs up.
Doing what Jesus said.
You'll
love
see
Jesus, do what he
again
said?
that this
Or
is
is it
my
and
name
have
is
to do
shown,
with
so
the
whoever
heart and
writes
the
the post is
affections?
shown,
He
the
said,
time, whether it's
if you
edited.
love
I gave
mother or father
mine
more than me, you're not worthy of me. Love son or daughter more than me, you're not worthy of me, which
heading,
means he's
and
thinking
then
of the
I
love
wrote
of Jesus like the love of your children.
my post there. What
Well,
I
you
would
don't love your
like
children by
everyone
doing
to
what
do
they
is, if
say,
you're talking
right?
about this particular
They're your
post, just to
treasure.
use
You
the
would die for
reply
these children. They
here
are precious
and
to you.
add
You
in
won't sell them for billions and billions of
hello.
dollars. Your children are your
I
treasure.
did grow up on a dairy farm.
If Jesus isn't a better treasure, a higher treasure, you're not worthy of
Sorry,
Jesus.
dairy farm. All right, and then you want to hit this little arrow here. It's kind of like a paper airplane. You're throwing it. That's how I think of it anyway.
You
I
have
guess
to
it's
be
just an
all in
arrowhead. And then
on
that
a
would
deceiver.
add my response to this this conversation.
I'm sorry.
And again, you
if
still have those options
P-Town
of
and
the thumbs
Christians
up
alike,
and
P-Town,
all the faces
think that
and
I'm too
whatnot.
far gone, and
There's
this is
still
just
a place to
conversation
reply.
that is
So if you want to
saved
reply,
by
then you could reply here.
ignoring
These
it
other
instead of providing the actual alibi.
Icons
If
here at the
love
bottom
looks
allow
like
you
that,
to do other things. You can add a
you have a
heading by
problem if
clicking
you've
that
been deceived.
I'm sorry, not a heading in this case.
You always have to
get
shove
all
your
of
chips
these
all in, whether you've got a good hand, bad
things
hand,
that
or
will
otherwise.
allow you to edit your response. So you can put in links, you can number things, you can do all sorts of stuff to the
14:15,
the
if I remember
fonts.
correctly,
So
John,
either
14:15, it says,
doing different
if you
colors,
love me,
different
you will keep my
sizes.
commandments. And so many people say
You
to me,
can bold
"There, right
it,
there, it says,
italicize,
if you love me,
underline. So
you will
all
keep
of
my
that stuff
commandments." There
is
it is.
here.
Love is
When you
obedience.
do
It's not
the
feeling any
little
particular thing
A
for Jesus.
icon
It's
with
just
the,
doing what he said. To which I
the
respond,
pencil.
"That's
You can
not what
obviously
just said.
attach
It said-
things.
it says,
There's
if
emojis,
you love
GIFs, whatnot. Videos
then
you
you'll do
can
this
put
other
in there
thing
as well.
called keeping
You
up
can
my
delete
commandments.
it
Loving
here.
Jesus is deep
Okay.
and foundational and transformative.
If you want to start a
because you
new
treasure him above
conversation,
all
which we're
things,
going to
and
do
then,
this
because of
semester,
that,
so
you do
every week,
all
every
that
other
he
week, you're going to be
commands. So my
doing
answer to the question, what's the
discussions.
nature of the
So
love,
what I
is
would advise
yes,
you to
of
make
course,
it
it would include
easier for you
obedience,
to
but,
follow,
it is
because
not
there's a
less
lot
than
of you in
being
these groups,
transformed by
is the first
a
person
love
to
of
start that
treasuring,
discussion does a new
admiring, delighting
conversation.
in, being satisfied by this most
When you're
beautiful
starting a new
treasure of all, like Paul
conversation,
said in
I would
Philippians
go
3. I count
into
everything
this
as loss
A with
because of the surpassing value of knowing
the
Jesus.
pencil here,
Third,
and then add a subject.
Okay.
So I would say
Once
the
again,
vaccine
is that
discussion.
the kind of love that an all-loving God,
Right,
a
and
good
then the first thing you're
not
going
an
to do in the
evil
vaccine
God,
discussion
not
is
a good
add
and evil
questions.
God,
So my
but
two
a good God,
questions
is that the kind of love that
are,
one would see
you
from
could
a good God, a
number them as
truly good
well.
God,
One, what
the
is a
kind of God that
vaccine? I hope
hugged
you
his son
figure that out
to
after
show that
watching
giving
and
it to the
reading
world.
some of the things in the discussion.
Is that the
And
kind
then
of love
two, what
that
is a
that
virus?
son
Right,
would
so
show up
I'm
every once in a
starting
while
those
and
conversations.
tap John Piper on the
And
shoulder and
then
say,
again, vaccine discussion, my two
"Come with
questions,
me.
and I can
got
post
something.
it.
You're gonna
And
love
now
this."
we have two conversations. So now the rest of my group
You're gonna love
could
it so
post
much.
their responses in this
You're gonna-
discussion. So
you're gonna
again,
go to
using
your-
the reply.
to
So
your
I could
church
reply,
on Sunday, and you're gonna tell this story.
I had those
and you're gonna
questions as
sound
well.
like Bob Ufer, seeing the most
Or I could
miracle-ridden play
reply
he's
if I want
ever observed
the
in
whole
his
group
life
to
and
see.
sound like this.
I could use the @ sign, and then I could say group 6. What do you think? All right, and that will put this little red mark here, and you will get a notification that says someone wants your attention in your team's
Never
group.
had
All right,
one
so
like
you should
this.
everyone in group
Imagine
6
John
should get
Piper
that little
standing in
notification.
front
You
of
can
his
also write to a
congregation on
specific
Sunday
person,
and saying,
and
have
I just
never
added
had
Sadie to this group, who is our past leader. So
have
I
never
can say
had
@
a
and then
Jesus
click on
experience like
Sadie,
this.
and then say, what do you think? And then Sadie would be the only one that would get
So,
a notification because I
want to
added
conclude
that.
a couple
You'll
of
also
things
see
here.
that even though I clicked that twice, I added 2 posts, but because there was no one in between, no
So
one
I
else
wanna
had
conclude with,
posted between when I posted my first post and second, it just put it all together. Also, the timing was very close.
Documentary called Tinder Swindler.
So those you can, like I said,
And
there's
the
more
premise of this
icons
clip
here. You can do attachments and whatnot
is-
down here. So make sure you use those. Again, I suggest that everyone sticks in that conversation. So make sure you check the conversations.
A person
The
who's
conversations
pretending to
will
be a
move
billionaire's son
if someone now comes
is on
in and
Tinder
writes the hello or
with
answers
multiple
the hello. That
identities,
hello conversation will move to the bottom.
traveling around the
So
world,
you want to make
essentially
sure that
a
you're
Ponzi
checking to
scheme
see what
of
conversations are already
romance
started and
to
adding your
friends and romantic
thoughts
interests
and
alike.
responses to the correct conversations.
Once he gets them into his web,
I will not be
he
starting
extorts money from them,
conversations. So you
and
going forward, you will, the
they
first
think that
person
they are
to
in love
start
with him. He is not in
that
love with
discussion
them.
should start a conversation.
They are in love with him.
If you have questions,
But
comments,
that love
thoughts
is
about
fake.
that, let me know.
It can be faked
Also,
so
just kind of
easily.
as
And it can be so desired,
background,
so
if
fanatical,
your group is
just
not
like
working for you,
John Piper's
so you
expression
don't
of
like
love
something
for
about
his
it, they're
God, for his
moving
Jesus.
too fast, they're not answering
And what
quickly
happens
enough,
when
there's not
that
enough
rug
people
is
that are
just
talking in your
completely
group,
pulled
let
out?
me know and I can switch you to a
When
different group so that we can find
when
someone that
the
a
promise
group
that you
that
were
would
going
work
to be
with you
repaid
with how you
for
want
helping them
to do
turns
this
out to
class and
be
this
a
discussion.
fake check and
Um,
fake money?
all right, I think
What
that's all I
happens
have. So
to the
again,
love
if you have questions,
that
I'm
you were
going to stop
promised?
sharing
What
this.
happens
But
to
if you have
the
questions about
passion
how
that you
this,
truly had for this
how
person,
Teams works
but
and
only
or
one
need help with it,
side of it
just let me know and I will help you.
was
Here is to a
fake
good semester and I
from a
will see you in
deceiver?
class.
And they say that's the guy. Function, you know. What kind of name did he use? And then I said Simon Levive. They said, well, that's one of many names that he's been using. Many names?
Many names. Many names he's been using. The literary function of the deceiver at the very beginning of your book. The many names he's been using. Does he go by
Hello,
the light?
everybody. I wanted to, your
Does he go
group
by
is
the light of the
not
world?
working for you. So you don't like something about it. They're moving
does
too fast. They're
Jesus
not
go by?
answering
What
quickly
is
enough. There's not
Jesus'
enough
actual
people
name?
that are also just to the correct conversations.
In
I will
translation,
not
it
be
is
starting
in
conversations.
multiple
So you going
arenas.
forward, you will, the first person
Jesus
to start
and
that
the
discussion
Hasatan
should start a
character
conversation.
have very similar
If you have questions, comments, thoughts about
references to
that, let me
light.
know. Also, just kind of as a
It is hard to tell
background,
who is the light of the world.
if your
It's hard to
group is
tell if
not working for you,
Satan can
so
appear
you
as an
don't
angel
like
of
something
light,
about it, they're
according
moving
to the Bible.
too fast, they're not answering
hard to
quickly
tell
enough, there's not enough people
which
that are
one
talking
is
in
referred
your
to as
group,
morning
let me
star.
know and I can switch you to a different group so
And it's
that we
hard
can
to
find
tell
someone that or a group
in
that would
Luke
work
4,
with you with how you
when
want.
Lucifer says, or Satan says, hey, I've got the power and I can give it to whoever I choose. And he decides to give Jesus the tour. And I don't believe Jesus says no. He just speaks a metaphor. He's in the desert. He's weak, he's hungry. His alter ego is at its highest. The two are one and the same, and they go by many names, but they always come back to the light. Both of them. Many names. I'm going to play this clip because you're about to see the emotional pour out of somebody who wanted something to be true very, very much, but in an internet social networking way, got taken advantage of. The same way, an old style of taking advantage of people in a literary fashion started somewhere around 2,500 to 2,800 years ago and has been an evolution cycle ever since. It doesn't matter if you're in the Jewish faith, the Christian faith, or the Islamic faith. Every single Abrahamic religion has some variation of an agreement with the tempter, an agreement with the light.
James? Who is this guy I've been sharing the same bed with? He's a professional. He does this for a living. Everything's a lie. He's not a prince of diamonds. He's not the son of a billionaire. The man I love was never real. He faked everything. It was like horrible, you know. Because in a sense I still loved him, you know? Or the person I thought that he was. Like, you know, everything's a lie. But then you still have this fairy tale that's going on your phone, you know? Simon with, like, still the heart behind it. Because I could never, I couldn't remove it. Because I still wanted him to be true, you know. I don't understand how someone can be so fucking evil. Because I still wanted him to be true, you know. I don't understand how someone can be so fucking evil. I felt that he knew me. True, you know. I don't understand how someone can be so fucking evil. I felt that he knew me.
And there it is. There it is, folks. This is why I ask for Satan's alibi in a book you believe is true. This evil person who conned this woman, who made her feel like she was in love, and don't diminish it just because it's, you know, a situation where she got, you know, she wanted that, she wanted it. Don't be fooled. Your book is the same as what tricked her. It's a story. Everybody says this is real. You're supposed to do this. And what's going to happen is at the end, when only one party was actually in love and the other one was seduced by something that was from evil, ask for the alibi. All I want to know is how many people actually called up, emailed, reached out in some form, or investigated whether this guy worked for the diamond company that he supposedly was there. That's what I want to do. I don't want to be tricked by this guy. I don't want to be tricked by this guy. I'm asking for Satan's alibi, and all I want to do is get a resume in my hands, an investigative report in my hands. Jesus is who he says he is. Not going by multiple names, not being confronted by many different accusations of being in cahoots with Beelzebub and being possessed by a demon, being the devil, and being a Samaritan. The answer should be confidently no every single time. Every single time. Don't come back and tell me I'm the one that's crazy over here. The emperor's new clothes says he's naked. I'm not going to be the kid. I'm going to be the adult that stands up and yells, he's naked. The con men are the ones that sold you that invisible suit that doesn't actually exist. So that's my sermon today, folks. I'm going to leave you one more time with John 3:16. Because, boy, John 3:16 is powerful, I think, as a tool of, say, a guy like me. Because I think I want every single Christian right now, I want you to go outside and to prove God is real and that this book is true. I want you to go and look at the trees right now. Go find the section of trees closest to your house or wherever you are currently. Go out and look at those trees. And if you want to tell me that the complexity of God is proven in those trees, I want to use John 3:16 to say the innumerable amount of trees in this world should be how many sons? Instead of only begotten son, the number of the trees is the number of sons. Supernatural beings, all God, all human, at any given time, who can go around and inspire John Piper to talk like Bob Ufer, seeing miracles at any given time. I leave you with my favorite loop. Let's change in this world. God gave to God hugged. Bow tie blessings to you all. And to all. I thank you for watching. And have a great night.
Because after all, it's only January of 2023. We are not paying much attention to 2024 polling. We're looking at it sort of every 3 weeks, every 4 weeks. I can't quite remember the last time we looked at it, but it is not irrelevant. And particularly when we are asking the question, is Trump's campaign for the primary nomination imploding before it even gets going, when we are not yet sure that Joe Biden is running for re-election, because despite what he says, he has not actually announced that he is running for re-election at this time or filed to run for re-election. There's a lot of question marks and interesting things going on, the aftermath of the 2022 midterms, et cetera. So let's look at where the numbers are. And this morning, there was a headline, Trump leads Biden in hypothetical 2024 matchup, according to a new poll. That is indeed true. Emerson College has released a new poll which finds that Trump is leading Biden 44-41. However, you do have 14% of respondents who are not in either camp yet. 10% say, well, I would support someone else. 4% were simply undecided. But I think the takeaway, given that Emerson is a pretty good pollster, and we'll see how good in a moment, is that it is very much not a foregone conclusion that Trump can't win, or that Trump is certain to win. And it is very much not a foregone conclusion that Joe Biden would have an easy time getting reelected, or that Joe Biden would be unable to get himself reelected. Neither. It is a very, very unclear scenario. Now, if we want to zoom out a little bit and say, okay, but David, that's one poll from Emerson. What if we look a little more broadly? I love that idea. So then we would go to 538's aggregation of different polls. And there you will find the Emerson poll I just mentioned, the Emerson poll, that's an A- rated pollster. In a Biden-DeSantis matchup, it's essentially even. It's Biden +1. And in that Biden-Trump matchup, as I just told you, Emerson has it Trump +3. But what about other pollsters? Well, let's look. Morning Consult, which is a B-rated pollster, has a poll that's 1 day newer. In Biden versus DeSantis, they have DeSantis ahead, whereas in Biden versus Trump, they have Biden ahead by 3 points. All right. What about a different poll? Well, we have one from a few days ago. This is a Harris poll. Harris is a B+ rated pollster. In that poll, Biden DeSantis has DeSantis up 3, and Biden Trump has Trump up 5. And then lastly, and this is the last one because then we'll get kind of to our bigger observations, YouGov, which is a B+ rated pollster, Biden Trump has Biden up 4. And in a slightly different formulation, they have Biden up 6. That's registered voters versus, what is A? I forget what A is. Not actual, likely. Anyway, and then in Biden DeSantis, they have it even. So what's the real takeaway here? The real takeaway is no one of these polls is really going to tell us everything that we need to know. The takeaway is anything quite literally could happen in 2024. We are not even really in the primary season. Donald Trump did something that's sort of not out of character for him, but it's out of norms historically to announce so early that he is running. He is scheduled to start campaign events soon, although I don't know that they're going to be massive rallies. In fact, he does have an event in South Carolina this weekend. Our correspondent, Luke Beasley, will be there, and we will have clips of interviews with South Carolinian Trump supporters for you on an upcoming program. The takeaway is we don't have any idea what could happen. And so any statements that sound like foregone conclusions of the sort of Biden doesn't have to worry, or Biden has no chance, Trump's got this in the bag, or Trump has no chance, none of those statements are accurate at this point in time. Now, what about the Republican primary? This is a very interesting question because there is a candidate who has not even announced that he is running, Ron DeSantis, who had some polling that looked pretty good. More recently, it doesn't look quite so good for Ron DeSantis. In a recent Morning Consult poll, Trump is leading DeSantis by 19 in the primary. In a recent Emerson poll, Trump is leading DeSantis by 26. In a recent B-rated Big Village poll, Trump is leading DeSantis by 23. And in a recent Harris poll, Trump is leading DeSantis. Trump, Tim Scott, Trump +50. This is against other people. Okay. Trump is leading DeSantis by 10 in a Harris poll. So even though there was a period about a month ago or so where Ron DeSantis was actually leading Trump in a bunch of different polls, despite the fact that Trump has announced and DeSantis has not, which was quite stunning, it does not seem to be the most common scenario right now. That's where we are. Anything could happen. Anything could change, but we will follow it probably like roughly every 3 or 4 weeks. One of our sponsors is CuriosityStream, the best place to find and watch documentaries on politics, history, science, technology, nature, you name it, they have it. CuriosityStream has a deeper collection of documentaries than any other streaming service. They add new titles every week, including exclusive award-winning films and shows you can't watch anywhere else. I just watched Ancient Engineering. Fascinating insights into how stuff was built before modern technology and the Industrial Revolution. You can watch CuriosityStream on all of your devices, phone, desktop, game console, smart TV. I'm always finding great documentaries on CuriosityStream that I can't find on any other platforms. It's really the only place to go for documentaries. And they have a special deal for my audience. You can get CuriosityStream for 25% off. Just go to curiositystream.com/Pacman and use the code Pacman. The link is down below.
CNN's Evan Perez joins us now. So, Evan, this is getting really, really messy. What more can you tell us about these documents found at the former vice president's home?
Yeah, Victor and Bianna, this is very messy, especially for the vice president and everyone who's been handling these classified documents. The vice president's team was doing these searches out of an abundance of caution, in part because of what they had seen develop in the case of the President Biden and the documents that have been discovered not only at the Penn Biden Center, but also at his home. And they did these searches last week. They uncovered about a dozen documents, which they then immediately reached out to the National Archives to alert. They found documents that they thought might be also Presidential Records Act responsive documents. And so that's how this all got started. At about 9:30 p.m. last Thursday is when the FBI came to the former vice president's home in Carmel, Indiana, and took possession of these documents, about a dozen documents, as you pointed out, that have classification markings. Now, we don't know very much about the documents. We don't know what specifically they entail, the level of classification, but this is something that is now becoming a spiraling issue for the government, for the Justice Department, which is doing a review of this to see what these are, who owns this information, which intelligence agency owns this information, and to see whether there's been any damage done to national security. This is part of the standard process that happens when these documents are found in places that they're not supposed to be. Now, what we know now is that in addition to these classified documents, the vice president's team, the former vice president's team, has turned over 4 boxes of documents. They arrived here in Washington just yesterday, handed over to the National Archives. Again, this is just early in the process. We don't know whether the FBI and the Justice Department will need to investigate further, whether there are any other places and any other documents that could be missing. Victor,
all right.
Bianna?
Evan, we're going to expand the conversation in just a moment. We want you to be part of it. But first, let's go to the White House. We know that we may hear from President Biden on this news concerning classified documents found at former President Pence's private home in Indiana. The president is meeting right now with Democratic congressional leaders at the White House. Let's bring in CNN's Phil Mattingly. So the stories of mishandling, misplacing documents have been dogging the president. How's the White House now reacting to this?
You know, Victor, publicly, the White House is not commenting at all, making clear that this is an ongoing matter and they're not going to weigh in one way or the other. Privately, they are very cognizant of what's been happening over the course of the last several hours. And I think when you talk to people inside the White House, they recognize that there is a political element here in terms of having another example of the situation that has really kind of consumed the president and the presidency over the course of the last several weeks. One from a Republican vice president in this case that shows very clear parallels. And two, I think there's a sense that for Republicans that have been attacking the president and his actions while he was vice president or in the wake of his vice presidency on Capitol Hill, now they have to look at one of their own doing the same exact thing. And I think probably more broadly, look, White House officials, again, not weighing in publicly, making very clear that they don't want any part of an ongoing matter here. But they recognize the political salience here and the idea that when you compare 2 different vice presidents leaving, both of whom have said that they had no knowledge that these classified documents were in their possession or had been transferred to their property, those parallels are important to try and underscore, I think, a point that President Biden has been making over the course of the last couple of weeks. Now, how this plays out going forward obviously is an open question. But again, for a White House that has been dealing with this in isolation, for the most part, trying to draw a contrast between their predecessor, former President Donald Trump, this certainly is an example that very much aligns with how they've operated up to this point, which once again draws the contrast that they want to point out very regularly with where the former president has been on this.
All right, Phil Mattingly, stay with us. Meantime, lawmakers on Capitol Hill are now reacting to this discovery of classified documents at Mike Pence's home. For more on this, let's bring in CNN's Manu Raju on Capitol Hill. So, Manu, what has the reaction been thus far?
Well, a lot of members are stunned. They really have at a loss at how this is continually
happening and wanting to get information. There's some questions that will be directed directly to the Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines, tomorrow when she appears behind closed doors with the Senate Intelligence Committee. They have been asking for questions ever since it was revealed last year that Donald Trump had records at Mar-a-Lago. They renewed the requests of Biden leaders, Republican and Democratic leaders of that committee when it came to light that Biden had these documents, and now they're renewing that request again in the light of this aftermath with Mike Pence coming to light. And Marco Rubio, one of those leaders of the committee, said this will definitely come up tomorrow behind closed doors. But there's also questions about what else Congress can do and how these records appeared at Joe Biden's home, even records from the time as a senator, questions about how that emerged. I had a chance just to ask Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer about specifically what Congress should do about this in light of these concerns and in light of the fact that this keeps happening. Given that we have learned about Mike Pence having these documents, is it not incumbent on the Senate to investigate, to have some sort of oversight to ensure that the nation's secrets aren't being leaked out everywhere in people's private homes?
Senator Peters is looking at bipartisan legislation in terms of classified documents. I support his efforts. In the meantime, on the specific cases, the appropriate thing to do is have special prosecutor, and that's what's happening.
So Schumer was referring to an effort that was happening in the Homeland Security Committee led by Gary Peters, the chairman of that committee, to try to overhaul record-keeping laws, federal record-keeping laws. That effort is still taking shape, still coming to light. We'll see if it actually comes to pass. But lawmakers really at the moment trying to figure out exactly what happened here. Calls for an investigation on the Senate side, and of course the House Republicans already investigating what Joe Biden has done. We'll see how they press forward on the Pence matter as well.
All right, Manu, stay with us. We have also Phil, and we have Evan with us. And let's add Josh School. He's a former FBI Executive Assistant Director for Intelligence. Josh, to you, whatever system there is at the White House, at the Vice President's residence, obviously is not working well. The former Vice President and the President say they didn't know about these documents. Their lawyers discovered them. They handed them over. Trump's a different story. But is there a simple, easy fix so that this doesn't continue to happen?
Well, Victor, I'm not sure there's a simple fix for this, but clearly what's going on across both administrations is the fact that the policies and procedures in the White House are not effective. It looks like that most of this is happening during transition and a rush to get out of the White House. I would call on the Director of National Intelligence to do a review to see what policies are in place, what else needs to be in place, and really do a holistic look to make sure that this is not continuing to happen.
So, Evan, are we in a scenario now where you have the Clintons and the Bushes and perhaps the Cheneys now scrambling through their private homes to see if they inadvertently have some classified material of their own? I mean, because these things we keep getting these headlines every few days. I would be shocked if it was just limited to just two administrations at this point.
Right, exactly. I think that's the big concern. At this point, we know that, this happens from time to time. People find documents. Sometimes someone passes away and a spouse is going through their belongings and comes across something that no one knew was there. And so this happens from time to time. But the discovery of these documents, or rather the legal fight and the protracted litigation between Donald Trump and the National Archives and the Justice Department has really kind of changed the way everyone approaches these things. And this is why Vice President Pence's team didn't really take any action after the Trump situation, because they just thought that was a complete outlier. It's after this happened with Joe Biden, that they decided to do this search, and it does raise some important questions that I think you guys are trying to get at. And I think we don't really know until people, do these searches to see whether there's anything missing. I think it's going to be a work in progress.
Phil, we've heard from former President Trump on his social media about this Mike Pence discovery. And of course, we know the history between these two up to and since January 6th. And former President Trump said Mike Pence is an innocent man. He never did anything knowingly dishonest in his life. I wonder your thoughts on if these discoveries at Pence's home and who Pence is and what the country knows about Mike Pence shifts this conversation from a criminal exclusive to how do we fix the system, and not just were these men trying to use these for some nefarious purposes?
I think it's important to separate what the former president has done when it comes to these documents and his efforts to shield some of those documents or not give them back, and where the two vice presidents, the former vice president and now the current president, Joe Biden, have been on these specific issues. However, I think when you look at the comparative, if you separate the former president from this, if you look at the parallels between the current president and Vice President Pence from both of their times transitioning out of the vice presidency, I think what Manu's reporting has been throughout the course of this day, not just in his conversation with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, but also with the other lawmakers that he's sent in to our operation, his Hill colleagues have as well, it seems, or at least appears at this initial moment, and keep in mind, people were pretty stunned throughout the course of this day when this news came out, that that's the direction things are headed. Now, to be very clear, there is still a special counsel investigation, and there were still new discoveries of documents in the president's home just a couple of days ago during a search by the FBI. But I think this is a moment right now where I think people are grasping the fact that this is a broader issue, one that's always existed in Washington over the course, certainly of the last couple of decades. But when it comes to this transition process, and perhaps there needs to be legislative fixes, perhaps there needs to be fixes from the intelligence community here, not necessarily a central focus or an isolated focus on the investigation itself.
Thank you for watching. Thank you for coming. And, well, I got to tell you something. If you're feeling happy now, wait until you see what I have to show you. Just when you think you've seen Donald Trump at his Trumpiest, he shows up at a funeral and sets a new world record for ridiculousness. Fiberace flew to North Carolina this weekend to attend a memorial service for one of his biggest fans, Diamond of Diamond and Silk. You remember these two? They love Donald Trump. Well, Diamond passed away.
Oh, this is the one we saw this yesterday. What's else going on?
And that's a horrifying thing to think about. Follow us on social media. Interact with the David Pakman Show community. See exclusive content. See when we're taking calls live. And stay up to date on other big show announcements. We post daily. Find us on Reddit, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Discord, and TikTok. Because after all, it's only January of 2023. We are not paying much attention to 2024 polling. We're looking at it sort of every 3 weeks, every 4 weeks. I can't quite remember the last time we looked at it. But it is not irrelevant, and particularly when we are asking the question, is Trump's campaign for the primary nomination imploding before it even gets going, when we are not yet sure that Joe Biden is running for re-election, because despite what he says, he has not actually announced that he is running for re-election at this time or filed to run for re-election. There's a lot of question marks and interesting things going on, the aftermath of the 2022 midterms, etc. So let's look at where the numbers are. And this morning, there was a headline, Trump leads Biden in hypothetical 2024 matchup, according to a new poll. That is indeed true. Emerson College has released a new poll which finds that Trump is leading Biden 44-41. However, you do have 14% of respondents who are not in either camp yet. 10% say, well, I would support someone else. 4% were simply undecided. But I think the takeaway, given that Emerson is a pretty good pollster, and we'll see how good in a moment, is that it is very much not a foregone conclusion that Trump can't win or that Trump is certain to win. And it is very much not a foregone conclusion that Joe Biden would have an easy time getting reelected or that Joe Biden would be unable to get himself reelected. Neither. It is a very, very unclear scenario. Now, if we want to zoom out a little bit and say, okay, but David, that's one poll from Emerson. What if we look a little more broadly? I love that idea. So then we would go to 538's aggregation of different polls. And there you will find the Emerson poll I just mentioned, the Emerson poll, that's an A- rated pollster. In a Biden-DeSantis matchup, it's essentially even. It's Biden +1. And in that Biden-Trump matchup, as I just told you, Emerson has it Trump +3. But what about other pollsters? Well, let's look. Morning Consult, which is a B-rated pollster, has a poll that's 1 day newer. In Biden versus DeSantis, they have DeSantis ahead, whereas in Biden versus Trump, they have Biden ahead by 3 points. All right. What about a different poll? Well, we have one from a few days ago. This is a Harris poll. Harris is a B+ rated pollster. In that poll, Biden DeSantis has DeSantis up 3, and Biden Trump has Trump up 5. And then lastly, and this is the last one because then we'll get kind of to our bigger observations, YouGov, which is a B+ rated pollster, Biden Trump has Biden up 4. And in a slightly different formulation, they have Biden up 6. That's registered voters versus, what is A? I forget what A is. Not actual, likely. Anyway, and then in Biden DeSantis, they have it even. So what's the real takeaway here? The real takeaway is no one of these polls is really going to tell us everything that we need to know. The takeaway is anything quite literally could happen in 2024. We are not even really in the primary season. Donald Trump did something that's sort of not out of character for him, but it's out of norms historically to announce so early that he is running. He is scheduled to start campaign events soon, although I don't know that they're going to be massive rallies. In fact, he does have an event in South Carolina this weekend. Our correspondent, Luke Beasley, will be there, and we will have clips of interviews with South Carolinian Trump supporters for you on an upcoming program. The takeaway is we don't have any idea what could happen. And so any statements that sound like foregone conclusions of the sort of Biden doesn't have to worry, or Biden has no chance, Trump's got this in the bag, or Trump has no chance, none of those statements are accurate at this point in time. Now, what about the Republican primary? This is a very interesting question because there is a candidate who has not even announced that he is running, Ron DeSantis, who had some polling that looked pretty good. More recently, it doesn't look quite so good for Ron DeSantis. In a recent Morning Consult poll, Trump is leading DeSantis by 19 in the primary. In a recent Emerson poll, Trump is leading DeSantis by 26. In a recent B-rated Big Village poll, Trump is leading DeSantis by 23. And in a recent Harris poll, Trump is leading DeSantis. Trump, Tim Scott, Trump +50. This is against other people. Okay. Trump is leading DeSantis by 10 in a Harris poll. So even though there was a period about a month ago or so where Ron DeSantis was actually leading Trump in a bunch of different polls, despite the fact that Trump has announced and DeSantis has not, which was quite stunning, it does not seem to be the most common scenario right now. That's where we are. Anything could happen. Anything could change, but we will follow it probably like roughly every 3 or 4 weeks. Tucker Carlson is very concerned about a floating space vagina. That is not a headline that I would have guessed 2 days ago I was going to be giving you today. This is the epitome of everything is scary. I'm going to explain right-wing fear-mongering to you with a segment in which Fox News propagandist Tucker Carlson is afraid of a Turkish floating space vagina. What am I talking about? Okay, here's the deal. In Turkey, there was a cloud, okay? The cloud, to some people, looked like a vagina. And some of you will say, well, David, really, it's a vulva. The vagina is inside. We all know what I'm talking about, okay? We're using the colloquial term that is usually used. Please, OBGYNs, don't write to me about this. It was really not like a huge deal. It's just a cloud. I mean, quite literally, it's a cloud. But Tucker has to fearmonger. So he does a segment saying, this is really a problem. This is not normal. Take a look at this.
You may have seen pictures of the very strangely shaped object that appeared in the skies over Turkey.
Yeah.
What is that exactly? It's not normal, no matter what they tell you. Plus, tomorrow, millions of church-going Christians in America still vote for the Democrats.
Yeah. That he was moving on to his next scary story, that there are Christians who vote for Democrats. Maybe blame the vaccine would be a takeaway. All right, so listen, it's so stupid, but this is very, very instructive, and I'll explain to you why. Whether it's about big things or small things, the right relies on fear-mongering tactics to gain support and to push their agenda forward. If there's a specific person to blame, even better. If there's a particular group to blame, absolutely fantastic. It's a strategy that fear creates a sense of urgency. We need to know what to do now. We need to know who is subjecting us to this, and on and on and on. The space vagina, he's using the same rhetoric he uses with a lot of this other stuff. I don't know that he's necessarily suggesting an investigation. He just seems confused by it, I guess, in some sense. But the way that this works is you use the fear to create the sense of urgency and to otherize someone else, to agitate people, to scare them, to say, well, tell me what to do. Please, you've scared me. Now what is it that I'm supposed to do? And that's the point. You use the fear to get people to take action without fully considering the consequences. And this is why right-wing politicians will often use fear to try to push for quick and drastic changes to policies or laws. Guys, we don't have time to sit and think about this and to debate it. There's a floating space vagina in Turkey. We've got to do something about it right now. Now, usually it's not a floating space vagina. It's immigrants or communism that doesn't exist, or Marxism that they don't understand that isn't Marxism, or whatever the case may be. But that's how you slip changes through quickly that aren't actually in the best interests of the majority of people. Fear can also be used to create division and distraction from actual issues. A floating space vagina is not a real issue. Tucker's 1 hour show, once you take commercials away, is probably 38 minutes or 42 if it's like, most corporate media shows. And every one of those minutes is going to something rather than something else. And when you do the space vagina thing, you don't talk about an actual issue that affects people. And lastly, the fear is used to create an us versus them mentality. Now, he didn't go in this direction, but the Turkish floating space vagina could be used to make the audience suspicious of what is it that Turkey is doing? What is Turkey up to exactly? Will they have a floating penis soon, or whatever the case may be? And it's part of this distraction method, and it fuels all of these other techniques that I talked about. So it's such a silly example. It's a small example, although the cloud is quite large. It's a small example, small scale example of how everything leads to the exact same rhetoric and tone. And that's another fascinating and sort of funny thing. Whether Tucker is talking about a potential nuclear war or a floating space vagina, his tone is exactly the same, which signals to people who have this stuff spoon-fed to them on Fox News, they should be reacting with equal amounts of fear to both of the things. So it's quite sophisticated propaganda, and it would be better if people were more prepared to defend themselves against it. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2DavidP. I recently did a segment on the Pacman Finance channel recommending what I believe to be 10 or so personal finance books that if everyone read, you would be ahead of 98% of the population in terms of personal finance knowledge. I did that segment last week. Someone wrote in, they called in, and they said, David, what about Rich Dad, Poor Dad? Take a listen to this.
David, it's Alan from Jersey. I'm watching your video on the Pacman Finance channel about finance books you suggested, and your list did not include Rich Dad, Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki. I can't believe you left this one out.
I know.
It's one of the best finance books that teaches you the difference between thinking like a rich person versus thinking like a poor person. For example, a poor person works hard, pays their taxes, and gets screwed over when their company lays them off. But a rich person like Kiyosaki writes a scam book, this Rich Dad, Poor Dad scam book. Then he gets in bed with Amway, which is a scam multi-level marketing thing.
Yes.
And forces Amway people to buy his book. And that's part of his whole scheme that made him the self-help guru. So
Yes, the Robert Kiyosaki's main strategy for getting rich is to write books and sell them to people, telling them it's going to tell them how to get rich. So if you can emulate that, that is a way. No, listen, I read Robert Kiyosaki's Rich Dad, Poor Dad, like the first couple of books when I was probably 16 or 17 years old. And I don't find them substantive and I don't find them serious. Now, whether he is a, quote, scammer or not, I will leave that to the critics to decide. But if you say to me, David, sir, I need recommendations for personal finance books that are really personal finance books, not Kiyosaki telling me to start getting real estate that will generate passive income. And then buy more of my books and maybe do some Amway stuff. No, if you want my actual list of good finance book recommendations, go to davidpakman.com/recommendations. And then we also have the finance content at youtube.com/PakmanFinance. I do not recommend Robert Kiyosaki's books or his courses or his whatever it is that he is selling. The books I recommend are cheap, they are complete, and that they aren't going to try to sell you more stuff. And again, if you read these 10 or so books that I recommend to you, your personal finance knowledge will be greater than that of 98% of the adult population. I've got nothing to sell you. They're not my books. They're other people's books. YouTube.com/PakmanFinance and davidpakman.com/recommendations. On today's bonus show, the FDA wants to simplify the use and the updating of COVID vaccines. What do they want to do? And who is already flipping out about it? I think you can probably guess. The first artificial intelligence-powered robot lawyer is going to represent a defendant in court next month. This is super interesting, and we're going to discuss it at length on the bonus show. And lastly, the woke mob. Oh, wait, no. It's the right-wing mob. The right-wing mob has indefinitely paused their M&M spokes candies over right-wing pressure. I thought we were the people who canceled, but they are doing a lot of canceling. Sign up at joinpakman.com. You'll get instant access to the bonus show. I will see you then.
What's up, y'all?
Hey, is that Nitty?
Yep.
Hey, what's up?
Not much, just a long day.
Yeah, no, I'm still finishing up myself.
Let's see what we got.
Well, folks, another day, another lie from Republican Representative George Santos. This is a lie that was found online on George Santos's Wikipedia page that, of course, has now been removed. And about 10 years ago, a Wikipedia user by the name of Anthony DeVolder, which also happens to be the alias of George Santos. He claims his name is George Anthony DeVolder Santos. So Anthony DeVolder, about 10 years ago, gets on Wikipedia and edits George Santos's Wikipedia page, which is kind of weird. Why would he have a Wikipedia page all the way back then? That makes no sense, but it was there. And Anthony DeVolder had put on his own Wikipedia page, I just have to read it. Anthony DeVolder first started his stage life at age 17 as a gay nightclub drag queen, and with that won several gay beauty pageants. By the way, misspelled damn near every word in that as well. But then this is the truly bizarre part. In addition to, of course, that confirming that yes, he did perform in drag, even though he swore up and down last week that no, he never did. He's actually now admitted to it. I'll get to that in a moment. But then the Wikipedia went on to say this. DeVolder took his step into the beginning of his career in which he started, good God, the misspellings here are so bad, in which he starred in a few TV shows and Disney Channel shows, including The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody and Hannah Montana. It also said that he, quote, taped his very first movie in 2009, which was called The Invasion and starred Uma Thurman. Apparently a misspelling of Uma Thurman. The Invasion actually came out in 2007, and Uma Thurman was not in it. That was, in fact, a Nicole Kidman and Daniel Craig venture. There's also no records whatsoever of George Santos or Anthony DeVolder appearing in that movie or appearing in a single episode of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody or Hannah Montana. Now, again, we can't even say for certain, and this is the dumbest part of it, we can't even say for certain that George Santos is the one who did this. It was a user going by the name of Anthony DeVolder. Now, these are, 10 years ago. I think it was actually back in 2011 when these edits were made. So, of course, it should stand to reason that nobody knew who the guy was at that time. So I don't think anybody would have gone in there and maliciously done it. So it's likely him. Which, again, is just weird. Like, you're just a habitual liar. Like, that, to me, is indicative of a very serious problem. Right? I mean, just the ease with which this man lies, the things he lies about that are so verifiably false. It's just nuts that this man is so brazen with his lies. Now, as for the drag queen thing, as I mentioned, he adamantly denied it last week. Didn't happen. It's the media making crap up. I'm not going to be deterred. And then finally over the weekend, he was like, okay, yes, I did it. He told TMZ, quote, I was young and I had fun at a festival. But he still insists I totally wasn't a drag queen. Okay, but Anthony DeVolder did change your Wikipedia to say, not only were you a drag queen, but you actually won some pageants with it. Good for you. As I've said, like, that's the only part of your history right now that appears to not be bad. Like, I got no problem with any of that. It's your party, actually, that's trying to criminalize that kind of stuff. But the rest of it, lying about being on Hannah Montana, lying about being on The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, lying about being in the movie with Uma Thurman, as you called her, this is just getting stupid at this point. And while none of those lies, of course, are criminal, would result in the removal of him from office, Republicans got to understand, like, the more that comes out about this guy, the worse it's going to be for you. You can either rip that Band-Aid off now or get embarrassed in the next round of congressional elections. If I were you, I'd get this idiot out of your party fast before he makes you all look like a bunch of morons. Whoops. Guess it's already too late for that. Ring of Fire has fresh content 7 days a week, so if you want to be reminded about it, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit the little bell to be notified every time a new video goes up.
I don't even know how to introduce this. George Santos says he survived an assassination attempt. That is the latest. Rachel Maddow has surfaced video of an interview that George Santos gave in Portuguese. Okay, so the clip we're going to look at is in Portuguese with subtitles, and I'll pause momentarily, brief every once in a while to tell you what's being said. He claims he was the victim of an attempted murder, that he survived, and it led to him being under police protection. There's no evidence of this, I should mention. Listen to this.
So at the top of the show, I went through a long but definitely not exhaustive list of the known lies of freshman Republican Congressman George Santos of New York. You're probably familiar with some of the greatest hits by now, the volleyball star and Wall Street fortune and all that stuff, right? But here's something you have not heard before. Did you know that Congressman George Santos also claims he was the target of an assassination attempt, which required him being put under official police protection?
Wow.
That is what George Santos claimed last month in an interview with a Brazilian podcast. The podcast is called Radio Novelo Apresenta.
Yeah.
Forgive my pronunciation. Radio Novelo Apresenta. They shared this video from the interview exclusively with us. So you won't see this anywhere else, but I want you to see it. In this interview, then Congressman-elect George Santos
is
is
wild.
speaking with the hosts in Portuguese. So we have subtitled it. He starts off talking about an alleged act of vandalism, which he says was targeted at him simply because he's a Republican. But then in the midst of that, he says, oh, also someone tried to murder him.
Em janeiro de 2021, a minha casa sofreu vandalismo. Meu marido e eu, a gente tinha ido para uma festa de fim de ano, em 2020, na Flórida. Vou para uma festa
So he says this happened in Florida at after New Year's Eve party.
de Réveillon com meu marido, a gente volta à nossa casa, foi vandalizada porque a gente estava numa festa republicana na Flórida.
So he says the vandalism was because he was at a Republican party.
Entendeu? Em dezembro de 2020. Então, é aquilo. Eu já sofri vandalismo, a gente já sofreu atentado de vida, atentado de assassinato.
Okay, so there he casually mentions, I already suffered an assassination attempt, which I survived.
Carta ameaçadora, ter que ter polícia, escolta de polícia parado na frente da nossa casa.
Yeah. Very, very casual. We had police protection, et cetera, et cetera.
We have already suffered an attempt on my life, an assassination attempt.
Yeah.
There was an assassination attempt, really. Then Congressman-elect George Santos did not elaborate on his claim in the interview. We have tonight reached out to Congressman Santos's office to get more information about him saying that he was the victim of an attempted murder.
Yeah.
Getting New York police protection at his home as a result. There ought to be a record of that sort of thing if it happened. We've inquired about this claim from him. We have not heard back. We do live in hope. Mr. Santos did offer more detail about a different act of violence he says was committed against him. In this interview with the same Brazilian podcast, he said he was the victim of a very, very, very brazen mugging. In the middle of the day, in the middle of New York, one of New York City's busiest thoroughfares.
Very logical.
No verão de 2021, no meio da Quinta Avenida, com a 55, eu fui assaltado por dois homens. Antes que qualquer pergunte, não foram negros, eram brancos, inclusive.
Oh my God. He says, oh God. So first of all, he says this was at 5th and 55th. Okay. I don't understand how any such mugging could take place at 5th and 55th in the middle of the day. He volunteers before asking me any questions. They weren't black. They were even white, but they still, even white people, these weren't even black folks, and they still had the audacity to rob him in broad daylight.
Eles me assaltaram, levaram minha pasta, levaram o meu sapato e meu relógio.
They took his watch, yeah, and his shoes in the middle of the day on 5th and 55th.
E isso foi na luz do dia. Eram 3 e pouca da tarde, eu estava saindo do meu escritório, indo para a garagem, pegar meu carro, e eu fui assaltado.
Yeah, okay. So I don't know that any of these things are true, but these are extraordinary claims. And it appears as though the lies simply will not stop. Voters are now furious with this guy. He claims, I'm not hearing from anybody who wants me to resign. Let's talk about that next. There is something you use at home every day that is significantly harming the planet, and it is your toilet paper. 30 million trees are destroyed every year for toilet paper in the U.S. alone. Deforestation is a contributor to climate change, and I think moving away from tree-based toilet paper is something we can all do. And that's why I asked Real Paper to be our sponsor. Real Paper is a toilet paper made 100% from bamboo stalks, which grow forever. So no cutting down trees. And all of Real Paper's packaging is plastic free. Think of all those big plastic bags you've thrown out over the years. Real Paper is a B Corp certified by the Forest Stewardship Council. And Real Paper plants one tree with every purchase you make. And the best part is you can do a part to fight climate change without making any sacrifice, because Real Paper is soft and fluffy and durable, just like traditional toilet paper you're used to. Guys, this is a no-brainer for anyone who cares about the issue of deforestation. Give Real Paper a try. Go to realpaper.com/Pacman and use the code Pacman for 30% off your first order, plus free shipping. The link is down below.
Lord, we worship you, we magnify you in this place.
Fresh oil.
You're worthy of glory, you're worthy of praise. We come here to honor you. We say, have your way in this place tonight.
What the hell's
Spirit,
going
whatever
on
you
with
have for
teams,
this,
man?
for these people, we say, have your way tonight. We are here ready to receive revelation. We're here to receive help, and we're here to honor you. This is your church, Lord, and we thank you, Father, that we get to come together and worship you tonight. Hallelujah. Good evening, everyone. So good to see you all. Why don't you greet someone around you, and you can have a seat. Good to see you all tonight. I want to take this moment to welcome the viewers online. Thank you so much for taking time to join us. I know you're going to be so blessed by this service tonight. So wherever you're watching from, we welcome you and thank you for watching. You don't want to miss this service. I know it'll bless your life. So thank you. And then also I want to welcome any first-time visitors. If this is your first time at this church, we want to properly welcome you and thank you for coming. So just raise your hand. The ushers want to hand you something. Anyone here for their first time? Right over here. Welcome, sir. We're glad to have you in the second row here. Thank you for being here. We're glad to have you. If there's anyone else here for their first time, we welcome you to this church family. If you grabbed a flyer, there's more information about our church on the inside. There's an insert in there as well. Fill it out for us and tear that out and turn that into the info booth right out here in our foyer. Hand it to the person behind the counter. We have a gift for you from our pastor as a thank you for coming. So let's give our visitors another very warm welcome. We hope to see you again at future services. Hallelujah. Just a few quick announcements. Prayer service. There is one this Sunday, January 29th at 5 p.m. Please make time to join us. Dr. Michael Jacobs, he will be here ministering February 19th through the 21st. So that's a Sunday morning, a Monday night, and a Tuesday night. So please try and make it to all of them. I know his ministry will bless you all. And if you're watching online, Dr. Michael Jacobs services will be live streamed. So don't forget to tune in as well. So again, that is February 19th through the 21st, Sunday at 10 a.m., Monday and Tuesday at 7 p.m. And then just a reminder, if you have any records, your address has changed, your email address has changed, any information that we would need to keep our records up to date, please let us know. There's a card right here, the ushers have them. Just grab one of these, fill out the information that you need updated, and it would really help us. So fill that out. We only really need one per household. But if you know there's information we don't have, please give it to us and put it in the offering bucket, or you can turn it into the info booth. And then don't forget, check Lost and Found. It's not as big as a monster this time, but there is a few things. So just check it out. Make sure none of your stuff is there. And then don't forget, after service tonight, there's Panera Bread available in the Hagen building for y'all to enjoy and take home. Let's go ahead and receive tonight's tithes and offerings. Open up your Bibles to 2 Corinthians 5:15. Second Corinthians 5:15. And it says here, and he died for all, that those who live might no longer live for themselves, but for him who for their sake died and was raised. Let me read this section again. No longer live for themselves. To me, living for myself is ignoring the inward witness and doing what I decide to do. I don't live for myself anymore. When you gave your heart to Jesus, you invited him to lead you in every arena of life. No longer living for themselves. You gave up your flesh. You gave up your desires to put him first. And a lot of people are scared because they think living for him is you're sacrificing good things in your future.
All right, gang,
his life, the life he has given us, the new life. It says here in verse 17, therefore, if anyone is in Christ, he is a new creation, and the old things passed away. Behold, a new has come. All things are new for the better. The Bible says he's good and his mercy endures forever. He's good. Anything that involves him, it's good. So no longer living for yourself, you're letting that go for what's better, for what's good, for what the world's truly looking for, because it says he died for all. It's available to everyone, but not everybody is willing to let go of themselves. One way I see that is you decide to ignore his leading. You decide to ignore his word and do what you want. Involve him in every step in your life. Wherever you're making a change in your life, or maybe you sense God's dealing with you about something, bring it before him. Everything you do, doesn't matter how big or how small, it can have an effect on your future.
Yeah.
But he's good and his mercy endures forever.
Video of that dude,
It doesn't matter how many times you missed it. His goodness is for you. His goodness is prepared for you. He has planned and ordained a life for you, a future for you that you're going to love. It's more than you could ever get for yourself. No matter how much work, no matter how many skills you may have,
the MMA fighter right there,
if he's not involved, it's not satisfying anymore.
Yeah. That
you
dude,
may think you want things, you may get those things,
all he
and
does
realize
is go around
there's still a void there.
China, and he beats up fake martial arts.
He
masters.
died for you. Say me. He died for me. We need to truly believe that he thought of me on that cross. Amen. So we're new creatures in Christ. We don't do what we want without his involvement. We don't just live any old way we want, but what does the word have to say about our life? It matters how we live. It matters that we involve him in every arena of our life. And as we give tonight, we're saying, Lord, you're my supply and you're my provider. I'm a doer of your word. I'm seeking you. I'm a new creature in Christ. People in the world may not understand tithing. They may think it's a scam. They may think it's a waste of
I think he's
time, but there's a spiritual transaction.
He's a worship leader. Like he's like one of their worship leaders. I think he's just
possessions. Your business I want to take care of. Your work I want to take care of. It should matter to you that his work is getting done.
He's singing. He's like one of their choir leaders.
What does he want to do in your life? Make it a priority, amen? Seek him in everything.
You probably
do you hear me tonight? Hallelujah. So it's a joy to give.
Church, like
you know, you may have
I'm just gonna be quiet.
a leading in your heart to give a certain
amount. They're just I mean, they're not, you know what I mean? They're not.
Want me to do? Is this you leading
I don't know. He probably going
Seek
to fucking Bible
in
college.
Everything you do. Yeah. Amen. In every single thing you do. And do it with the right heart. It's not about me anymore. I'm putting myself aside. I'm putting my flesh aside. And I'm seeking him first. He died for all, that those who live might no longer live for themselves, but for him. But for him. So our opinion is out of the picture. What does he have to say about my future? Amen. But he's good. He's faithful. He's faithful to perform his word. Just stand on his word and he'll perform it. Amen. Hallelujah. Aren't you thankful we're new creatures in Christ?
Really?
Not because
For
of
what?
we did.
I don't know.
Or what we have done. Because of what he did.
Yeah, obviously.
He died for all. Amen. So when you give tonight, just remind yourself that he's Lord of my life. This money has not. This is just a tool. But I'm sowing seed right now. I'm putting faith. I'm stretching my faith. I'm releasing my faith right now. Amen. So as you're giving tonight, release your faith. Amen. And he'll perform his word. So let's glorify him with our giving. Lord, it's an honor and a privilege to give. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to sow seed. And we say you are Lord of our life. Not money, not a job, not any person, but you are Lord of our life. and we care that we put you first in everything we do. We no longer live for ourselves. Hallelujah. And say this with me. My God, he shall supply all my needs according to his riches and glory by Christ Jesus. Amen.
So
Piano sounds good though. The fuck?
folks, there's been a lot of things happening today. And of course, some of it's not very good news for people at the highest echelons of Trump world, or who used to be, at the very least, at the higher echelons of Trump world. But it's actually the worst piece of news possible for Donald Trump for so many reasons. He's sitting at Mar-a-Lago today, and for at least two major reasons, has been absolutely rocked by a major scandal and by a major legal development. First, we have more information about the recent convictions. We talked about it earlier today, but there's breaking analysis about how the way in which some Trump cronies just got convicted for their role on J6 is terrible news for Donald Trump and other Trump cronies. But then we have to spend some time talking a bit about the new Mike Pence document scandal. Because while Donald Trump is trying to play this as further proof that what he did was no big deal, he doesn't actually get any help here. And worse than that, the single person bailed out most by the Pence document scandal isn't Donald Trump, because in many ways he's implicated, because every Pence document is actually a Trump administration document. The Pence scandal is actually a Trump scandal too, but it's actually bailing out Biden more than anyone. We'll get to that. But listen to this, because it lays out how the big move from Garland and from Smith to go after the thugs in a particular way is paying dividends and terrifies Trump.
The conspiracy accrues to the benefit of Donald Trump without ultimately bringing charges against Donald Trump.
Joe, Merrick Garland has a reputation of being a bottom-up prosecutor, where he starts with the low-level ones and then moves his way up. But people are waiting to see if they'll get to Donald Trump and the folks around him who helped plan January 6th. It hasn't happened yet. And I don't think that the verdict yesterday will probably have an impact on Trump's legal situation, because I do agree that the Department of Justice is more likely to charge Donald Trump on the Mar-a-Lago documents than for January 6th. And if he is charged for January 6th, I think it'll be for obstruction of an official proceeding and conspiracy to defraud the United States, and not for seditious conspiracy. I don't think the elements are present when it comes to Trump. But this was a risk for the Department of Justice to charge seditious conspiracy, and it paid off. And it could make Special Prosecutor Jack Smith more confident and emboldened to go for it on fourth down and charge the former president about January 6th. And one interesting tie between the defendants yesterday and Trump's inner circle is that one of the four Oath Keepers was in a separate group who was protecting Roger Stone on January 6th. Then he left to go to the Capitol to participate in the insurrection. So if it is true that Merrick Garland is this bottom-up prosecutor, then flipping a defendant who's now facing many years in prison with a direct tie to Roger Stone seems like a logical next step.
So you can see that it was a risk, as noted. It was a risk to go after the thugs for seditious conspiracy and bring these sorts of charges, because you can nail them easily on some of the lower level charges, trespassing, vandalism, things like that. You can nail them on that, and in many cases they have. But when they went after some of the more organized people involved with certain types of conspiracies, involved with Proud Boys, Oath Keeper stuff, hitting them with conspiracy charges is tricky, much harder to prove, and juries, because the penalties are very severe, are probably more reluctant to just convict, and they got the convictions anyway. And what it shows is that maybe Garland's strategy, while slower than we would like, maybe it is paying some dividends, and it's also going to embolden the approach against Trump for a couple key reasons. One, convictions at the lower level increase likelihood at convictions at each level up the ladder. Convictions against the on-the-ground thugs make it more likely to nail the people at the middle and then at the top, and then, of course, the very, very pinnacle, the kingpin Trump. But also, if you're winning on some of these tougher cases, it might make Garland and Smith more aggressive. because you can nail Trump on some of the more technical aspects of the document stuff, but if you want to go after him for conspiracy and incitement and things like that, those are much harder to prove, much more difficult to prove. And if you're getting victories at the lower level, that increases the likelihood that you'll try, and it increases the likelihood that you'll win. And both of that is bad news for Donald Trump. But then we have to go to this Pence scandal. Here's just a little bit of context for those who don't understand. What Pence did is wrong, but it's nothing like what Trump did.
Jamie, walk us through what we know.
So, more documents. This is now number 3, former Vice President Mike Pence. Out of an abundance of caution, we are told he had a lawyer go through his house and double check boxes. They found 4 boxes in his home in Indiana. They say they had been sealed since the time he left as vice president. They go through the boxes and they found roughly 12 documents that appear to have classified markings on them. They immediately called, this was last week, they immediately called the National Archives to hand them over. It's our understanding the archives, because of everything that's going on with Biden and Trump, alerted the Justice Department, and the night of January 19th, the FBI came to the Pence home in Indiana, and they handed over those 12 documents. For clarity, these boxes have not been stored in a secure place. They've been in his home, but I'm told they were sealed. However, when the lawyer found these 12 documents, they took the 12 documents and kept them in a safe until the FBI came.
And so this is not to pick on the former vice president, because I think we now have seen that this can happen. But in November,
right,
as the Trump story was breaking, we did not know at this point about the Biden story. In the Trump story, back in November, the former vice president sat down with ABC News, and it was quite direct.
Did you take any classified documents with you from the White House?
I did not.
Do you see any reason for anyone to take classified documents with them leaving the White House?
Well, there'd be no reason to have classified documents, particularly if they were in an unprotected area.
Well, there were classified documents, and they were in, as you report, an unprotected area. Right. Do they have any explanation for that? Again, I don't say that to pick on the former vice president, who is known as a cautious, meticulous person, but yet again, this has happened.
Look, we went through this with Biden. He said he was surprised. I think it's clear former Vice President Pence was surprised as well. These do seem to be inadvertent. That said, how did it happen? Our reporting is that in the final days of packing up both the West Wing, the White House office, and the Residence office, that these classified documents were likely at the vice president's residence, and they did not go through the same rigorous checking that was happening over the White House, and so they got packed up with personal things that were coming from the residence.
And again,
so look, I'm going to be honest, and I'm not trying to defend Mike Pence here. You know me, I'm no Pence guy. I don't think he deserved to be hung over J6, but I don't like Mike Pence. But his story is very similar to Biden's, it seems. He kind of maybe had an inkling. He asked his team to search for some documents. Unfortunately, they found some documents, and then he immediately contacted the authorities saying, I got some documents. And this is why it matters, guys. It matters because, yes, it looks bad. He said he didn't have any, and then he did, but he didn't say that under oath with his lawyer signing a sworn affidavit. He just said it to a journalist. It's much like Biden. Trump thinks this bails him out, but it doesn't. It actually just further underlines, guys, how the Biden Pence version of this is bad, but it's actually just underlines the criminality of Trump. And what the Biden-Pence version shows is that there probably needs to be a new procedures, new laws here to handle the transition of classified documents. What Trump shows is he needs to be in jail. Listen to this.
I think, it's going to be a work in progress.
Phil, we've heard from former President Trump on his social media about this Mike Pence discovery. And of course, we know the history between these two up to and since January 6th. And former President Trump said Mike Pence is an innocent man. He never did anything knowingly dishonest in his life. I wonder your thoughts on if these discoveries at Pence's home and who Pence is and what the country knows about Mike Pence shifts this conversation from a criminal exclusive to how do we fix the system, and not just, were these men trying to use these for some nefarious purposes?
I think it's important to separate what the former president has done when it comes to these documents and his efforts to shield some of those documents or not give them back, and where the two vice presidents, the former vice president and now the current president, Joe Biden, have been on these specific issues. However, I think when you look at the comparative, if you separate the former president from this, if you look at the parallels between the current president and Vice President Pence from both of their times transitioning out of the vice presidency, I think what Manu's reporting has been throughout the course of this day, not just in his conversation with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, but also with the other lawmakers that he sent in to our operation, his Hill colleagues have as well, it seems, or at least appears at this initial moment, and keep in mind, people were pretty stunned throughout the course of this day when this news came out, that that's the direction things are headed. Now, to be very clear, there is still a special counsel investigation, and there were still new discoveries of documents in the president's home just a couple of days ago during a search by the FBI. But I think this is a moment right now where I think people are grasping the fact that this is a broader issue, one that's always existed in Washington over the course, certainly of the last couple of decades. But when it comes to this transition process, and perhaps there needs to be legislative fixes, perhaps there needs to be fixes from the intelligence community here, not necessarily a central focus or an isolated focus on the investigation itself.
So you can see that Trump is sort of wryly, maybe mocking Pence a little bit, but he should just shut the hell up because, again, Pence and Biden, no one for a second really thinks this is nefarious with them. And they don't have a reason to. I don't think Pence stole documents. I don't think Biden stole documents. I think both of them were sloppy. And I think a lot of other politicians were probably sloppy. You have to wonder if Clinton and Bush and Obama and maybe even Jimmy Carter are like, oh, better check the attic. Better check the basement for some documents. But, it's one of these things, right? It's one of these things that happens. And that's why you need reform. But Trump is the only one of these people that obstructed. He never went to the FBI or the archives or the DOJ and said, hey, I got some stuff. I think I should probably give it back. How do I do that safely and discreetly and responsibly and all of that? And they would have bent over backwards to work with Trump. But he lied to them. He hid and he stole and he lied. That's the difference. And what's really great here, and if you listen to this, Fox is pissed because this doesn't bail Trump out. But it does bail Biden out, and Fox is admitting it. They're literally saying Pence has destroyed all the momentum on this overcooked Biden scandal.
And in a major plot twist, former Vice President Mike Pence found classified documents at his home in Indiana last week and turned them over to the FBI. Jesse. So Trump was right about Pence. I'm joking.
But I mean, Pence, seriously.
Yeah.
We have this great thing going with Joe.
And you just ruined it.
And come on, man.
Well, what are we going to do?
And then he confessed to it. I mean, he could have just destroyed it. We never would have known.
And we have to be fair and balanced and show both sides.
I know. Now we have to show both sides. And Pence is so clean. He's so squeaky clean.
He is clean.
It's nothing like the real bad documents that Joe Biden was squirreling away.
Do you think he just wanted to be included?
He's like, hey, I'm running for president too.
Yes.
Investigate me. I looked at secret stuff.
Like, you see that, right? From the beginning, what have I said? The Biden stuff isn't ideal, but it doesn't bail out Trump. It doesn't bail out Trump because the scale is so different. The intent is so different. And counterintuitively, I think people are coming around to my position. The Biden scandal is bad for Trump because it gives you context about what Trump actually did and didn't do, and that makes him look wrong. Whereas with no other scandal to compare it to, you kind of don't it's hard to get a depth for Trump's scandal. The Pence stuff is bad for two reasons for Trump. Because his main political rival, the guy he might run against in 2024, if he does run, had this scandal that was weakening him. Now, the Pence stuff neutralizes that entirely, but not the Trump scandal. Worst case scenario for Trump, he can pretend all he wants, but he's sitting at Mar-a-Lago tonight, sweating profusely. folks, something we need to remember. We need to keep this in the forefront of our mind. And I'm not just saying this to you, I'm also reminding myself. Trump's danger is not simply theoretical. It's not simply philosophical. It is real and material and very, very dangerous physically to so many people. Above all, the folks dedicated to investigating him and potentially charging him and bringing him to justice. And the focus here goes square onto Atlanta and Fani Willis and the team around her. And this has been something that's been brewing for the better part of a couple years now, but it's really intensified in the last few days as they get closer and closer to decisions about charging Trump there or other people, his other top cronies in his broad scheme to quote-unquote find the votes and otherwise interfere and defraud an electoral process in the state of Georgia. And what we're seeing is big threats against Fani Willis and her team. And they're noting this, not simply through the media, but Willis and her team have been doing this. And a lot of this actually is rooted going all the way back to some of the Trump rallies over the last couple summers, where he would say things like, if I'm investigated, we need to get out in the streets and cause mass protest and just really make a mess of things. And Fani Willis took that very, very seriously. Watch this clip, and then I'm going to read you something, and then we're going to get into something just from the last day or so, because I want to set the context that the threats to this woman's life and the life of her staff is real, and Trump knows exactly what he's doing through this stochastic terrorism.
I will mention impeachment in one other context here, just because we have all, as a country, watched for 2.5 days now as the House impeachment managers have laid out this evidence about how the former president incited his supporters to violence against his perceived enemies. We've seen these, videos of Trump supporters menacing and intimidating state and local officials they perceive to be anti-Trump. I just have to ask if you are, obviously you are a law enforcement professional and you have been doing this for more than 2 decades and 19 years as a prosecutor, and you obviously stand on firm ground and know what you're doing. But I have to ask if it has crossed your mind, if you are worried about your own safety and that of your staff, if opening this investigation could make you targets.
Oh, absolutely. Since we've opened this, my security has doubled. We've gotten a lot of comments. Interestingly enough, the comments are always racist, and it's really just a waste of time and foolishness. It's not going to stop me from doing my job, and I don't think that it's an insult to remind me that I'm a black woman. So it is a waste of their time, but we do understand that some people are unstable. Some people think the nerve of me to actually do my job, but I took an oath. I made a commitment to the citizens in my community, and I'm going to do my job.
So you can see that clip's a bit older, right? Because we're building to what happened just hours ago, this morning, some new information. But this is what this woman has been dealing with for the last year or so. Threats to her life and her team, like enhanced security. And she wrote a letter to the FBI. And they've still been having these discussions. Like, this is the letter she wrote. Atlanta's top prosecutor asked the FBI to conduct a security risk assessment and provide protection for a courthouse and government center a day after the former president called on supporters to hold the biggest protest we've ever had in places where he's being investigated. Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis, who is investigating Trump for possible criminal interference in Georgia's 2020 presidential election, said in a letter to the FBI that security concerns were escalated this weekend by the rhetoric of former President Trump. We must work together to keep the public safe and ensure that we do not have a tragedy in Atlanta similar to what happened at the United States Capitol on J6 2021. On J6, a mob of Trump supporters stormed the Capitol, and in her letter, she cited the fact that Trump said that if he runs for president in 2024 and is elected, he may pardon rioters' convictions because they are being treated so unfairly. So what Willis has been noting for a while now is that fundamentally, Trump is calling for violence anywhere he's being investigated, especially if he gets charged. And in particular, he's creating a motive for violence by saying that he's willing to pardon the people doing violence in his name if he gets power again to do so. And so Trump is very much through the ether of the stochastic terrorism, but he's providing a direct incentivized motive for people to cause deadly violence like they did on J6 by saying, I'll forgive you if you make me president again. And this is, again, part of why Trump is with his back against the wall. Watch this. This really demonstrates that Trump has never been more dangerous in some ways than he is right now as he's becoming weakened.
But make no mistake, Donald Trump, though diminished, is still dangerous. He still has outsized influence on the Republican Party because, as Trump has proven, Republican Party officials do not control Republican voters, and certainly not the faction of Republican chaos voters over which he has the greatest influence. He's still willing to wield that influence against whomever he perceives as a threat or an opponent. And the more he feels backed into a corner, the more he seeks to capture the attention of an electorate slowly moving away from him, the more extreme his rhetoric will get. This week alone, Trump has taken to his social media platform to deride the FBI, the Department of Justice, the special counsel Jack Smith as, quote, Trump-hating Marxist thugs. He's begun referring to American intelligence officials as the Gestapo. Think about that. He claims he wants to be the commander-in-chief to lead our national security, and he's calling some of the people he'd be leading Nazis. Today, he released a video saying Democrats are, quote, dropping migrants coming in from prison into the country, and that mass releases of illegal aliens are depleting our social safety net. He tells his followers almost daily that America's top institutions are corrupt and unfairly targeting him. He constantly repeats his lie that the 2020 election was stolen from him, although he spelt it S-T-O-L-L-E-N when he posted it yesterday. He's still doing it. He's still lying about the election. He's still stoking racism and fear about immigrants. He's still casting Democrats and investigators and the media and anyone who challenges him or tries to hold him to account as existential enemies. Even though we've seen that it only takes one person, one chaos actor, to take his words seriously and lead to violence.
So you see there, that part at the end, it only takes one person acting on Trump's, words. And this is where Trump, again, can threaten to have people killed and murdered and have things destroyed without ever probably facing direct legal consequences for those threats, right? But creating the context in which they happen. So whether we're talking about stuff in New York, in D.C., Georgia, it can happen, right? And this was news from this morning. This is where we get to this morning from Fani Willis's team, how they're right now in court having a discussion about releasing certain information, but this is one of the things they've talked about, the consequences if Trump is charged in Georgia.
Telling Poppy earlier this morning, when I hear that phone call, I can't believe that we actually lived through that it was real.
Oh, yeah.
That he actually asked for that. So this investigation now is expanding. The likelihood, Maggie, that this report is going to be made public.
I think it is likelier than not, Don. It has been a little hard to navigate from, behind closed doors. What is happening with this special grand jury? Remember, it's a fact-finding grand jury. They're not capable of bringing charges. If they make this report public, I think it necessitates, and if it says what we assume it does, which is makes recommendations about people getting indicted, that means that Fani Willis will have to move relatively quickly because the information will be public.
Yeah, and I mean, she's been proven to move quickly and move aggressively with racketeering charges in her past. I thought it was interesting, Maggie, what you tweeted in terms of how her staff is preparing for potential violence.
It was really jarring. My colleagues who have been covering this very closely in Georgia have a very thorough, comprehensive report on our website talking about exactly what this might show and what the investigation has looked like. And yes, they are bracing for the possibility that if there are charges against Trump, that this could again prompt violence. And we forget that right after January 6th, there were a lot of 2021, there were preparations for potential violence in state capitals around the country. I think that is part of what is informing this. And there's also, I think, some staffers have taken to wearing bulletproof vests, was, I believe, part of that report as well.
It was. I mean, that is stunning.
Yeah. And it speaks to the moment that we are in. Now, has the political violence that was expected right after January 6th nationally happened? No, but there is that cloud of it constantly.
Bulletproof vests. What kind of sick friggin' society has prosecutors wearing bulletproof vests, right? Whether it's Willis herself or her team or people working in the offices, I don't even know. Do you have secretaries and cleaners and stuff having? I don't even know how far this goes. But what I do know is There is a direct, non-theoretical threat to these people's lives caused by the words and deeds and actions of Donald Trump. And they know it's going to go down, or they have a great fear, probably a reasonable fear, that it's going to all go down if Trump is charged. This is what this woman has had to deal with. So we need to support people like this. Maybe sometimes we think that the prosecutors haven't been as tough as they need to be on Trump. We can have those debates. But fundamentally, these people, Fani Willis and her team, are literally risking their lives to bring Donald Trump to justice. We need to support them in this moment.
Back. Apparently, we may never know who leaked a draft of the Supreme Court opinion that indicated the court would overturn Roe v. Wade. More than a month before that decision was actually issued, Supreme Court announced today that it has been unable to identify the person who leaked the draft to Politico last May. In a statement that accompanied the final report of its investigation, the court stated that the team of investigators has been, quote, unable to identify a person responsible by a preponderance of the evidence. Keep in mind, it appears investigators did not interview any of the justices. They only interviewed clerks and other staff. Anyway, panel joins me now, NBC News Washington correspondent Amy Sindor, former North Dakota senator and current CNBC contributor Heidi Heitkamp, and Danielle Plechta, senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute and an NBC News contributor. Yamiche, it's hard not to wonder if the Supreme Court didn't find or is deciding not to find.
It's a key question. I mean, while it's hard to think that a justice would leak this, it's not, I think, beyond measure to think that maybe that's where this came from. And the idea that they can't find who leaked this, in some ways,
Can't or won't, right?
Like that's can't or won't. Right. It's a big question. I also think, I mean, the striking thing to me about this is, of course, this is news. Everyone was like, who broke this? Politico had this huge scoop. But I also think that the story of abortion has moved on so much. It's now how we're seeing in conservative states how women's rights are being taken away and the abortion accident is going away. And then in blue states, how you have these underground railroad almost operations where you're funneling women from states that can't get abortions into those states. So in some ways, it's like, yes, this is a big deal that they couldn't find this person, but the story just seems to be so much, what's the situation now?
I don't want to presume anything here, Heidi, but one gets the sense, if you're Chief Justice Roberts, there may have been a point you said, look, there's all sorts of stories that the justices aren't getting along, that this has really messed up trust. It sounds like he was like, can we move on?
Yeah.
And you can't help but wonder, because we brought in Michael Chertoff. Okay, did you? Is this good advertisement for Michael Chertoff? It just tells me if you really wanted to find out, you could. They didn't. I don't know if they wanted to know.
Well, I think they also found out that their security on copies of this is pretty lax. Mm-hmm. And so when you hear how the investigation was done, that it was really disparate printers all through the building. They couldn't trace back more than 60 documents of who printed what out. And so, I think the bottom line is, it goes back to the point you made, no harm, no foul. So we found out 3-4 months earlier than what we normally would have found out. The result was the same. And the political consequences, beyond the consequences for women's reproductive rights, the political consequences continue to reverberate. In fact, we saw a legislative race in Virginia that probably was decided on this issue. And so even President Trump said that reversal of Roe v. Wade was critical.
Danny, my favorite part of the whodidit story is that I'll talk to my liberal friends and they swear it came from the right. And I talk to my conservative friends, and they can make a case. They swear it came from the left. Like, neither side wants to admit it came from their own side.
Well, I don't think anybody knows. Look, I asked a friend of mine who was a Supreme Court.
Hey, everybody.
What the gossip was, and he said everybody knows it was a clerk. I think your theory is exactly right, that Justice Roberts looks at this and says to himself, what am I going to get out of this discovery?
What's the gain, right?
I also want to make another point, though, which is that we've had so many leaks of highly classified information, of extremely sensitive things, human intelligence, and it is very, very rare that we find the leaker. So it's not crazy. I don't think we need to probably name call Chertoff. He probably didn't do an awful job.
But the idea that they put him, that they said they hired him, though. I mean, it's like poor.
They hired him to review the investigation that was already being done by the marshal.
It does seem, but it does. You bring up the good point here, and in fact, I want to move to the March for Life. Right here, they are on Roe v. The anniversary. Normally, it's about Roe v. Wade. It's interesting to me. The march isn't going to end at the Supreme Court this time. right? I think the march is going to end at the Capitol.
Yeah, they're making this route diversion and changing it to really, I think, hammer home the point
reflects
that
reality.
hammer home the point that the Congress is where the fight is now. I think House Republicans, for as much as you could say they really had all of these issues and challenges and losses, frankly, in the midterms, they still went out and when they got control of Congress, immediately started introducing legislation to restrict abortion rights across the country. So you have this Republican Party that, even though this is not an issue that is frankly working for them, based on my own reporting, Republican and Democratic women were pissed off, frankly, by this Dobbs decision. You have a Republican Party that is sticking to that, even when you say, Senator, that former President Donald Trump is saying, well, this is not a great issue for us. At the end of the day, it's his 3 justices that delivered this, and that Republicans at some point had to say, we're going to have to own this issue. Let's just embrace it. So it's very interesting to see that the march is stopping at the Capitol.
Danny, we're going to see a lot more phone calls back into March for Life. The way it always was interesting to me.
God, yes.
Right, the pro-life, all the pro-life. Right, nobody wanted to be seen with the March for Lifers, but they wanted to be. But they'll phone it in.
Well,
is that back again?
No, a lot of this debate has always been performative, and that's not going to change. I mean, Washington is a performative town, and it's become only worse.
It's a bad performance. I mean,
right,
vaudeville would be jealous.
I don't want to diminish the sincerity of belief on either side of this debate, and I do find it a little ironic that we're citing Donald Trump as a great authority on what to do politically right now. Suddenly, he's become a wise advisor of what to do.
Yeah, careful of the blind squirrel effect.
I'm going to bring Donald Trump into every conversation because when Donald Trump has center stage, that's a good day for Democrats.
The debt ceiling fight, it feels like nobody's going to come out in a good place. Republicans will probably end up with more backsplash on them than Democrats here, but are we going through 6 months of a nightmare that only benefits hedge fund owners?
Yeah, I mean, and most people don't understand it. They think it's about cutting spending. And, we went through this in 2013, you might remember, and we shut down government. But when we pushed up against the debt limit in the banking committee, we had a hearing at my urgence to talk to professionals. What does this mean for the stock market? What does it mean for the mortgage brokers? And there was something that was said in there. It said, when a bell is rung, you can't unring it. Right now, treasuries are on every balance sheet at 100% of value. Well, that reflects the full faith and credit of the United States government. You threaten that, in fact, breach the debt limit, you're going to have to account for that. It's going to take billions of dollars of value off balance sheets. And so this is not small.
Danny, you were a congressional staffer back in the day. I get that must-pass legislation is always, hey, let's go. This is where we get it. I get it. Isn't there a better place to have a spending fight, since they just had this huge rules fight in the House over how to do the budget process? Have the spending fight where it belongs.
Look, I want to take a contrarian view of this. I understand, you ask a stockbroker, you ask a businessman what he thinks. Of course he's going to say these things. Why don't we ask them what they think about the fact that the United States is $31 trillion, and I'm understating by a couple percentage points here, in debt. More under each president, Republicans, Democrats. Barack Obama, when he was a senator, called this a failure of leadership. Okay, is there a moment when we can have a serious discussion about spending? Is there a moment when we can recognize that we don't have leadership on this issue? Not Republicans, not Democrats.
That's not here. It's not at the debt limit. And I would challenge every Republican, fine, have that conversation. What prevents you from putting a bill on the floor of the House that gives you a debt limit and cuts spending? Nothing. Nothing prevents them from doing that today. Yeah, go ahead and show us what you're going to do. They don't want the responsibility for cutting spending that's enormously popular in this country, especially Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security.
And entitlements, and we can't afford it. We elect people to make these decisions, and they should make them when they can, not at a moment that is convenient for a particular senator.
Tomorrow, speaking of senators, tomorrow we're our own.
Carrie Ann, can you get to the booth? The booth's here. I don't know. Look like you're having some trouble with your character. Oh, nice. It's perfect. All right. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, we're having people go to the booths, Wayne. Perfect. Yeah, great. Yeah, nice. All right. All right, we're almost ready. I'm just getting the show ready. Thanks for coming down.
Who are sort of the stars of the party, and they're the people who are bashing the other side across the head. So if Tim Kaine leaves, of course the Democrats are going to lose someone who's critical, but also I think it's someone who just feels like a time when we all got along a little bit better.
Danny, you're a Virginia resident. Very quickly, do you believe Virginia's competitive in an open process or not in a Senate race in a presidential year?
I think it'll be hard, but I think it all depends on who's standing on the stage.
Here's a rumor. Liz Cheney runs as an independent in Virginia.
That's a good one.
That was a good one. That's a drop the mic. Somebody has learned to become a pundit. Good job. Excellent.
I really wish you would. All right, let's get the show on the road.
Thank you for joining us on. I don't know if you know what's going on. It's a big day here in Hollywood. The nominations for the 95th Oscars were announced bright and early from Academy headquarters in Beverly Hills, 5:30 a.m. Why they announced these so early, I don't know. The only thing worse than having to get up at 5:30 to find out you got an Oscar nomination is having to get up at 5:30 to find out you didn't get one. And some people didn't. Tom Cruise didn't get a Best Actor nomination, even though I know he saved the whole Navy from being destroyed and nothing for it. They said Tom was so upset today he didn't jump out a window. Tom wasn't the only notable to be left off the list. James Cameron's Avatar 2 didn't get a Best Director nomination for Cameron, even though his movie was nominated for Best Picture, which is what you get for making us put on those dumb glasses for 4 hours. The film that scored the most nominations was Everything Everywhere All at Once, which is up for Best Picture along with Top Gun, Avatar 2, Elvis, and 6 movies no one has seen, including a movie called Triangle of Sadness, which I always thought was a slice of Papa John's pizza. You know, you can bet on the Oscars. You can go online on these websites. For instance, Everything Everywhere All at Once is the favorite for Best Picture right now. Brendan Fraser is favored to win Best Actor right now. Cate Blanchett is the frontrunner in the Best Actress category. And this is not a joke. This is a bet you can make. Will any host or award presenter be slapped during the show?
Nice.
You bet $100 on yes, you win $1,200, which I have to say seems like they're encouraging someone with a gambling problem to slap me. Right? You might have to work that night, Guillermo.
I'm ready.
I'm going to need protection.
Yeah, I'll be there, Jimmy.
The nominees were announced by Allison Williams and Riz Ahmed, who was a bit taken aback when he read the nominees for Best Animated Short.
The Boy, the Mole, the Fox, and the Horse. The Flying Sailor. Ice Merchants. My Year of Dicks.
You know, nowadays seems like every year is my year of dicks. After I saw that, I never heard of the movie. I went to look up My Year of Dicks, and now my computer won't.
All right, gang, 11:15, show starts.
Also on the animated side, the Netflix version of Pinocchio got an Oscar nomination, but Disney's live-action Pinocchio didn't. It got 6 Razzies, which makes no sense to me, because I think the Disney version is a lot more in tune with current events.
Starlight, star bright.
Shit, I forgot.
Have the wish I wish tonight.
I'm not a fraud. I'm not a fake.
Turn around. Let me get a look at you.
My heritage is Jewish. I've always identified as Jewish.
New York Republicans are calling you a disgrace. You will not resign?
I've worked my entire life. I've lived an honest life. I got an MBA from NYU, and I have 0 debt. I was not a drag queen in Brazil.
Oh, he's absolutely beautiful. And by the way, I would like to say congratulations to Congressman George Santos, who received 15 Oscar nominations this morning, or so he says. Congressman Santos is not happy with those of us who've been making light of his prevarications. He lashed out on Twitter. He said, I have now been enshrined in late-night TV history with all these impersonations, but they are all terrible so far. Bad news, Georgie boy, you weren't enshrined. you were deboned in late night history. But John Lovitz is supposed to be one of the greatest comedians of all time. He was on Jimmy Fallon impersonating George. That was embarrassing for him, not me. These comedians need to step their game up. Well, I do agree with one thing. You do by far the best George Santos impression. I mean, whoever you really are, you're killing it right now. This afternoon, I think he might be spinning out because George Santos this afternoon brought a passive-aggressive gift to reporters who've been staking out his office trying to get some answers from him, so he brought them donuts.
Donuts and coffee for all the hard work you guys do. Thank you so much for being here and doing your job. Today's plan, to answer your question, is to work for the American people. Legislate. That's what I got hired to do. So you can look forward to some cool stuff coming out of this office soon. Right. All right, thank you guys.
Yeah, don't eat those donuts, guys. It's the year of the dicks. And meanwhile, this morning, we got yet another shocker in the ongoing classified documents drama. This one came from completely out of left field.
Exclusive CNN reporting just into us, a source revealing, get this, another discovery of classified documents. Roughly a dozen government documents were uncovered at the home of former Vice President Mike Pence.
Mike Pence has them too now? This is unbelievable. It's an epidemic. So Mike Pence, his attorneys found the documents in a box with some of his other secret items, including a 4-pack of Zima and Polaroids of mother dressed in her swimming costume. And what makes it especially interesting is back in November, Mike Pence was specifically asked about this.
Let me ask you, as we sit here in your home office in Indiana, did you take any classified documents with you from the White House?
I did not.
No. Is that your final answer? Because according to his lawyer, they discovered the documents in January. Pence, they say, immediately alerted the National Archives, and the FBI came to pick them up. The lawyers found the documents in, of all places, Mike's kitchen behind the Pence family mayonnaises. Trump, as you know, has been screaming about Joe Biden because the documents Biden had were from when he was vice president. A vice president doesn't have the power to declassify documents like Trump didn't. But now that it's his vice poodle in the crosshairs, Trump is suddenly defensive. He posted, Mike Pence is an innocent man. He never did anything knowingly